Please welcome to the stage CAP Executive Vice President for External Affairs and Programs, Miguel Rodriguez.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2026 CAP Ideas Conference. We're really excited to have you all here. My name is Miguel Rodriguez. I'm the Executive Vice President for External Relations and Programs here at CAP, and I'll be serving as MC today. We'd like to, at the outset, thank our sponsor, MS Now, our media sponsor, and welcome those joining on their various platforms. We'll be getting underway in just a few minutes, so please grab a cup of coffee, another muffin, settle in for what's going to be a really jam-packed day full of amazing leaders and ideas. The first portion of our program is going to be focusing on affordability. It's an issue that's on almost every American's minds. And we'll hear from 4 leaders as well as a newly minted governor. And they're not just going to talk about the problems, but they're going to offer their ideas and their policy solutions to tackle these problems. And I think that's going to be a recurring theme throughout the day. We're not just going to outline problems. We're going to share with you ideas and policies that will tackle these issues that we're facing. Now, on to some housekeeping. I'll keep this brief. We'll take a break around 10:25 following Governor Sherrill's remarks. For those of you joining online, you'll also be able to, during these breaks, enjoy some online content being moderated by our own Colin Seaberger. Throughout the day, our panelists may get some questions. You'll see some QR codes. By all means, please feel free to scan them and we'll get them in the queue. We'll get to as many as we can, time permitting. And finally, one incredibly important housekeeping item. The bathrooms in the Mayflower Hotel are on the lower level. So if you need to use the restroom, you'll see some signage outside. But again, please settle in. Welcome to the 2026 Ideas Conference. We're excited to have you. Thank you.
It was my view that one of the things we lacked was a place that was really generating a new set of ideas that could power progressive politics.
The Center for American Progress has ideas that change the world. Since opening our doors in 2003, CAP has played a major role in developing the governing agenda for the country. From leading the push to end the Iraq War, to being the first think tank to support marriage equality, to launching a new healthcare framework that led to the Affordable Care Act, and a new climate agenda that led to the Inflation Reduction Act. The mission of CAP has been to improve the lives of all Americans through strong leadership, organized action, and of course, big ideas. We have hosted important leaders to discuss a new path forward.
I believe that the only way to govern is by delivering the big things that help people.
I want to lay out what is an economic war plan, because any successful vision of America must start with an economy that works for everyone.
My roadmap, AI for America, identifies how to ensure we continue to lead in artificial intelligence.
This week, you gave a speech about how faith can address some of these monumental challenges.
And we have an agenda to make life more affordable immediately and in the long run, from a healthcare plan that lowers costs, to an energy plan that would help states lower rates and invest in the grid, to a housing plan that would lower rents while building millions of new homes. The country is hungry for a new direction, with new ideas and new leaders. Welcome to the Ideas Conference.
Please welcome to the stage CAP President and CEO, Neera Tanden.
Good morning, everyone. How you doing? Good morning, everyone. How you doing? We are excited to host thinkers, activists, leaders, Americans from across the country to this year's Ideas Conference, and to welcome the thousands of people online tuning in. We are thrilled to have next generation leaders from every part of our country, all offering new ideas on the path forward. But as we look to the future, we cannot ignore the present. The truth is, we are meeting at a dark moment in our nation's history, with rampant corruption, division, and a sense of misery for the middle class. Consider just the last few weeks. Partisan justices of the Supreme Court working to wipe out Black political power in the South. Trump's Treasury Department settling an $1.8 billion slush fund with their boss, Donald Trump, and his political allies. A slush fund that you and I are paying for. Trump's war with Iran driving gas prices up to $5 across the country, on top of the pain of tariffs. Inflation outstripping wages for the first time in years. The good news is the American people are waking up and realizing, finally, that the Trump administration is failing and failing them. His decisions, and his decisions alone, are making life less affordable for all Americans, including the working class people who he got to vote for them. These are policy failures. Still, to escape the cycle of polarization, I believe we need to address not only Trump's current failings, but his rise. In 2010, at the height of the Great Recession, about 60% of Americans agreed that they could improve their standard of living in the future. In 2024, that number was just 25%. That is a high level of pessimism for the future. And I believe pessimism begets fear. And when people are fearful, it is much easier to hate. To forcefully challenge the polarization we are living through, I believe we need to confront that pessimism and fear. The fact is, Americans feel stuck because they are more stuck. It is harder to move up. Kids born in the 1940s had a 90% chance of doing better than their parents. Kids born in the 1980s, it's just a coin flip. And it's less today than even then. It's no wonder that today, only a quarter of Americans feel like the American dream is real, less than any point in modern American history. So my friends, I believe it is crucial that we criticize Trump's policies for the harms that he's doing, but it is not enough. The country is demanding a vision of how the future will be better than the past for all of us. Restoration is not sufficient. We cannot just go back to days gone by. We cannot tinker. It is time for transformation with ideas that meet the scale of the problem, with an ambition that meets the scale of people's desperation, forging a new social contract in the country where hard work pays, where strivers succeed, where every single one of us can go as far as our talents take us, where we believe our children will be better off than we are. A vision that offers hope, an agenda that tackles what is failing and makes it work again for all of us. My friends, I believe we can use this dark moment as a springboard to a better, stronger, fairer country. But we will not do that with circular firing squads, although we know how to do that well. We will do it by building a big, resilient, broad majority in the country, a big tent where we stretch ourselves to welcome converts, just as we celebrate stalwarts. An army big enough to not just win the next battle, but win the war to end the politics of hate. I believe our country is worth fighting for. I think this is the fight of our lives. And I do believe that when we offer better ideas, we will win. And I am so thrilled that at today's CAP Ideas Conference, we will have new leaders discussing those very ideas to make our world and country better. Thank you all for being here. We're excited. Speaking of fighting, I am thrilled to have our first major speaker of the day, Senator Ruben Gallego, who is a fighter in so many ways. He deployed to the Iraq War as a Marine, fighting a Marine infantryman in 2005 with a unit that took some of the heaviest casualties of that war. He knows America must always have a plan to win the fight and to help our soldiers when they get home. With troops once again in conflict that the president can't explain to Congress or the country, that mission could not be more urgent. So please give a big welcome to Senator Ruben Gallego, who will discuss his views on national security and a vision for the future. Senator Gallego?
Thank you, Nir, for the introduction, and thank you, Center for American Progress, for bringing us together. I'm here today because right now our country is in danger. Will this president continue to drag America into another endless Middle East war while families struggle to pay for groceries, gas, rent, mortgage? And where are the voices that are standing for them right now? If we're serious about solving the problems of the world and problems facing Americans, then we have to deal with a simple truth. We have to fight for the country that we want. As a Marine, I deployed to Iraq, and I've lived the idea firsthand that foreign policy starts at home. Our standing in the world is only as strong as the economy and the values that we show in this country. When we engage abroad, it must be with a clear plan, a moral compass, and a deep respect for working Americans who pay the price when things go wrong, either with their livelihoods or with their taxes. Whether it's the cost of gasoline or the life of a young Marine, the stakes of our leadership are measured in the kitchens and the living rooms of places like Phoenix and Tucson, not just Washington, D.C. and Alexandria. Right now, Americans are getting squeezed from every direction. When you look at the price of gas right now at $5 a gallon in Arizona alone, with the soaring cost of groceries and housing, these just aren't abstract data points. These are the direct consequences of a war of choice in Iran. This is a war that wasn't planned, wasn't authorized, and is not making us safer. Trump got his war, and working families got stuck with the bill. Every day, consumers are paying the price at the pump. In Arizona, if you can't afford to fill that gas tank, that means you can't go to work, you can't go to school, you can't truly live the American dream. This administration has not thought any of this through. They left our oil reserves low and failed to even work with our allies to prepare for the calamity that came. They thought this would be easy, which is exactly what I heard before I went to Iraq. Let me tell you, it wasn't easy. They thought Iran won't push back, and tragically, they're deeply wrong. This war of choice is costing us $1 billion a day, $1 billion a day. And think what we could be doing with that money right now. Not just building ballrooms, but think how we could be funding our schools, supporting our veterans, and trying to take care of those that are just trying to make it every day. For me, this feels like deja vu. Trump and his lackeys are more than happy to send 18, 19-year-old boys and girls to war, just like they did to me and my brothers 21 years ago. And now, when the president comes to Congress asking for more money, he's not even asking for support for our veterans that are still hurting. No, he's still asking for money for his insurrectionist buddies and to build a stupid ballroom. It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful that we have veterans that are still lacking, and yet he doesn't fight for them. The guys I serve with in Ohio, New Mexico, and Arizona, and even the Arizonans back home, they tell me right now they're hurting. They tell me they're just not making it, and they're not making enough, and that their communities, their families are truly suffering. And what do we hear from this administration? Trump, the Republicans are cutting Medicaid for the poorest of Americans and kicking families off food stamps when grocery prices are jumping through the roof. And to add insult to injury, it's not just a matter of funding priorities, he's taxing all of them at the same time. He's raising tariffs that cost the average American family $1,200 a year. The average American family cannot take more than a $700 fluctuation in a year. And where is this president at for them? Unfortunately, the mess in the Middle East is not the only mess this president is about to create. You've all seen the news. Trump is laying the groundwork now for his next endeavor, invading Cuba. For what? It's not responding to some kind of new threat. He's manufacturing one and using it to build an illegal case with war in Cuba. Here's my solution to all this. It's quite complicated, so you have to really pay attention. Don't start stupid wars. End this war in Iran as fast as possible. Stop the unauthorized strikes off Colombia and Venezuela, and make this administration answer for every dollar they have misspent, misallocated, and misdirected. And then we can actually start moving into a place where the American family is thought of first and not last. Yes, America first. Does that sound familiar? We can build that country that we want. Now, I see on Twitter all the time, well, if you're against the war in Iran, why do you support the war in Ukraine? Let me be clear. The Ukrainian people are fighting for their independence. And it's in our strategic interest to make sure that they win, that Europe wins, and that we all win and defeat Russia. I am proud to have spent 10 years in the Armed Services Committee, and I'll soon be heading actually to the Black Sea Conference in Odessa, Ukraine, later this month. And I want to see firsthand what is stopping Putin on the Black Sea and what Ukraine's fight can teach us about the future of warfare. In my message to Ukrainians, to Americans, and to our allies, Ukraine can win this war, and Ukraine must win this war. If we turn our backs on them now, it will be a moral stain on this country, something that we will regret for generations to come. And perhaps more importantly, our allies will never forget it or forgive us. It is more than just a moral obligation. It is a strategic masterclass if we succeed. And the Ukrainians are showing us the future of warfare now, creating better systems when they knew they could not engage in a bullet-for-bullet war. They've essentially destroyed 26% of the Russians' Black Sea fleet. And how do they do it? Not with a $13 billion aircraft carrier, but with low-cost baby Navy drones that cost less than $20,000. They are providing and proving what we need to know, and that we don't need to spend tens of billions of dollars on outdated legacy systems that are sitting ducks in a modern conflict and only will cost our taxpayers more and more. Ukraine is showing us a future of warfare, and they are meeting the moment one drone at a time. We need to learn these lessons for our own defense if we haven't seen what happened in Iran already. We need to move from deterrence by punishment, waiting for invasion and then reacting, to deterrence by denial, so that our neighbors, our enemies, think again of invading either Ukraine, the Baltics, or Taiwan. We need to align our industrial base with our allies to ensure we produce cheap, scalable munitions that actually win modern conflicts. And we can't keep building the weapons of the last century while adversaries are innovating and fighting the future wars. Coming out of the Trump-Xi summit, one thing is not negotiable. America does not trade away Taiwan's security for a photo op or cheap words. We must uphold our long-standing commitments to Taiwan, continue our arms sales, and strengthen Taiwan's self-defense capabilities. And the commitment is not only because Taiwan produces chips that our economy depends on, it's because if we abandon Taiwan, the world will abandon us. America's asymmetric advantage in this world is that we have friends, we have allies, we have friends and allies that will go to war with us. China has customers and they have clients, they have vassal states. We have allies that have fought with us and will continue to fight with us. but not if we abandon Taiwan, Ukraine, and NATO. When this president even discusses military action against any NATO country, we are making China stronger. When we treat our partners as secondary partners and allies instead of friends, we are making China stronger. And if we create a vacuum by undermining our friends, China will fill it. From Kuwait to South Korea to South America to everywhere else in the world. We are seeing this happen right now in our own backyard. If our allies in the Indo-Pacific or Latin America stop trusting us, they will find friends in Beijing. And we cannot push Latin America any more further towards China. We must look at our relationship with the Western Hemisphere through the prism of true alliances, economic collaboration, and friendship. We need a prosperous Latin America and a prosperous European Union to stand up to China's sheer mass and capital markets. The America First attitude is actually going to make us America last. We cannot meet China's sheer capital and market alone. But if we stand with our allies and combine our populations, our buying power, our economies, and our moral directions together, then we actually have a fighting chance for that future. But alone, we can never meet the demand, not now or in the future. Principled leadership means having the humility to admit when a war is a mistake. If that had occurred 20 years ago, there would have been thousands and thousands of men and women that would be alive right now, including my best friend. It means that we also have the courage to stand by our allies when the stakes are real. And it means being honest with the American people about the costs of our choices. Leadership means building an economy that works for the person driving to work in Phoenix as much as it is for that person that commutes in Washington, D.C. And it means that we assure that the American dream stays alive for everyone, not just the elite few. It is about building the country that we want. And we need to be realistic about the dangers, but we're also optimistic about our future. And if we lead with our values and our allies, that future is a great future. Thank you so much. Enjoy the conference.
The cost of living has gone crazy. It's gotten harder for people to live.
The Center for American Progress Action Fund is lifting up voices of everyday Americans being squeezed by the high cost of living and holding Republicans accountable for the pain that they cause.
Across the nation, CAP Action is doing the work of finding and sharing these stories. I'm talking about farmers, teachers, bus drivers, and steel workers. The people who are bearing the heaviest weight of our society, yet are being pulled further and further away from the American dream.
Now I'm looking at $1,500 a month of an increase for my monthly premium if these tax credits expire.
Everything is expensive right now. I'm feeling crushed by my electrical bill.
More farmers than ever in Iowa are going bankrupt.
It takes one emergency and I am on the street, you know, like all of these things are just kind of hanging over my head. It's one slip up and that's it.
And once these stories get out, they spread everywhere. That's because the testimony of your neighbor is much more powerful than any other secondhand source. These storytellers are our neighbors.
I benefited from the ACA tax credits, as you all have heard. Then, as a part of Trump's agenda, I now pay just short of $10,000. Affordability looks very different today.
So I was just wondering what your thoughts are and plans might be.
Thank you. I'm not going to talk to you.
Many Americans are still struggling to afford basic necessities,
struggling to make ends meet.
Many of us do have to work 2 jobs.
The video shows Central High School teacher John Havlicek walking alongside Van Orden inside the Capitol and asking, quote,
"What are you going to do to bring costs down for constituents like me?"
Just like its sister organization, the Center for American Progress is leaving no stone unturned to expose all the ways that the Trump administration and those who have supported its policies have made life more expensive for all Americans. Whether it's the war in Iran, Trump's tariffs, congressional Republicans' big, beautiful bill, SNAP cuts, the ACA subsidies, and so much more, CAP has kept the drumbeat going.
But we know that it's not enough to fight back against bad ideas. We have to offer solutions to tangibly improve people's lives. Something for people to be for, something for people to vote for, And that's exactly what we're doing here at CAP, authoring bold plans to lower costs for all Americans.
Cities and towns sign what's called an affordability contract. We will help them finance the building of affordable housing if they take down the barriers to building that are making building so expensive.
CAP and CAP Action are driving the conversation in communities by blending policy research, earned media, digital engagement, and storytelling. Through this dynamic approach, we are changing hearts and minds.
Please welcome MS Now's Catherine Rampell and panelists Representative Greg Casar of Texas, Representative Maxwell Frost of Florida, Representative Lauren Underwood of Illinois.
Thanks, everyone. We're going to get right into the big topic of this year's election and, of course, the main topic that Americans care about, which is affordability and what exactly our lawmakers and other policymakers can do about it. So I want to start with Congressman Casar as the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. You all recently released a new affordability agenda that deals with the costs of groceries, housing, childcare, healthcare. I'm sure there's something I'm leaving out there. However, pardon? Gas. All sorts of goodies. However, even if Democrats sweep the House this midterms and maybe even take the Senate, you will still have to contend with a Republican in the White House, President Donald Trump, who can veto legislation. So my question for you is, what on the agenda do you think you can actually get signed into law in the next year? Is this mostly a messaging bill, or excuse me, a messaging agenda about what you would like to get done? Or are there concrete things that you think you could peel off either Republican support in the legislature and or the support of a president so that people's lives and access to an affordable lifestyle can actually change next year?
Thank you for the question. Good morning, everyone. So the Progressive Caucus put out a list of 10 proposals to lower the cost of everything from housing to childcare, gas, utilities, to stop price gouging, to increase your wages and benefits. And when we went out and tested the support for the Progressive Caucus's ideas, we found not only overwhelming support amongst Democrats and independents and voters in swing districts, but amongst Republicans. We're actually not a single one of the ideas that we can talk about here in a moment polled at less than 2/3 support amongst Republican voters. And so when I believe, just like Leader Jeffries believes, that we will retake the House through the work that we do over the next few months. And then there will be a lot of accountability work that Democrats rightly need to do against the Trump administration. But if all we do is accountability, but don't also do affordability work, show voters not only that we're against Trump, voters already know that, but also show people what we're for, regain people's trust as the party of working class people, then I think we'll have failed. And so I think that we should push forward bold ideas and new ideas that will interest voters, like Ro Khanna's windfall profits tax on the gas companies that are making a killing right now. Instead of just providing people a small amount of relief, we should tax the enormous profits that the oil companies are making by jacking up prices right now, send a rebate check back to Americans, and at $100 a barrel of oil, this proposal would send everybody about a $400 rebate. We should pass that out of the House. If we retake the Senate, push to get that out of the Senate, and then either win Donald Trump's signature because it's supported just as heavily by Republican voters as Democratic voters, or he can veto it. And if he does, then it shows voters that Democrats were fighting to lower their costs and that Donald Trump stopped it. And then those contenders running for president in the next election cycle have a foundation of ideas to say Donald Trump blocked that bill that would have lowered your utility costs by $500 a year. Donald Trump blocked that bill that would have lowered your grocery prices, and I would have signed it. And I think that that is the kind of aggressive posture that Democrats need to take to not only be an anti-Trump party, but a pro-working class party.
And to clarify, do you think that the windfall profits tax piece of this would be the one that would be most likely to have real benefit? I mean, well, most likely.
I don't get paid enough to be a good Donald Trump predictor.
Fair.
But I think that we should not lower our ambitions as a House majority as whatever we can get the Donald Trump world to think we can do. I think that we actually have to make sure that voters understand that we really care about their pocketbooks. I hear about it all the time when I've done over half a dozen town halls in Republican-held districts. And I ask people that voted for Vice President Harris to lower their hands, not ask me a question for a second, and for people that voted for Trump or chose not to vote to ask me a question. And I hear time and time and time again that maybe they voted for Trump, but they're already sick of him, but they want to know what Democrats will do so that people don't have to check their bank account before they go to the grocery store. People say, I pull 7/12s. That means working over 70 hours a week, but still can't afford my childcare. We should pass the bill that was Mikey Sherrill's bill, now is AOC's bill, that would guarantee $10 a day childcare to virtually every single family and tax the ultra-rich to do it. We should pass my bill that would update our overtime laws for the first time in 90 years to have overtime pay double time so that people can make a little bit more money and maybe work a little bit fewer hours so they can actually spend time with their kids. And when we talk about ideas like that, I think we can build the kind of big tent coalition necessary to not just win a midterm on anti-Trump sentiment, but actually bring the Democratic Party back in line with the vast majority of our natural base.
Congressman Frost, the largest monthly expense for most households is housing, which has become a huge burden not just on the blue coasts, the liberal coasts, but basically nationwide at this point. And there's lots of evidence that since 2006, more or less, we have underbuilt housing across this country, that as younger people have moved out of their parents' homes and formed their own families, there's just not enough housing for them to buy. What can we do? And in fact, as I'm sure you know, a lot of members of Gen Z think that home ownership is out of their reach forever. So what can we do to ensure that there is enough housing for everyone?
This is really important. I think to what Greg was saying, we would have failed if we do not, as a Democratic majority, move forward a comprehensive housing package that will address this from A to Z. And part of the problem with this whole discussion in housing is everybody has one idea and they think that idea is the thing that's going to solve the problem. This is just not true. This is a difficult problem for the federal government to tackle, but I think we can tackle it, and it's going to take everything. We have to ensure that we build more housing, of course. There's a lot of things that we can do as a government to incentivize cities and towns and municipalities to get rid of exclusionary zoning, get rid of parking minimums, these different things that we need to do to make sure that we have more inventory. But that alone is not enough. We also have to ensure that we pass good consumer protection laws to protect tenants, which is something that's really near and dear to me. I live in Florida, which has some of the worst tenant protections in the nation. While I was running for Congress, when the rent hike moratorium was lifted during COVID, I got priced out of my apartment. I was homeless for 2 months. I literally spent all my money in my bank account on an Airbnb for a month, and I was like, Future Max will figure it out. A month passed, Future Max did not figure it out. And then I was homeless for a while during my campaign. Then I said, well, at least if I win my race for Congress, I will never have to deal with this again. I get elected to Congress, and as a congressman-elect, I get denied to every apartment complex I applied to here in D.C. because my credit score was poor, because during my campaign I ran up a ton of debt. And so, and there was nothing to help protect me or help me get into housing. In fact, when I moved to DC, I took out a loan to be able to pay the first, last, and deposit to get a place here. And even with the money in my bank, even though my dad would say if you had to take a loan out, you'd have the money. But even with the money in my bank, I couldn't get a place to live. I was told no. I was told no to having the high honor of paying the high rent. And so I just think there's a lot we need to do. And then home ownership is such an important part of this, especially for young people, but really everybody. I've been doing a lot of town halls across Florida and in my district on housing specifically, which is the #1 issue I hear about when I go knock doors anywhere in my state. And we have a homeowners insurance crisis in the state of Florida and really across the country that is pricing out seniors in homes that they've lived in their entire lives pretty much, but they're on a fixed income and they're having to put their home up for sale. And young people who are saying, not only is it a figment or something they feel like it can never happen, it's just like out of the realm of possibility. And this leads to a bigger problem. Usually, the largest asset a working person will own is what? Their house. We have an ownership crisis in this country that deeply impacts working people and especially young people. Not to put my tinfoil hat on, but it's everything. It's housing, and we're moving. If current trends continue, most people, the vast majority of people will not own their home. They'll rent forever, and the rents can continue to go up or down. We don't own the music we listen to anymore. We don't own the movies we watch anymore. If trends continue, most people won't own the car that they drive. And actually, if trends continue, most people won't own the phone that they have in their pocket. You won't own a damn thing. And I think the home ownership crisis is indicative of something much bigger going on, where just a few people will have the keys to everything in our country, which means when somebody needs to be bailed out, who gets bailed out? The people who own everything. And that is an existential problem for working people in the rest of this country. It's not that we don't want people to do well, it's we want everybody to do well. But it's kind of hard to do that in this country when you can't even own the roof over your head. And so I think there's a lot we can do as a nation. Something a lot of people aren't talking about is manufactured housing. I just released the bill on this, which right now in Florida, about a fourth of the manufactured housing communities have been purchased by private equity. And in case you don't know the way it works, you essentially own the house you live in, the manufactured home, but you don't own the land that the home is on. And what's going on is these communities are being bought, usually from mom and pop companies across the country, and having their rents jacked up, their lot rents jacked up by a lot. In fact, there's a community in my district who saw it go up by double. And now they're putting the taxes of the land on the renters as well. And so, and manufactured housing for a lot of seniors and a lot of veterans is the last safe haven for home ownership, affordable home ownership in the country. And so I put forth a bill that essentially will help us make it so that way folks who live in these communities can own the land that their house is on top of as well. But it's like things like this that piece together, I think, can create a comprehensive housing bill to help us with this crisis. But the era of the federal government saying that's a state and local issue is over. There's a lot that we can do to help solve the housing crisis.
I'm wondering actually if you could talk a little bit more about creating incentives for states and localities to allow more building, in part because of something that you just said, that for many Americans, their single most valuable asset is in their home. So that means when housing prices fall or rents fall, which is necessary for people who are trying to get into a home, that also means that somebody's nest egg gets less valuable, right? That's part of the reason why it is so difficult to build in a lot of communities in America, because people don't necessarily want their home value to decrease because that's their retirement. And so that leads to a lot of friction against building new homes, because the supply of new homes, again, will benefit people who are trying to get into housing, but may hurt the people who already own their homes. So how do you change that dynamic so that you don't have sort of that almost natural NIMBYist impulse for people to not want more housing lest it devalue what is their retirement plan?
I've had this conversation a lot in my roundtables when we talk about housing, and people come from different places if they would consider themselves a NIMBY, right? I got to tell you, for a lot of the more working families I speak to who have been able to get into home ownership, even though they've been able to get into it, most of them, not most of them, but a lot of them are what you would consider house poor, right? Where they have gotten to a situation where mortgage, insurance, taxes, everything that you have to pay. Most of them are paying PMI because they couldn't afford the deposit on their home, are in a place where they just don't have that kind of money. So they do want, of course, their home value to go up. Anyone wants that. But I think people see what's going on in their communities, and they understand the fact that the home prices are so high, and most of them the sticker shock is so recent for them. They just purchased their home maybe a year ago, or maybe they purchased it 10 years ago, and they too realize that the price of their home was way too high. And I think there's a lot of things that we can do to help with that. But this notion that we have to pit homeowners against tenants or homeowners against potential homeowners, I think is false. And I don't see it in my community, and I also don't see it when I travel the country and talk with people about housing prices, because I hear many of the same complaints from people regardless of what situation they're in.
Congressman Underwood, you've worked throughout your career on healthcare, including in the implementation of the Affordable Care Act. Historically, Democrats, I think, have focused their firepower when it comes to healthcare on expanding insurance, on making sure more people are covered. There are obviously a lot of frustrations now about the cost of healthcare, even among those who are insured, who have insurance plans. What can be done to make healthcare affordable, to make healthcare more affordable for those who have coverage, as the promise of the Affordable Care Act indicated?
Well, I think that this is by far one of the most salient issues in this moment because everyone needs health care. You need to be able to see a provider, fill a prescription, get a procedure when you need one, right? And so this is something that's top of mind for so many folks, and yet you have Donald Trump and the Republicans in charge passing their big ugly bill, taking $1 trillion out of Medicaid. So we have about 6 months until we reach this point where the American people are really going to be feeling that acutely of folks being kicked off of their coverage. So it's not about, at that level, affordable. That's, do you have health care or not? Yes or no. We have a real crisis right now because they refuse to extend the ACA tax credits, the extremely popular ACA tax credits that was based on my bill, the Healthcare Affordability Act, which drove down the uninsured rate to the lowest levels in U.S. history. But Donald Trump told the Republicans, don't waste time on extending them. And now 20% of enrollees have been kicked off their plans because they can't afford to see their premium double, triple, quadruple, right? So some of the stuff is just real basic, like extend the ACA tax credits, like an overwhelming majority of the House of Representatives voted to do in January of this year after we stood together and forced a discharge petition and a floor vote on the House, right? We got 17 Republicans to stand with us, but the Senate refused to take it up, right? This solution is right there for us in our grasp. Obviously, making sure that we can take action quickly in a Democratic majority to block these Medicaid cuts from going into effect, the $500 billion that's slated to come out of Medicare. But then you have all kind of stuff that we need to do on prescription drugs, improving access to primary care visits, improving access for people who just need to be able to use the healthcare that they have. We know that there are tremendous barriers to people being able to manage their chronic illnesses. To being able to actually improve their healthcare status. And then we have this whole issue of health equity, where we have these entrenched disparities that we see among communities of color, rural communities, low-income communities, et cetera, right? And so all of that will require our attention and our investment. I think at the end of the day, if we only focus on cost, then we are not always improving our healthcare system. If we only focus on cost, we are not always improving folks' health status. And I think that when we have a Robert Kennedy as the Secretary of Health and Human Services, serving as the biggest source of misinformation and the largest threat to public health in our country, we have to have a wide-angle lens when it comes to tackling the multifaceted healthcare issues that we face. Just right now, today, we got an Ebola outbreak with an American who's been confirmed, and nothing out of HHS. Right now, today, you got the hantavirus, and folks freaking out, and nothing. We can't get access to reliable data, right? Like, I guess my point is this. Yes, we have to lower costs. To win this election, we have to have a plan. I think we have a plan. People understand it. It's not that complicated. We're the party that believes you deserve health care. They're the party that believes, actually, no. Nope. Sorry. It's that simple, right? It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. But I think in order to actually make improvements, we have to tackle the wide range of issues.
Well, can you give a little bit of color to that? So what are some examples of things that Democrats should be focusing on, should be pitching to voters as we head into the midterms? I take your point about expanding or re-upping those enhanced premium tax credits and rolling back some of the Medicaid cuts. Beyond those two things, which are about undoing Trump damage, are there other specific points that you think are pretty salient to voters?
Sure.
That could address costs, let's say.
Okay, well, you need to have a place to go. And so let's make sure that our rural hospitals are in good shape. I represent a suburban and rural community outside of Chicago, where already in the last year, since the Big Ugly Bill has been into effect, we've seen unit closures, PEDS closures, ICUs closures, and those facilities need a cash infusion. They need some help staying open. I have a bill prioritizing our Rural Hospitals Act. Easy. We could get that moving. In the Farm Bill, guys, it doesn't even, hello. Let's be smart in how we move our bills. I think that we have the Department of Education is trying to roll back access to student loans for our healthcare workers, right? So we're going to have fewer providers. If you don't have access to, let's say, a nurse practitioner in your community, and there is no physician, what are you supposed to do? We need to expand our healthcare workforce so that people can actually go in. That's how we drive down costs. We need more workers in every community and every zip code. We are trying to overturn this really devastating regulation coming from the Department of Education. On prescription drugs, everything from inhalers to insulin to anything to manage chronic illness. I have a bill, the Chronic Condition Copay Elimination Act. Okay, there's solutions. It doesn't have to explode the deficit or anything like that. We just have to care to solve the problem. But I think that in terms of messaging for the election, we keep it real tight and real simple. Fix our broken healthcare system. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. It really doesn't. And I would really encourage us to really focus on winning so that people can get the healthcare that they deserve.
Congressman Kazar, Democrats have, to this date, made a relatively compelling case that part of the affordability crisis falls at the feet of Donald Trump's economic agenda, particularly his tariffs. And if you look at estimates from places like the Yale Budget Lab, they suggest that the tariffs in the past year raised the costs for a typical American household by at least $700, something in that wheelhouse. I noticed that in your plan for the progressive affordability agenda, there was nothing about tariffs. So my question to you is, given that Democrats have isolated one of the core problems as being about this trade policy, if Democrats retake the House and the Senate, do you think Trump's tariff should be on the chopping block?
Yes. I think that we absolutely will and should undo the reckless tariff policy from Trump. But if we get pushed to say all we're going to do is undo his Medicaid cuts, all we do is undo his tariffs, then I think we are going to wind up in a real problem. Because there are forces within the party arguing, essentially, Democrats stay boring. That what we want is just for everybody to notice how bad Trump is, for us to not be too noticed, and then things will go our way. That may turn out to work in a midterm election, but if we follow the Constitution, Trump won't be on the ballot again. And if we don't regain the trust of working people, and if people don't know what we're for, then I'm worried that Josh Hawley or J.D. Vance or Tucker Carlson or whoever could beat us next. And that's just not acceptable, because it's already been way too hard on the country to deal with a year and a half of this. Imagine 12 years of this kind of a White House. So if we want to regain people's trust, they have to know that, yes, we're going to repeal the horrible Trump policies, we're going to hold them accountable for their criminal and corrupt actions, but also that we're willing to take on villains in the AI industry that are price gouging you. We have a bill in the new affordability agenda to ban surveillance pricing where, for example, the other day, JetBlue basically admitted on the internet to someone that they were having to buy a plane ticket to get to a funeral. JetBlue had data on the person, and they suddenly had a ticket price nearly $300 higher. We should just ban that and take on those.
Sorry to interrupt. JetBlue has actually since said that they do not use any personal data.
Then they should support the bill if they think that nobody should be allowed to do that. Of course they said that. Instacart got caught doing the exact same thing. We should be willing to take on the utility companies that Democrats and Republicans alike hate because our utility costs for these for-profit utilities, some people's bills have gone up 50% just in the last few years. Donald Trump became president villainizing immigrants, saying that the bad guys were LGBT youth, and I think Democrats need to be willing to take on villains ourselves, whether it's in big oil or in big pharma or these big utility companies, so that people notice us, so that people know who we are. And in my view, those ideas actually unite the party. Whether you are moderate or progressive, these ideas are very, very popular across the country. They divide the lobbyists. They might just get us uninvited from some dinners, but I would rather get uninvited from some dinners and win the damn election.
Just before we move on from tariffs for a second, the Constitution, Article 1, says that Congress has power over international commerce and sets and lays taxes. Do you think, to your point about future presidents may try to abuse their power in similar ways, that should Democrats retake the Senate and the House, they should try to curb the limits on all presidents' ability to set tariff policy without the consent of Congress? Because over the years, Congress has essentially delegated away a lot of its constitutional authority here.
Yeah, we definitely need structural reform to make our policies stick and to make sure that voters' voices are heard. And so, of course, we should rein in the justices, the Supreme Court, the folks that continue to let Trump have this runaway power, because I don't think that we will have succeeded in the next trifecta if we get there. If we pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, if we pass these bills to lower your housing costs or increase health care, and the Supreme Court just tells us no. So I think that in this moment where a right-wing Supreme Court is so eroding voters' rights, so eroding the Constitution, we have to be willing to say that we need to take on the Supreme Court, make sure that voters' concerns and voices are heard, so that we actually restore abortion rights, so that we actually restore civil rights, and so that we actually can show people we made their lives cheaper and less expensive. That's what FDR had to try to do, or at least threaten to do. And what I hear from folks all the time is that they would vote for the Democratic Party of FDR and LBJ, of the New Deal and the Fair Labor Standards Act and building unions across the country and defeating fascism around the world, and the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act and the creation of Medicare and Medicaid and Head Start. That's the kind of Democratic Party we need to be, and that means being willing to take on an out-of-control executive as well as the Supreme Court.
Well, part of the reason I asked specifically about the executive rather than the Supreme Court is that Donald Trump also abused his tariff authority in his first term. Democrats were very critical of those tariffs then. When his successor, President Biden, came into office, he kept almost all of those tariffs in place. Maybe swapped some of them out for different kinds of trade restrictions.
Yeah, look, I believe that we need to restore the Constitution, and that's part of why I think justices need to actually hold the executive to the law. We've seen a huge double standard here by the Supreme Court. That's the reason I went there. I would caution us, of course, we should take on Donald Trump in the crazy way he's used the tariffs. You read what he says on this any given day, it's nuts. But I also don't want us to, as progressives, as liberals, to be so, we have, of course, been so shocked by how horrible Trump has abused his authority, and for our only response to then be, we need an executive who can do very little. Because what we actually also need is that for the next Democratic president to be able to act aggressively to rebuild everything that Doge tore down, to be able to implement policy quickly. It's almost unthinkable today that when LBJ signed Medicare into law, he started enrolling millions of seniors 1 year later, the next July. We need an executive that when we pass transformative policy that takes on corporate interests and makes working class people believe in our collective power again, that we have an executive that can actually execute that quickly and doesn't have to jump through 10 million hoops.
Congressman Frost, your colleague just now, or a few minutes ago, mentioned AI and a lot of the anxiety around AI. As I'm sure our audience knows, it's graduation season. People are graduating from high school, graduating from college. There is a lot of angst out there about the job market. And if you look at the unemployment rate for young workers, whether college graduate or not, it is ticking up, it is rising. And some of that angst has to do with the advent of this new technology, that it may displace a lot of entry-level type jobs. To what extent do you think AI-driven job displacement is similar or different from other kinds of mass job displacement we've seen in the past? I'm thinking things like trade, other kinds of automation. And how does that imply policymakers should respond to it, if it is similar or if it is different? Is it the same set of tools, essentially, that we've used before for these other kinds of seismic shifts, or is it something different?
I mean, there's similarities and differences. I mean, one of the big differences is the fact that the difference between this and automation is that this is going to be cheaper to implement and happen more quickly than it did with automation. So there's less time for us as a government to be able to respond to helping our constituents, working people. And taking a step back, I think part of the issue that we have in Congress is, number one, most people don't know anything about tech, okay? And that creates a big issue because we have to legislate common sense guardrails now, because if we don't do that, there will be an emergency that then pushes us to have to advocate for something more radical, essentially, that will have that much more opposition. And this whole thing happened with social media. I always talk to people about social media. Decades ago, Congress buries its head in the sand. In fact, in many cases, makes the situation worse for the average person. Now we're having an emergency with social media, keeping our children safe online, our data being used against us, this and that. And like the big idea people come up with is like, let's ban TikTok. Like that's gonna solve the problem. And it didn't. And in fact, in many cases, that whole thing made it worse. I'm really worried that when it comes down to technology, Congress does the same thing over and over again. And it's really important. And I like that I see more people running on this, because we need folks who are willing to step into it, experts themselves, because what ends up happening is that industry writes the bill. We want common sense guardrails, and this is what I hear from people across the country when I travel. You see the college graduations. My University of Central Florida, UCF, where my district is, had one of those viral videos of someone saying AI is the next industrial revolution, and every student in the audience booed. It's because, and that's coming from a real place, guys, right now, it's always been hard to be a young person, yes. Right now, it is uniquely difficult, and the numbers prove this to us. For college graduates, it is the worst time ever in this country's history. After you've done everything you were told to do, you got all the debt you were told to accrue, you were told that if you accrue this debt, you'll be able to get a good paying job and pay it off and you'll be fine. It is the worst time to find work for college graduates in the history of our country. It's right now. And so they see this, they see the rise of AI, they see everything, and people are rightfully nervous and concerned that they won't be able to be an adult that's able to feed themselves and have a roof over their head. And so I think it's important that Congress does something, and I am concerned about it. Of course, we know that, like every technology, there are things where we're going to have societal benefits from it, and there's things that are not going to be a benefit to our society. I guess where I'm coming from is the things that a lot of these companies already say they believe in, let's hold them to it and making sure we pass common sense guardrails to protect workers and protect working class people as we go into this. We know technology far outpaces government and Congress. And this is another problem. We have to modernize government because we can't keep up ourselves. We don't have the in-house capabilities to be able to keep up with the private sector. And that's part of the reason why we're always far behind. So let's pass common sense guardrails to hold everyone to what they say they believe anyway. And I think that's really important in keeping our constituents in mind.
I do want to push back on one thing. It's not the worst time in history to have been a college graduate. I mean, young college graduates, I think their unemployment rate is like 5.6% or something like that. It was definitely higher during the financial crisis.
But you have to take in the totality of circumstances going on in our country right now. Not just finding employment, but the wages. Have they kept up with inflation, housing, the cost of food, healthcare, all the things we're talking about right now. So yeah, marginally the numbers might be up or down on employment, but the quality of the job, how much it pays you, and what that pay is able to get you is very difficult for young people right now. And I see it not just in the numbers. All my friends, people my age, my girlfriend, my best friends, the people in my life who are struggling with this right now.
But so you said common sense reforms. I think everybody agrees common sense is a good thing. I don't think anybody is like against common sense. Well,
you'd be surprised.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people against common sense.
There's a lot of money in not following common sense.
Yeah.
But again, to my question, what does that mean in terms of protections for workers, or how should policymakers be thinking about this? Is it just about, again, the same kinds of tools we've had in the past, unemployment insurance, other kinds of safety net programs? Is there something specific?
Yeah, and I wonder, L2, in the affordability, did we have anything on AI in that?
We had an anti-price gouging provision, but frankly, I think that if you listen to the CEOs of these AI companies, they're talking about 20% unemployment. Sure, it would be nice if it turns out not that way, but when you hear Elon Musk saying humans won't be needed for most work, when you hear what Bill Gates has to say about this, I think we should be planning aggressively that this isn't just the invention of the steam engine. You're talking about taking away a foundational part of what makes a society, which is people having the dignity of work. So I think we aggressively should be thinking about taxing AI as a method of making sure we have sort of a works progress administration of the future. We should be making sure the government ensures that we are not going up into depression levels of unemployment. I think we need an expansion of collective bargaining so that workers have the power to negotiate as AI is being integrated into our society, because the idea of just a big, expansive social safety net program, but 20% of people aren't working, I think that is, to me, that sounds dystopic and something the Democratic Party should be strongly against.
And something else I think is important, too, on the AI conversation. I recently went to Los Angeles to speak with a bunch of songwriters about this. There's a lot of anxiety in the creative economy. And in many ways, I think actually starting the conversation where it's the hardest and talking about how the rise of this is hurting creatives. What does it mean to create something? What does it mean to be compensated for something? How can we even, how do we use the technology to figure out if the song you wrote was used in an AI model to write this other song, this and that? I think solving those questions are actually important, even though it might not feel pertinent to most of society. These are the hardest questions to answer, in my opinion, as it relates to AI and emerging technology. When you're able to answer those hard questions, it makes it easier to work backwards from that, if that makes sense.
I'm going to take a question or two from the audience. I have more of my own. But the first question is for everyone. What will you do to accelerate the pace of implementation of solutions, such as things as getting more housing built, solving for universal health care, removal of Citizens United, a more progressive tax system? Basically, how will you move fast to solve problems? Congresswoman Underwood, let's start with you.
Well, as Democrats, we like to be right, okay? We like to debate each other all day. We have symposiums, we have dinners, we write binders full of policy white papers to assert our opinion on why our idea is the best. We got to get rid of that and work with the urgency that we have seen on display from Donald Trump and the Republicans in charge. We have to get rid of the ego and be willing to just get it done and try to fix it later, okay? I'm not saying we have to hurt people, but I'm saying, like, we cannot spend all of our time and screw around with our majority fighting with each other. And when we have an idea that can get a majority vote, we need to put it on the floor and move forward. That's number one. Number two, we got to get rid of the filibuster. I don't want to hear it, no, it's got to go. If we are serious about saving this country, our democracy, and advancing an affordability agenda, that filibuster is standing squarely in our path, and it's got to go. And I just think, in my opinion, we are not functioning in normal times. This is a survival moment. In survival moments, you make different decisions than you would ordinarily make. And I think we have to be clear-eyed about all that is necessary to accomplish and the limited window of time that we will have to get these things done.
To add on this, and this is something I've been thinking a lot about as well, a big problem too is the way that Congress writes the legislation. And you'd be, I mean, just look at our immigration system, right? I mean, it is just piecemeal ideas thrown at something after decade after decade after decade, and not a group of people sitting down and figuring out how do we make a system that works? How do we create something that works? And my one concern with moving through big packages is that it ends up being piecemeal ideas from different members of Congress who I've had this bill and I've had this idea for a long time and I want to make sure it's in the package that you're moving forward, but it doesn't necessarily fit into a bigger picture. And so to what Lauren said, that requires us to put our egos aside for a minute and figure out how are we going to pass legislation that, of course, accomplishes what we want to accomplish, make sure that the executive has what they need to make the implementation happen, but also possibly punish agencies that don't move as quickly as we want them to move by moving responsibility to other agencies and different things like that. And I think when we put on the hat of not just what do we want the goal to be, but how quickly do we want it, what do we want the timeline to be as well, that's how Congress is going to be able to write real legislation that doesn't just talk about what we want to have happen, but how fast we want it to happen, and attaching real strings to that, so that way we have real implementation and people feel it. Because if people feel the thing we're passing 4 to 8 years later, another president comes in and pulls a rug from underneath the bill, it didn't happen, right? It didn't happen. And we need people to feel that government can work for them while we're in power.
Sounds like you kind of want a Democratic version of Doge, if I'm listening, but sure.
No, but that's the thing. Doge didn't do anything. Like, that's the thing with Republicans and Donald Trump right now. It's the illusion of doing a lot, and of course they're doing horrible things. Number one, their agenda is easier to achieve because it's just destroying things, and we want to build things. But number two, like, Doge just really didn't do anything. It was a lot of showmanship, and so sort of we want to actually do things and like actually have people feel it in their lives.
All right, Congressman Kazar, last word to you.
I was a labor organizer in the construction industry before running for office, and I think that we need to be able to follow the construction site test, which is our ideas. Can we go talk to somebody on a construction site and it makes sense to them and it would help them and they understand it quickly? Our prior childcare proposals are like, we're going to send block grants to the state and you can apply for a voucher if you hit a certain income level. People are like, screw this, you've already lost them. We just need to implement a childcare program that makes it so you never pay more than 7% of your income. It's going to be for every single working American. Vast majority of people pay $10 a day. Somebody say, sign me up for that. Let's raise the minimum wage. Let's guarantee everybody 2 weeks paid vacation. These are the basic things that we should just be able to tell somebody, this is for you. It's going to improve your life. And we aren't going to go into a 5-year rulemaking process so that some other president can take credit for what we did. We want folks to say, I voted for that Democrat and I saw my life get better after my vote. It's, I think, that simple.
Well, thanks so much for the question from our audience, and thank you to our excellent panel. Look forward to talking more with you about all of these great ideas.
welcome CAP's Senior Vice President for Energy.
Everyone, just a quick word. Governor Cheryl is on her way down, and she'll be here momentarily. So please, keep seated, and we'll be back out soon. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying the conversation so far. Thanks.
Please welcome CAP's Senior Vice President for Energy and Environment, Trevor Higgins.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Good morning. My name is Trevor Higgins. I lead the Energy and Environment Department here at the Center for American Progress. We're just delighted to have you all here with us today. Today, our next discussion is called Making Life Affordable in New Jersey and Beyond. And I am delighted to say that we'll be joined by New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill, who came into office earlier this year with a clear mandate from New Jersey voters to tackle affordability and deliver results. Mikey Sherrill is a wife, a mom, a former Navy helicopter pilot, a federal prosecutor, a congresswoman, and now the governor of New Jersey. And she has focused her administration on the question many families across the country are asking right now. Can government still make life better for people? Can it solve affordability challenges when they rear their head? On day one, the governor declared a state of emergency on utility affordability and directed the state to pursue rate relief and to build clean energy and grid infrastructure faster. At a moment when many Americans feel frustrated with the current leadership here in Washington, D.C., and worried about rising costs, governors and state leaders are increasingly being asked to show that government can still deliver real results for people. What happens in states like New Jersey shapes the national conversation around affordability, climate, and clean energy, as we all know. In fact, CAP's own recommendations for affordability policy at the federal level, which we just released yesterday for electricity, were inspired by Governor Sherrill's leadership. So I would like to thank Governor Sherrill for her leadership and for being with us here today. So the key components of this plan include rate relief that immediately provide for a whole year in New Jersey, a rate relief stabilization that buys time for the reforms to the utility business models and to make investments in clean energy and grid infrastructure that are needed to fix this problem in the long term. So I think we may be ready for Governor Sherrill. Okay, excellent. Please join me in welcoming Governor Mikey Sherrill. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I'm not going to make any news with my first statement. Americans are struggling with their bills. Inflation just grew at its highest pace in 3 years, and we're facing an affordability crisis. Now, I talk a lot about affordability because in New Jersey, I hear a lot about affordability. It was the centerpiece of my campaign and certainly my North Star in the first 119 days of my administration. Who's counting? Rising energy prices are a critical driver of the cost of living challenge. And since 2021, energy prices have tripled. Electricity and gas prices are not just outpacing inflation, it's the fastest driver of inflation. And our grid is ancient. The majority of our electricity infrastructure was built in the 60s and 70s. And the majority of transmission lines are over 25 years old. Every day, there is a growing demand for electricity. In New Jersey, it's been painful for residents and businesses. Last June, utility rates jumped up by 20%. The Trump administration has undoubtedly not only set us back, but actively aggravated the situation, killing solar tax credits, killing offshore wind, failing to support grid modernization, an illegal war with Iran that spiked gas prices. But here's the hard truth that many in our party don't want to admit. It's not just Republicans. Many Democrats in leadership positions have also failed when it comes to energy policy. In my own state, all the focus has been on clean energy pledges without clear roadmaps. Single sources of renewable energy development without diversification or investment in our existing infrastructure. Battery storage initiatives left on the shelf, bowing to the grid operator and the utility companies that favor their shareholders over people. And residents have been left paying the price. Not on my watch. I ran for governor last year promising, just like I learned at the Naval Academy, that I was going to find a way or make one. I committed to putting together an actionable roadmap, bringing the best minds into my administration, looking at what other states were successfully doing, and relentlessly focusing on driving down energy costs and making New Jersey an energy arsenal. In New Jersey, it won't surprise you, people tell you pretty directly and clearly exactly what they think. But I was surprised that the loudest naysayers to my plan were Democrats. Too many Democrats in positions of power love to say no. It can't be done. That will never work. I don't think a governor can do that. That narrow thinking, that lack of imagination and boldness has helped get us where we are today. Of course, there are other factors, but I firmly believe that it's up to government to provide the solutions to our toughest challenges. I'll tell everyone here, and I think it's especially important to say here in DC, we cannot be the party of strongly worded letters. We can't settle for 10-year studies. Our problems are solvable. We just need to get to work in actually solving them. First, short term. We need to provide relief for ratepayers and be unafraid to challenge the status quo. We can't put growing energy demand solely on the backs of consumers. It requires standing up to not just naysayers, but pushing grid operators and utilities to do better. Medium term, we need to use our power, build out renewables like solar, make existing technologies like natural gas more efficient, invest in more flexible grids, and pursue multi-state efforts that leverage economies of scale and our interconnected energy grid. And long term, we need to build the energy sources of the future. Nuclear to start. How are we doing this in New Jersey? Short term, I didn't wait even 20 minutes. During my inaugural address, I signed an executive order freezing utility rate hikes. I appointed New Jersey's first chief operating officer, and we built a best-in-class energy team whose entire portfolio is New Jersey's energy future. And we're pushing our grid operator, PJM, and utilities to put reliability and affordability at the forefront. For our medium term, my second executive order, also signed during my inaugural address, directed Trenton to cut through permitting delays, resulting in 6 new battery storage and solar projects in my first 2 months. These projects had been languishing for months, if not years. I'll continue to rapidly deploy new projects. I directed our Board of Public Utilities to require utilities to report on energy requests from data centers. New Jersey is coordinating with other states to hold PJM accountable and leverage our power. And the long term, this is important and a key area we need to address. Good government is good politics. For 50 years, New Jersey's had a moratorium on the development of new nuclear power. That's ridiculous. It's 44% of our in-state generation and 80% of our clean power generation. That moratorium was written in the 70s with outdated requirements that don't make sense in this century. So we got rid of it. Nuclear opens the door for new, large-scale baseload electricity that we are going to desperately need with growing energy demands. But when I first mentioned nuclear, I was told, why bother? You may be out of office before it even comes online. That sort of short-term thinking is what got us into this in the first place. That's why we need to be bold, and we need to address AI and data centers. That's exactly where the challenges are coming right now. And I will tell you that if we want to innovate into the future, in New Jersey, we've seen data centers that power all of Manhattan and the banks there. The back offices have been in Jersey for about 15 years. We know that we can power supercomputers and AI development and innovate for those jobs for our kids. But we're not going to be able to do that effectively if we don't make sure that bad actors aren't usurping all of our resources while leaving our communities to pay the price. So that's why strong leadership and a vision in our state is necessary. We have got to ensure we're leading on the future. That's what Democrats can do here. We can make sure that our future looks bright, not just for our communities, but for the children that we want to see getting the great jobs of the future. And that's what I'm asking of all Democrats to do right now, to lead in this moment, to find a way or make one. Thank you so much.
Joining Governor Sherrill on stage, please welcome moderator Alicia Menendez of MS Now.
They called in a New Jerseyan to do the interview. Thank you so much. I'm hacking my way through those questions based on your remarks. You know, you talked about energy costs, the state of emergency you declared on utility bills first day in office. Also an emphasis on supply side. You talked about lifting the 50-year moratorium on nuclear. I think what has gotten less attention, and what is perhaps more interesting as other states think about how to contend with this, is the way in which you've really gone toe-to-toe with the regional grid operators. And I wonder if you can talk about the role they play in rising energy costs, where you have found success, and what of that success you think is replicable elsewhere.
This has been a really interesting area, and I can tell you, I, like most people in New Jersey, could not have told you what PJM was. Somebody said, I don't know what a PJM is. That is our regional grid operator. It stands for Pennsylvania, Jersey, and Maryland, which came together and now represents a lot of the Eastern Seaboard and as far west as at least Illinois. And they have been a really bad actor in this. They've taken 6 years to get power online. They haven't planned strategically very well for the future. And the board is largely made up of oil and fossil fuel people who want to put that kind of power in the grid. So we've seen a lot of the more environmentally secure programs languishing and sort of left on the table. And they just haven't been quick to act. And this is actually an interesting area where a lot of our states are aligned with the White House on some of what needs to be done here. And PJM has continued and remains a bad actor in this space. They're not meeting the moment. So I've worked, the way we found the best leverage is to work with other states and with the courts. So for example, I said that our power rates went up by 20% last year. They were set to go up by another 20% this year. Last year kind of broke the bank of a lot of people, especially on a fixed income. This year was going to double it. And so Governor Shapiro had worked to put a price collar on some of the rate increases. That really had a huge impact on our ability to keep costs lower and to keep them down for consumers. But it's really working with the other governors in the region that's holding PJM accountable. They are not moving on their own to act in a better way.
You talked a little bit in your remarks about AI data centers. Let's talk about the factors that contributed to high energy prices last summer. So there was just a really hot summer. That was part of what was going on. There were supply shortages, higher prices from the regional grid operator, which we just talked about, and then this growing demand from AI data centers. This week you had more than 60 environmental, labor, and community organizations calling on you to impose a moratorium on new data centers that use at least 20 megawatts of electricity until stronger regulations are put in place. Do you think a moratorium is the answer?
We have got to make sure that we are balancing a lot of needs here. I, for example, represent the most densely populated state in the nation, one of the most environmentally sensitive states in the nation. The sea rise for New Jersey will impact New Jersey more than any state in our nation. So we have to be incredibly thoughtful about how we're using space and resources. We also run the most high-end workforce in the nation. We have more scientists and engineers per square mile than anywhere else, and we have always innovated. We, from Thomas Jefferson, or now I'm blanking, Edison. I wanted to say Thomas Jefferson, so my friend Abigail Spanberger could troll me. But from Thomas Edison onwards, we have really represented one of the most innovative states in the nation. We have to innovate for our workforce. Those are the jobs our kids are going to have, and that's how we're going to manage this transition. So with that in mind, we're going to put out our data center plan next week. We're announcing it, getting engaged and demanding both that we have appropriate use of our resources, that data centers bring their own power. We've seen costs go up in large part because of Virginia under the last governor really just added unmitigated data centers, and they're part of our grid, and so they drove energy costs up tremendously. So we have had several data centers come to some of our utility operators saying, look, we want to hook to the grid, and the utilities have said, no, we don't have that power. They've got to start bringing their own, and they've got to do so in a responsible way. We've also seen some new resources where they can use different cooling mechanisms so they're not using as much water. That's something we're going to demand. And we're also going to ensure that the community is not negatively impacted by this. So there are appropriate places to build data centers. We're not going to be a state that builds these huge data farms like they do out west or in states with a lot of land. We will, we have about 80 data centers, and most people don't even know that they exist because they're smaller, they're in offices, and they run, like I said, the back offices for banks and stuff like that.
We've talked about energy. I want to make sure that we talk about housing, especially given that New Jersey has such an incredible history when it comes to creating affordable housing. So for the non-New Jerseyans in the room, 1975, a lot of working class Latino and Black citizens, along with the local NAACP, sue the town of Mount Laurel, saying, you're using your zoning laws to discriminate, and that is why we can't find affordable housing here. Those advocates win at the New Jersey Supreme Court. The Mount Laurel framework goes into effect. It is then codified by your predecessor, Governor Murphy, and now other states, California, Massachusetts, Montana, Texas, they're all looking at what we have done in New Jersey as a model for what is possible when it comes to zoning and other things that are at the state's discretion. When you talk to your corollaries in those states, what is it you tell them about what you can learn from the success and failures we've had in New Jersey?
So it's really interesting you bring up Mount Laurel, because that has put us in a better place than most states in the area as far as continuing to build out our housing stock, but it's not enough. So it was sort of necessary but not sufficient, really. And what I mean by that is in some areas of my state in the last 5 years, housing prices have gone up by 60%. We are hearing from young people who can't afford homes. In fact, I was speaking to one police officer who was telling me that he said, I've got some guys on the force who are living with their moms, and I was making fun of them until I realized, oh, there's just really no way for them to afford to move out right now. And they're making a good salary. And we hear that story again and again and again. And so what we need to do is have a sort of reinvigoration of how we're going to build housing across New Jersey. And we have to do it in a really thoughtful way because, as I mentioned, we are the most densely populated and environmentally sensitive. We can't build on wetlands. We need to make sure we're doing this in a thoughtful way. But we also have a lot of underutilized property, especially state-owned property. And this is why I just passed an executive order, because this is an area where, as governor, I have a great deal of authority on state-owned property so that we can build out about 20,000 housing units on property that, especially state-owned property, especially like the Department of Transportation, think things like underutilized parking lots or other areas, where an old warehouse that nobody uses anymore. So we can actually repurpose that area, which is right now some of the most desirable area for people who want to live in transit-oriented development spaces. So we're really excited about this. It's going to be a good step. There's a lot more we're going to do.
I mean, in general, in preparing for this interview, I was reading all of the critiques of the first few months, the lauding of the first few months, and my overall sense was this. On energy, on housing, she is doing everything she can possibly do, and yet a lot of it requires a long tail, and short-term relief remains the trickiest element of all of these affordability questions. And so I wonder for you, as you communicate with voters about the fact that relief is forthcoming, but it may not be there today the way that people want to feel it. How do you bridge that gap?
It's really tough for a couple of reasons. So, for example, I froze utility rates, but utility costs just went up 20% last year. People don't just want rates frozen, they want rates to go down. We just had an incredibly cold winter with 2 epic snowstorms. One of them came in the weekend after I got into office. So with this in mind, people aren't just satisfied with me, freezing rate hikes. So that's why we're expanding power. At the same time, at every turn, the president's driving up rates. So when whether you're talking interest rates, grocery prices because of illegal tariffs, the gas prices because of his illegal war, I mean, here we are desperately trying to drive down costs, and at the same time, he continues to drive them up to and including now with like our healthcare system. So we got about $1 billion hit to our state budget this year from HR 1. We anticipate it'll be about a $5 billion hit next year. And that's not even taking into account the extra money we've had to spend for counties to run programs that the federal government had run. And we're continuing to see attack after attack. So I think, you know, it's communicating nonstop about what we're doing. And at the same time, driving those costs down where we can. So community solar is a really good way in which we can actually immediately drive down costs while talking about nuclear and how we're looking to do that in the long term. I think what people in New Jersey want to understand is somebody's handling this problem. Somebody is taking this on. That's my job. And so maybe they can sleep at night because they know that I'm doing every single thing I can to chart out this future. And we've got a great plan and we've got a great team.
We've got 2 minutes, but let's try to sneak in the Gateway Tunnel project, of course, stalled by the president. You're welcome. You have called the Gateway Tunnel project the nation's most urgent infrastructure project. Tell me why.
So the Gateway Tunnel project is the largest program of national significance that we are running. It is the Hudson, it's a new Hudson River tunnel. The old one is over 100 years old. It was damaged in Superstorm Sandy. And if you ever have the pleasure of taking this like glass-backed train to see the rail, it goes from about 6 rail lines to 2, 1 in, 1 out. So it's a really strategic choke point. It's a point of failure in our system. And it's becoming harder and harder for people to commute. And about, it could be worth too, as we're developing this out, about 100,000 good jobs in the region. So illegally, Trump cut off the money. So he just cut off the money. It was not his money to cut off. So people were telling me, well, just give him what he wants. Just end your DEI programs and give him DHS funding or name Penn Station after him. Why not? What do you care? Just get it done. And the problem is he just finds what you want and then he leverages and he never actually gives you the money. So playing that game is ineffective. So I said, and we had to work with New York on this as well. I said, look, we got to get in court immediately. People are getting pink slips. I was talking to one guy whose child's severely autistic. He's like, I'm not sure where this healthcare is going to go right now. I'm really scared. So this was something we had to handle immediately. And that's what we did. We got right in court and we beat him. He appealed. We beat him again. We're now in court for damages because he held us up. So that's the way to fight this. I think a strong, aggressive move and making sure you can deliver.
Ladies and gentlemen, the governor of the great state of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill.
Please welcome House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York and founder and chairman of the Board of CAP, John Podesta.
Leader, welcome back to the CAP Ideas Conference.
Morning, great to be here.
Yeah, it's a real honor for us to have you here. I want to get into what you have to live in a day in and day out in the current Congress, but I want to take us to a happier place to begin with. It's January 3rd, 2027. You've just been sworn in as Speaker of the House. See, they're happy already. What are the 2 or 3 big things you're going to want to get done for the American people when that happens?
Well, thank you, John, for your friendship and your leadership, and to NERA. So appreciate you, and to everyone here in the CAP family. It's great to be back. I think our focus And we're going to continue to relentlessly make this clear over the next few months in advance of taking back control of the House of Representatives. And then when we do, in the next Congress, we want to focus on cost, we want to focus on care, and we want to focus on combating corruption. But right at the top of that list is the economy, lowering the high cost of living, dealing with the fact that far too many everyday Americans are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck, can't thrive, and can barely survive. This in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, and it's unacceptable. And the American people have been crying out for this administration or this Congress to do something about lowering the high cost of living, and they failed. And, we define those costs in a variety of different, issue areas that we have to tackle. Housing, right? Gas, groceries, goods, and utilities. In terms of what needs to happen, related to the impact that this environment is having on everyday Americans. Related to that, of course, is care and the cost of it, but also making sure that that care is provided in a high quality way. So clearly that's health care. We have a broken health care system that Republicans have decimated, unprecedented attack on the health care of the American people in all of the things. That's on Medicaid, of course, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, the attacks on hospitals and nursing homes, community-based health clinics, the Affordable Care Act, vaccine availability, the National Institute of Health, the Centers for Disease Control, the FDA, all of the things, unprecedented attack on the health care of the American people. We got to fix our broken health care system and make sure that what we put in place is the best ever. And then, of course, related to that is child care on the front end and elder care on the back end. And then we certainly feel a responsibility to tackle just the naked corruption that we're seeing, but also connected to the fact that because Republicans are focused on enriching themselves, their family members, and their big donors, they're not focused on solving the problems that the American people want us to solve on their behalf. But there's a related issue, excuse me, that we need to deal with, and that is dramatic reform to the fact that the system is rigged against everyday Americans to benefit, the elites. And that's going to require massive campaign finance reform, massive electoral reform, and yes, massive Supreme Court reform as well.
I want to come back to the court, and I want, in particularly the Calais decision. But I noted your current circumstances, and you're having to live with in a house that really is just on bended knee to the president. But you've been successful in peeling off Republicans and passing by using discharge petitions, the premium tax credits, the release of the Epstein files, the stock trading ban, for example. Speaking of corruption, we've just seen the stock trades of the president coming out. How's that worked? How have you gotten Republicans to come over? Is it just the political pressure of their constituents, and is there any hope that you can actually create some bipartisan coalitions in the future?
Well, we began the Congress understanding that we had two responsibilities. One, we had to do everything we can to push back against the extremism that is being unleashed on the American people, right, with righteous intensity to push back against this extremism, devastating everyday Americans, while at the same period of time, do as much as we can to govern in the minority as if we were in the majority. And in the House, there are only limited tools available to accomplish that objective. And the discharge petition, where you can get to 218 signatures on a piece of legislation, and over the objection of the president and the speaker, force an up or down vote on the floor of the House of Representatives. We've now done that 6 different times. And that as far as we can tell, those 6 times, plus the 2 times that we did it in the last Congress, 8, is more in those 2 Congresses than at any other point in the last 100 years in the House of Representatives. And so we've had them on the run legislatively, and these have been on interesting issues. As you indicated, John, in the aftermath of the 43-day government shutdown, where we made the issue, right, we just said 7 consecutive words over and over and over again: cancel the cuts, or I guess it was 8 words: cancel the cuts, lower the cost, save health care. And repeating save health care over and over and over again, that was the fight. And in the immediate aftermath of that fight, the Republicans felt the pressure of extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits in the House on our terms. A 3-year straightforward extension, we were able to do it. On Epstein, and you'll hear from Robert Garcia, and the Oversight Dems have done a great job of standing with the Epstein survivors and pushing for transparency and accountability, and ultimately we broke them on a discharge petition with respect to Epstein. One of the things that hasn't gotten a lot of attention is that in November or early December of last year, we actually compelled 20 Republicans to join with us to override one of Trump's first executive orders that smashed his executive order, collective bargaining rights for over 1 million federal employees. We passed legislation through a discharge petition in the House to override that executive order. And then, of course, most recently, we extended temporary protected status for Haitian migrants, which was interesting because just 2 years ago, these very same Republicans were claiming that these Haitian migrants were eating cats and dogs in Springfield. And 2 years later, we forced them to join with us to extend temporary protected status because it's the right thing to do. So I think what it's demonstrated is that on issue after issue after issue, when we're on the right side of it, and when we're disciplined, and when we're focused, and when we put pressure in particular on the so-called swing seat Republicans, they have been breaking with us to do the right thing for the American people.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than old school, you get a little bit, I get a little bit. It's really pressure and focus. And that can happen on the affirmative agenda as well. You have anticipation that will help actually move from ideas and control in the House to be able to get stuff that actually gets signed, maybe roll back the Medicaid cuts, get those premium tax increases done.
Well, that's exactly right. And I guess part of how we as House Democrats view this moment, either MAGA extremists are going to break the country or we're going to break them. And our goal is to break them. We will defeat them. We have to beat them electorally, and then we have to break their spirit because of the extremism that's being unleashed on the American people. That's completely and totally unacceptable. And that's the approach that we've taken with respect to legislating on these discharge petitions.
Yeah, speaking of extremism, let's talk a little bit about redistricting. Trump started this off, tried to urge all the MAGA state legislative bodies to redistrict in the middle of the term. Democrats have fought back. In California, we lost that Supreme Court case in Virginia, tried to really push back, but I think we've now created a cycle that the American people must sit back and wonder about. Added to that is this Calais decision, which gutted the Voting Rights Act. They had done a lot already to weaken the Voting Rights Act, endorse extreme partisan redistricting, but going forward, what's the strategy to get a level playing field in the elections?
Yeah, well, because of the Republican gerrymandering scheme had been a complete and total failure, with Democrats fighting back aggressively until they were aided and abetted by the Calais decision and an egregious decision by the Virginia Supreme Court, 4-3 decision, partisan decision, completely unacceptable, to overturn the will of more than 3 million Virginia voters. Now, we're still going to win 2 seats minimum in Virginia, and then we're going to work as hard as we can in advance of 2028 to restore that 10-1 map, because that's what the voters decided would be appropriate moving forward. Now, notwithstanding, the Calais decision and what happened in Virginia, our assessment is that the Republicans may have netted, when it's all said and done, in terms of what's happening in the South right now, maybe 3 or 4 seats in this environment, which means that they will go perhaps from +3, which is where we started, narrowest majority that any party has had in the Congress since 1930, the Great Depression, to maybe +6 or +7. Keep in mind, when we won the House back in 2018, and we're in a 2018 type of environment right now, as poll after poll, private and public, continue to show, if not better, we needed to flip 24 seats, John, as you recall. With the help of many of the people in this room and people all across the country, we flipped 40. 31 of those seats were in districts that Donald Trump had just won. And so we only need to flip a fraction of those, even given all of the gerrymandering that they've done, aided and abetted by these 2 Supreme Court decisions. We only need to flip a fraction of those in order to take back control of the House. And I can tell you right now, as a guarantee, we are taking back control of the United States House of Representatives in November. But then our work is not done. Republicans had a structural advantage, which is why they launched this gerrymandering scheme, because so many of our states had commissions built into the law or constitutional impediments to being able to redraw districts in this cycle that have to be unwound. And in most state legislatures, California was an exception, it takes 2 consecutively elected legislative bodies before you can bring something before the voters or do it in the state legislature, which means that in states like New York and New Jersey and Washington and Colorado, and we'll add on top of that Oregon, Illinois, and Maryland, we'll have at least 7 states that we believe we need to respond in advance of 2028 to what they are doing in the Deep South, to wipe out any structural advantage that they're trying to get themselves in advance of 2028. And we'll have some opportunities in legislative bodies across the country where we're only 1 or 2 seats short of a trifecta to be able to explore what can be done. And we still have pending litigation in Wisconsin where we're waiting on the Wisconsin Supreme Court to act. And so we look at this as a 2-step process, right? We'll finish the job in 2026. We'll take back the House. And then we've got to make sure in these states all across the country we'll have a renewed opportunity to respond, because you'll have 2 consecutively elected legislatures. And in many of these places, like New York, they'll act in the first instance this year and then come back in January, early next year. They'll act again. And then we'll have new maps in these states all across the country to wipe away any advantage that they may try to gain by going into further states in the Deep South.
In the past, Democrats, not so much in the House, but in the White House and in the Senate, have been criticized for not focusing as much on judges and the Supreme Court in particular as the Republicans done. Is there anything we can do about that at this stage? Do you anticipate trying to find a way to either through term limits or other ways to reform the court, which has been just so partisan, lowers its standing with the American people?
Yeah, in my view, listen, all options are on the table. And that effort will be led by Jamie Raskin, no finer constitutional scholar you'll find in this country, who will be the chair of the Judiciary Committee, and the Democrats on the Judiciary Committee as it relates to what needs to be done to ensure that we don't have a Supreme Court that in far too many instances, they're operating like partisan political hacks, right? Trying to advance the interests of the Republican Party. And by the way, we should take a step back. And Eric Holder had an op-ed today where he laid out several of the things that I think need to be on the table in terms of Supreme Court reform. But perhaps the original, most recent sin from this Supreme Court was granting this president blanket immunity which has given him the ability to operate with impunity, unleashing corruption that we've never seen in the history of the country. I mean, Donald Trump makes Richard Nixon look like a choir boy. It's outrageous, and it's hurting the American people. And we're seeing it with the billion-dollar ballroom now. We're seeing it with the multi-billion-dollar slush fund for violent insurrectionists who brutally beat police officers. And we're seeing it with the more recent disclosures of the stock trading ban. And when we talk about cleaning up corruption, we want to do it across the board. Our own institution, the Supreme Court, which needs an ethical code of conduct imposed upon them. And, of course, you know, the White House, which is a Trump cartel, an organized crime entity that is unfolding in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. There's no other way to say it. And the American people know it. And we can start by prohibiting the ability for members of Congress, for the president and the vice president, and for Supreme Court justices to trade stocks.
Great. We're out of time, but I want to give you one shot at Robert Garcia is going to be here later. But there's kind of a free fire zone out there on oversight going into a new Congress. What are the priorities? I think maybe you just laid them out on the corruption side. There's the war in Iran. There's the bad policy decisions. How do you organize the House to actually tell a story of the American people?
Well, I think our fundamental premise is that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, to improve their quality of life, not to unleash masked, untrained ICE agents to brutalize or kill American citizens, as we horrifically saw, not to fund a reckless and costly war of choice that has increased, gas prices on the American people. And certainly we shouldn't see taxpayer dollars used, to subsidize the lifestyles of the rich and shameless who are connected to Donald Trump, right? As part of a friends and family plan that he is unleashed on the American people in real time, hiding in plain sight. And so I think in terms of our oversight responsibilities in this corruption piece, I think it's the American people intrinsically believe the system is broken, is rigged, and is corrupt. What we have to do is connect that corruption to the fact that things aren't happening here in Washington that they want to see happen, right? Particularly driving down the high cost of living. And the thing I'll say about this, John, is in terms of, listen, our oversight effort, it's not a Democratic playbook, it's not a partisan playbook, it's the James Madison playbook. Like, it was Madison who said, Congress at its best should be a rival to the executive branch. He said it, and there were no political parties. It was the American thing to do. And of course, that's not what this Congress, has done. They've just been a reckless rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda. And I found it fascinating when King Charles came and spoke, crisp 20-minute speech that he gave to the Congress. And perhaps the most memorable part is when he referenced the Magna Carta and talked about the Magna Carta as the foundation for the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances. And every single Democrat immediately got up and gave him a standing ovation. And then I looked over to the other side of the aisle, and much to my surprise, I saw Republicans standing up and giving him an ovation. And I'm thinking to myself, don't they know King Charles is talking about them right now? But checks and balances, that's an American thing. It's not a partisan thing. It's a Madisonian thing. It's the framers' vision for what the Article I, first amongst equals, branch of government should be. And so while we have a responsibility to drive down the high cost of living and focus on the affordability agenda, we also believe that there's an accountability agenda that the American people will expect rightfully for a separate and co-equal branch of government to pursue, and led by Robert Garcia, who'll do a great job. The oversight Democrats have already done a great job. If you think about it, in the minority, Kristi Noem is gone. We ran her out of town. And Pam Bondi is gone. And if I have anything to do with it, Pete Hegseth will be next. Pete Hegseth will be next.
We've got to maybe get to one or two questions from the audience that have been submitted, but one that's important, which is, and I'll just read the question, which is that polls show American people don't trust government institutions anymore. I think that's particularly true of young people. How do you restore that sense of support, faith, that things can get better, that government can be on your side?
Yeah, no, it's incredibly important, and we have to deliver, right? We're going to make a series of promises as part of our affirmative agenda to the American people, and then we got to work as hard as we can to bring those promises to life in ways that tangibly, will improve their quality of life. And young people are facing a very uncertain environment. It was the case prior to the rise of AI. Now with AI, it even adds further to that uncertainty, and we got to run straight into that uncertainty and make sure that this generation doesn't become the first one where you can't clearly see a better quality of life for them as compared to the generations upon whose shoulders they stand. I have the honor of serving in a district that was once represented by Shirley Chisholm. And Shirley Chisholm, the great Shirley Chisholm, she once said to some young folks who were thinking about running for office, if you run for office, don't be a career politician, be a statesperson. And they said, what's the difference? And she said, well, a career politician is only concerned with the next election, but a statesperson cares about the next generation. And we've got to make sure that we deliver for this generation of young people and future generations to come. We say it, we feel it, but we have to mean it in terms of the actions that actually occur to bring that to life. And I think, that's the responsibility that we all shoulder. We know it's a heavy responsibility, but we plan on delivering, like the Democratic Party going all the way back to FDR has. We've done it before. You're talking about Social Security and rural electrification and the GI Bill and Medicare and Medicaid and Head Start and the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act and the Fair Housing Act and the Children's Health Insurance Program and the Affordable Care Act and the Inflation Reduction Act and all the things that were accomplished in the last administration. Every single one of those things brought to you by your friendly neighborhood Democratic Party. That's a pretty good track record of success to stand upon. And we've got to build upon that to continue to deliver for the future.
I told you I was going to ask you, who's your hero in politics or in life? And then we're going to get out of here. You could pick. Which one?
Yeah. Well, I thought you were going to actually ask me, am I picking the Knicks in 5 or in 6 games?
I wanted to say one.
But
is there a question there?
Yes. But I will. I will say.
I figured the answer to that was obvious.
Well, that's right. I think, there's so many legends that I've had the opportunity to serve with in this Congress. Of course, Nancy Pelosi and Steny and, Jim Clyburn. But we all feel like a particular sense of pride and honor to have served with John Lewis. And he was a real American hero. And, I'll never forget that when I was on the floor as a new member of Congress, my first or second day, saw John Lewis, called me over, and he asked me a question. He said, "Are you the new guy?" And I said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis, that's me." He said, "Hakeem, you're a colleague of mine right now. You don't have to call me Mr. Lewis. You can call me John." I said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis, I understand." Then he asked whether I was from Brooklyn. I said, yes. He said, well, I hear some good things about your class, yourself, and I came in, there was 52 other Democrats, some great Democrats. But Washington, D.C. can be a tough place. So young man, I don't want you to get into any trouble unless it's good trouble. And he lived a life of good trouble. And he showed such character and courage and conviction and belief in America, the good of America, even when confronting the ugly underbelly of America. And we certainly are called upon to summon that that type of courage and character and conviction to get us through the storm, which we will get through this storm, and make sure that we come out stronger as a country on the other side of it. John Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Leader.
Please welcome Representative Robert Garcia of California, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry, and MS Now's Ari Melber as moderator.
Hello. Good day, everyone. How's everybody doing? Good. We got a great panel. We got a lot of energy. We have two leaders, both state and federal, and we're going to talk about what we're up against as a country from a civic perspective, from a nonpartisan perspective, and thinking about what works, because we've got a lot of experience up here. So, gentlemen, thanks for being here. I'm going to dispense with a long introduction. We got a very informed audience, and go right to you, Congressman. We have these reports now of a giant billion-dollar-plus fund that the president wants to take from the American taxpayer and give to allies, partisan warriors, political criminals and convicts, potentially. So your view of this thug fund, is it corrupt? Is it legal? What would you do about it?
Well, a couple of things. I mean, one, I think just to set the stage, we should be very clear that this is the most corrupt president and the most corrupt administration in the history of our country, period. And not only is he enriching himself, he's enriching his family, he's enriching his allies, he's enriching those that he believes will be beneficial to him. And so this one fund, it also may end up being the single most corrupt thing he has actually done up until this point. This is on top of all of the real estate deals, the grift, selling access to the White House, the crypto schemes, the way that he's doing foreign policy, but also enriching the Trump organization, the billion-dollar slush funds to Jared Kushner, and the list goes on and on. And the idea, what I've told folks, and we're just chatting about this, is he is literally stealing the hard-earned labor and funds of the American people and directly funneling it back to himself and to his allies. And so when we get, of course, our work is to get into the Congress with the majority in November. But right now and in the future, we've got to focus as we think about what happens next. It can't just be a forward-looking agenda, which we have to have. There also has to be accountability. We also have to be able to tell people that what's happening right now is wrong, and our kids and grandkids and future students cannot just pass this moment by and think that this was okay. And so from a priority perspective, the Oversight Committee, Judiciary, others are absolutely on this. We're going to demand hearings, demand accountability, and push back whenever we can.
Yeah, I'm curious how that fits into the upcoming election. So when we look at a country that lived through the effort to steal and overthrow an election with violence, it's the biggest stain on our modern history. And there was the accountability you mentioned. The probe into January 6th by the DOJ was actually the largest federal probe in American history. But then wiped away on the first day of this term with all of the pardons and now a fund for it. And so before we turn to the local pushback that's been so effective there, I did want to ask you, how do you look at the future elections when you have people who credibly say, well, if you're pardoned, you could probably get pardoned again. Now you're going to be funded if this isn't stopped in court. why should people have confidence in these future elections, midterms, but especially the presidential, if there is a legal and now financial mechanism to support what could be another insurrection?
I think that is why the accountability piece and leaders and all of us and Congress and whoever the nominee is on our side have to be very clear-eyed about what is happening right now is corrupt, is wrong, and there has to actually be accountability, criminal prosecutions, and hearings that happen in DC and across this country, because we cannot just allow the moment to go on and somehow normalize what's happening. I think one of the issues that we're going to have as a party is this idea that, yes, we have to focus on affordability. That's what the American public want. We have to focus on fixing healthcare. That's a critical concern. But a key part of our agenda has to be the party of fighting corruption, of taking on corporate and power of the executive and in DC, and ensuring that people understand that what's happening now is not acceptable and can't happen again.
Mayor Fry, what happened in Minnesota and what worked from your perspective?
Well, Ari, I'm going to give the segue for you, because to the extent there's this thug fund, a whole lot of thugs came to Minneapolis in the form of ICE and Border Patrol. They terrorized our communities. It resulted in $203 million worth of damage in January alone. So if there's a $1 billion fund, it should come back to the people of Minneapolis.
We're gathered here at a time where what's been in the news now is the war, the economy, for folks following politics, primaries today. But for a period, the nation's eyes were on Minnesota. You were thrust in that position not because you got on a committee or wanted to fight that fight, but because of what came to your town. And then your citizens stood up so bravely. What did you learn from that? What are the lessons there for other places when this comes up?
The goal here was not just to have ICE and Border Patrol leave Minneapolis and go to terrorize some other city. The goal, and every single person felt it deeply, to stop ICE and Border Patrol in their tracks, to stand up for the endurance of our republic, to be patriots. And we saw that by the tens of thousands of people that were peacefully protesting in the street and dropping off groceries to those that were terrified to go outside. And look, we have learned lessons not just through Operation Metro Surge, but we've been through other crises in the aftermath following the murder of George Floyd. And during these crises, it's not like we just sat on our hands. It's not like we didn't think of ways that we can improve. We did. There was organic organization that happened in our communities. Neighborhood associations were already stood up, but people also set up mutual aid funds that were able to go out to people that needed them most. Our city had a task force where we could quickly disseminate communication to people on the street, and we were able to get information back from them. Again, with the goal of just keeping people safe in the city. And then finally, I think that people need to have the guts to stand up against a federal administration that is doing everything possible to bring down this republic as we know it. This, again, was not about immigration. It sure as hell was not about safety. This was about going after a democratically run city in a democratically run state and trying to show that we're about chaos when it was exactly the opposite. They created that chaos. They created that danger on our street, and we were doing everything possible to prevent that from happening.
I think that's right. And let me just first say, and I was telling the mayor, I don't know that there's been a mayor in the country that has been tested more than this mayor and what happened in Minneapolis. Not just what happened with this last one with the ICE, with what happened with ICE and DHS, but what happened with George Floyd and so much. And so I think that cities and mayors, as a former mayor myself, are leading the way.
That will forever be your most distinguished title, by the way.
Absolutely.
Mayor, yeah.
Absolutely. And I think what happened in Minneapolis, why it's so important, is the response from the community and the American people is actually what began in motion why Kristi Noem is no longer the secretary at DHS. Right. And so even when you have complete control of government by a party and MAGA and what's happening right now, when there is public backlash and when there is a pushback from the people, you can actually get change. And I think what the former secretary, I think, doesn't understand is she may be out of office, But back to the point of accountability, if she was doing pay to play with Corey Lewandowski, or if they were selling contracts, or if they were involved in corruption, just because she's out of office doesn't mean she still does not to be held accountable for whatever she may have done while she was in office. And so we can't allow, just because a Pam Bondi or a Kristi Noem are now gone as they should be, there has to be the push from the public and the accountability on the other side.
That's right. There has to be accountability at the top. There also has to be accountability for the people that killed Renee Good, killed Alex Preddy, shot Julio Sosa Celis. I mean, just a couple of days ago, there was an announcement by our local Hennepin County attorney that there were, in fact, going to be charges of this really horrific shooting that does not get as much attention as that of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, but was arguably one of the worst. We had people, United States citizens or residents, that were doing nothing wrong. It looks like that they were shot from behind. A bullet almost hit a little kid. They were then torn apart from their families while you had this federal administration and ICE agents that were lying about what took place. They were trying to create this narrative that they were attacked, that both Julio Sosa Celis was trying to kill them, that the local residents were beating them up with shovels. All of it was a flat-out lie. And I think one of the most important things that we also learned here, and Mayor, you learned this very directly as well, serving in municipality, is that you also got to focus on the how. Far too often at the national level, we're focused on these policy items, this really kind of geeky stuff that your average American doesn't pay attention to. You know what your average American hates, though, whether they're Democrat or Republican? They hate seeing a pregnant woman get dragged through the snow. They hate seeing a 6-year-old get separated from their family. Why do they hate that? Because they imagine their mom or their wife or themselves being pregnant, getting dragged. What is that like? Well, I'll tell you, that sucks whether you're a Democrat or Republican. It doesn't matter. This is not an ideological thing. This is a human being thing. And to the extent we all can explain what took place in Minneapolis, and by the way, it was way worse than what you saw in the news. It was a full-on invasion. We need to be spreading that message, stopping it in its tracks, and we all need to be, I've heard from some mayors and some business people, whatever, that, hey, we got to keep our head down, otherwise we'll attract, the eye of Sauron. No, man, you can't keep your head down. You got to speak up, speak out, otherwise you're going to be the one that's next.
And Congressman, when you hear that and you look at the changes, you mentioned the changes in leadership, but we've also seen Stephen Miller, according to reporting, taking more of a backseat in the White House. Donald Trump is nothing if not a PR reality show communicator. Well, he's communicated a lot less about immigration in the last several months. How do you view what started in Minnesota and what the Congress is doing as affecting that in real time? Because to the mayor's point, sometimes Democrats are the party of the 10-year plan. And they're saying, well, when they get elected and then they do this and then the budget's going to be there and then they're going to offset it over here. And that's cool. But the mayor's referring to direct action and movements that may have actually changed some of immigration policy now, even before an election. Your thoughts on that?
Look, I think that we have to, look, and this is also speaking as like a progressive, an immigrant myself. I came to this country when I was a young kid. I did not become a U.S. citizen until my early 20s. I know what it's like to be in a college classroom, look around and not know if you're going to be end up getting a job or not. And so the experience that immigrants go through is real. We have to understand those. But at the same time, we lost the plot over the last 10 years. Immigrants, progressives, the average person, they also want a strong and secure border. We can have immigration reform, a pathway to citizenship, common sense, law enforcement relationships, and also humanity to teach people that folks are coming here because they are scared, they're starving, and they're desperate because their family, they want to take care of their family. And those same people, when you give them a chance or an opportunity to work, we're all reasonable. They understand that, you know what? We should have a secure border with a safe asylum system and making sure that folks have access to good immigration attorney. We can have that conversation and center and humanize the people that are suffering, that are coming across to this country. Because we should be a beacon and such a great place that we should want the world to look at us as a place where they want to be. I think that's a good thing. And I think as Democrats and progressive, we've got to recenter this immigration debate and use the example of what's happening in our cities, who are actually putting in place common sense solutions to actually put together a good policy. Look, Donald Trump right now is underwater on immigration, his top issue. The American public have turned on him. He's turned ICE into his own, essentially, federal police force. He couldn't get police chiefs to do it, so he turns to ICE, increases their budget tenfold, makes them larger than most militaries in the world. And if we think he has stopped using them, we got to get our head out of the sand. There are real opportunities for him to try to use ICE and his power over ICE at election centers come November. And so we've got to be very smart that the public right now is with us. And at the right opportunity, we got to retake this idea that somehow immigrants are some other thing and are not patriotic. Immigrants are some of the most patriotic people in this country. And if we want to talk about what patriotism means, real patriotism is actually not screaming and yelling, just think about me and America first. Real patriotism is actually taking care of the people in our country. Compassion, kindness, being neighborly. And I think that's, as Democrats, we've got to take that argument back.
Mayor?
Yeah, and ICE is not just the federal police force that he's developed. It is his. And there's a historical analog here, which is the SS. The SS was unaccountable to the parliament. They answered only to Hitler. ICE also, once they get the funding and have these massive increases to the extent that it's larger than the FBI, they largely don't need approvals from the congressional body. It is very much Donald Trump's force. And similar to the SS, it is used in our streets to terrorize people. Extensively, they use the Department of Justice and weaponize it against local elected officials. And my great concern, of course, is in this coming election, how that same ICE force is going to be used to try to prevent people, congressmen that look like you, candidly, from voting. How they're going to prevent United States citizens from voting by, for instance, placing ICE agents at or very near to a polling location. And that kind of action is not just terrifying. It could upset this very American experiment that we all hold dear. And so it is important that we continue this political drumbeat because, again, they left Minneapolis not because, job well done, they accomplished some sort of safety mechanism. They left Minneapolis because it was a disaster for them politically. They left Minneapolis because the narrative that was created was such an epic failure that they had to change gears. And we need to make sure that the American people understand that failure so it can't be replicated again. And we have free and fair elections, especially this one coming up in November.
I want to, just because we have such limited time, I wanted to ask you if the Democrats take back the midterms, which a lot of estimates say, if it were held today, they probably would. Your colleague and leader, Jeffrey, spoke about that moments ago. When you look at accountability, does it include a multi-pronged impeachment to have a line in the sand? Because the president was first impeached for asking another country to investigate a political opponent. It seems like such a long time ago, but that was the Ukraine plot. Would another country announce a Biden investigation? Now, he's abusing government powers to do that against multiple Democrats, including potential rivals to the Republican Party in 28, in this country. So, by any legal measure, that's worse. The other impeachment, of course, was about the insurrection we discussed. At the time, the president said publicly violence was bad. He didn't see that coming. And they said, look at the speech, it was peaceful. Since that time, he's used his powers, many say abused his powers, to free the violent convicts, the seditionists, and we discussed that earlier. So by those two precedents, which are from your Congress, you would have two grounds of impeachment there, plus the corruption, plus other questions. So as the oversight leader, key oversight leader, should people be looking at their midterm vote as one for potential impeachment, or you don't go that far?
I think first, obviously, everything's got to be on the table. You can't take it off the table. The reality, though, is you have to be honest that Trump does an impeachable offense every week. And so we could spend an enormous amount of time going through that process, or we can try to do everything we can to stop and slow the Trump agenda. And so while you cannot take impeachment off the table, I think we've got to give people a stronger reason to vote for in November. And it's got to be motivated off the fact that we're going to have accountability, bring the truth out, but also try to make their lives better by focusing on affordability.
But to press you on that, we have a politically sophisticated room here. Is that because your party has come to the view that messaging impeachment just doesn't help you get votes?
I think that spending all of our time on impeaching a president that is not going to get impeached, it's happened already 2 other times, is not the best use to consume all the energy that Democrats are going to need.
And Mr. Mayor, do you agree, given where you're at, do you agree with that, or you would put it differently?
No, I think the congressman is understanding this accurately. As he said, they're making these impeachable offenses virtually every week. And the other point here is...
And I'll let you finish, but
yeah.
That's not the greatest legal argument, because if somebody's gangbanging every week or stealing every week, and you go, well, this gang keeps stealing.
It's not.
So,
But
so go ahead. But how do you speak to that logically?
I mean, here's how I speak to it. The opposite of Donald Trump extremism is not the opposite extreme. The opposite of Donald Trump extremism is good, thoughtful governance, where you're loving your country more than your ideology, and you're not just taking whatever it is that Donald Trump does and having a leftist tint on it. We have a greater obligation than to that exclusively of our party. We have an obligation to maintain and uphold this great democracy. We have an obligation, as the congressman mentioned, to actually do things that help people. And if you're spending all your time spinning your wheels trying to counter Donald Trump, you're not actually helping anyone. We got to not just counter Donald Trump, it's going on offense.
And of course, it's also not off the table, to be very clear. I mean, we should be clear, it's not off the table, but we have to have a broader agenda and message. I think, and right now, just putting all of our energy on impeachment, we should be impeaching the guy every single week.
Was it a pretty good answer for you guys?
Good answer.
We don't go full Jeb Bush and say, please clap. I was just curious how you felt. If you remember, does anyone remember please clap? Never a good sign. We have a submitted question, so I want to read this out, and then we're going to end. I want to end with a lightning round, which is the fast answers. But this is for the mayor. What do you think Congress should do to prevent what happened in Minneapolis and other cities? What should the next president do? Obviously, that would depend on policy. But you specifically already said today you don't look at it as, oh, NIMBY, hey, stop leaving, stop with my city, and who cares about the rest? And a lot of Democratic local leaders have sort of linked arms. So what can other cities do either to prevent it from happening or if they're greeted with it?
The first part of the answer is going to be really boring, which is make sure you're doing emergency management training. We ran extensive National Incident Management System training. We had a full understanding of, we ran simulations, practices, all culminating in a trip out to Emmitsburg, Maryland, not too far from here, to make sure that we were prepared no matter what went down. To the mayors out there, strongly recommend doing so. And to the people of America, I mentioned focusing on the how as opposed to sanctuary city policy or separation ordinance. You want to focus on what you are not okay with, not just as Democrats, but as American people. What are the values that we hold dear that we're not going to abandon? And again, standing up for your neighbor, one of the most important pieces, I thought, was this sentiment that we weren't just standing up for immigrants. These were like our neighbors. You don't look at these people as immigrants in Minneapolis. They're like your banker, they're your insurance agent, they're my babysitter, my security detail, people that you meet when you're walking down the street. These are the people of our city that have made our Minneapolis a better place. And not just Minneapolis, Long Beach, New York City, you name it. And I think that we have a great opportunity to take this narrative, which is the truth that came out of Minneapolis, and this great neighboring, which can in fact be a verb, take it nationwide.
I want to get in another topic while we're here, and I don't know that it's been hit a lot today, which is, Congressman, the work that has happened in Congress on accountability for Epstein survivors and victims and transparency across multiple administrations. As someone who covers Congress and the news, strangely, it has become one of the most bipartisan exceptions of any topic in this era. It didn't start that way, and that doesn't include Donald Trump, but I said Congress. You found with your colleagues and with Kana, with Massey, who's up for an election today that involves taking a risk for this issue, you found bipartisan veto-proof supermajorities. So given that I think everyone here knows a lot about the history of Epstein, I wanted to actually have you tell us about that part, in addition to whatever else you want to share, that something that Ro Khanna started and others that looked like a long shot became veto-proof. I'm not aware of any other major domestic issue that's overridden Donald Trump's opposition to this Republican Congress saying don't do it, then they don't do it. So can you walk us through that, and then, to sound naive, could you fashion that coalition for anything else?
So I agree with as far as it being bipartisan in the Congress and also bipartisan in the country. So I go out and talk to folks, Republican, Democrat, not affiliated. The average person knows what's going on. The Epstein investigation has broken through in a way that other issues have not. And so the folks at the barbershop, folks at the supermarket, when they stop me, they're asking me about the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. And people have watched and are following this on late night TV, on Saturday Night Live, on their favorite podcast, so it has broken through. Look, what happened, and I think it started in a bipartisan way in the committee, in oversight. If we all remember, you go back 6 months ago, 7 months ago, you started seeing all these emails coming out between maybe the president, Ghislaine. You saw the photos coming out from Mar-a-Lago and other places, the videos of Epstein Island. All of that information that started coming out before the release of the DOJ files was because Democrats on the Oversight Committee forced Republicans to vote on a bunch of subpoenas, the Epstein estate, different documents, getting folks to come in and testify. We were able, by the way, to peel off one or two Republicans on all of those votes. Nancy Mace, Anna Paulina Luna, Lauren Boebert. And by peeling those votes, Marjorie Taylor Greene, we were able to then build this kind of, I think, a pathway to getting the law passed, which eventually we got done in the Congress in this way with a supermajority. But even getting all of those initial documents and videos was bipartisan. And so I absolutely think that there's a bipartisan effort and interest to get to the truth on the Epstein investigation. It's not a majority of Republicans, but there are some, especially some of the more independent women, that continue to fight for the survivors. And look, on Epstein, I'll say this. He ran the single largest modern sex trafficking ring. It impacts all levels of government. We shouldn't care who is implicated, whether they're Republicans or Democrats. These are powerful people. The survivors deserve justice. And oversight is going to continue to stay on this until we get justice, because the American public want the survivors to be able to have their justice, and that's, I think, what's going to launch us into the next phase.
Appreciate that, and wanted to get your update on that. As we wrap up this panel, a lot more fun stuff to come. We do a lightning round, which is very hard for politicians. Doesn't matter what party. This is finish the sentence in a sentence, not two sentences. And you both get a shot. We'll do a couple, and then we're out. Mayor, starting with you. If Democrats underperform in the midterms, it will be because... One sentence.
If Democrats underperform in the midterms, it will be because we did not do the proper organization ahead of time.
If Democrats underperform in the midterms, it'll be because we're not focused on affordability and accountability.
If Democrats win, it will be because...
Democrats will win, it'll be because we're absolutely right, and what is taking place in this country because of the Donald Trump administration is horrific, and we've got real affirmative answers that we can give that'll provide people with a better life.
If Democrats win, it'll be because the American public has finally seen Donald Trump and this movement for what it is and believe that a better America is possible.
In this Trump era, one problem we've discovered with the Constitution is... One. And then we're out of here.
It's not a guarantee. From the moment when I had an understanding of politics, and I grew up not too far from here, I believed in the United States. I believed that there were these foundational ideals that we hold true and that those foundational ideals were not dependent on ideology. What we saw in Minneapolis and we are now seeing coming out of the halls of government, and specifically the White House, is that it's not guaranteed that this republic lasts 10 and 20 and 30 years from now, and it is on all of us, not just to bend the arc of justice, but to hold true for a country and this experiment, and to have that mean more than partisan bickering or ideology or anything else, which also means that Republicans have to have the guts to tell MAGA people what they don't want to hear. It means that we have to have the guts to stand up when something is wrong at the threat of getting prosecuted by the Department of Justice. It means we have to have also the guts at times to tell our own side what they don't want to hear. That was more than a sentence.
It was more than a sentence. And finally, in one sentence, Congressman Garcia, we're leaving the stage. One thing that works about the Constitution.
Oh, that works? Yeah.
First Amendment.
Yeah, that's right. Look, I think just recognizing that the press plays and must always play a critical part of our government and our democracy, and is there to protect the people.
Please join me in thanking our guests today. Thank you all.
Please welcome Counselor to CAP and President of CAP Action, Carlesia Graham.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you all for being here again today, and also for all the work you're doing individually to move big ideas forward. As we celebrate the nation's 250th anniversary, it's not just about honoring our history, it's also about laying the foundation for where we're going. Virginia has a special place in that story, and today it is also a testing ground, for a fundamental question of, can government still deliver for the working class? Our next speaker is answering that question by placing affordability at the center of her agenda. Just within the first few months of her administration, she's already signed nearly 1,000 bills, most of which are measures aimed at lowering the cost of living. She also helped turn the nation's eyes toward the Commonwealth as voters stood up to Trump and said, no, you will not rig the rules of democracy without a fight. But her leadership has also not been without some difficult decisions, some in which draw real disagreement. We, at the Center for American Progress, and most of you, are big, strong advocates for workers' rights. So we can be honest and acknowledge that her recent veto of the collective bargaining bill has sparked some serious concerns about workers' rights in an incredible, important moment. Even so, a big tent movement is not one where we all agree on all the things all the time. It is one where we are honest about those differences, where we keep showing up at the table, and where we fight relentlessly to find common ground and improve life for working families. That is the work that is before us today, and that is the work I know our next speaker believes in. Here to share her vision for Virginia and for the United States is Governor Abigail Spanberger in conversation with Jonathan Capehart, co-host of MS Now's The Weekend. Please welcome them to the stage.
Governor Spanberger, thank you very much for being here and for your time. Okay, let's just get it out of the way. It was mentioned in the intro, Union leaders in the Commonwealth are not happy with your veto of collective bargaining legislation that would allow public workers to form unions and do all the things that unions do for workers. Why did you do that after expressing support for such legislation during your campaign?
So I continue to support public sector collective bargaining, and I continue to look forward to a place where we'll have a bill that I'll sign into law. Importantly, I sent back valuable amendments, and that's our process in Virginia. The governor can sign, veto, or suggest amendments. I suggested amendments towards that legislation. They were summarily rejected. Those amendments were incredibly vital from an implementation standpoint, and took the feedback of localities and community members about what it would look like to implement collective bargaining in the public sector in Virginia. Just as an example, standing up an entirely new system as the chief executive who would be implementing it is a big and substantial shift. And so one of the things that I propose in the amendment is, as we are creating, we call it the PERB in Virginia, our Public Sector Employee Relations Board, that state employees who are currently the class of employees within the Commonwealth of Virginia that have absolutely no right to collectively bargain at the local level, that right exists. It's opt-in by localities, where state employees, the ones I'm most responsible for, would go first. So any hurdles, challenges, kind of getting any of the kind of practice and reps in for the PERB would be tested on the employees that I oversee. So by the point in time when our localities across the Commonwealth of Virginia would be implementing an entirely new system, we would have gotten through some of the hurdles. 18 months later was the delay. And I think that's a really straightforward example of the types of amendments that I put in place. Now, notably, unfortunately, in the conversation related to my one veto is lack of recognition of the fact that we are the first state in the South that has now implemented, or not implemented yet, but I signed into law, paid family and medical leave. Giving access to paid family and medical leave as we build out the program to millions of Virginians. I signed a bill to raise the minimum wage for all workers. I signed another farm workforce minimum wage bill, which importantly, we built such a broad coalition that we had support from labor and union leadership to the Farm Bureau. Heat protections for workers, wage theft provisions, the number of pro-labor, pro-worker, pro-Virginian bills that I have signed into law is substantial, consequential, and I am deeply proud of my record. And I look forward to having conversations with my counterparts in the legislature about how we can continue to move forward and get to a place where we can also create an implementable and durable program as it relates to public sector collective bargaining.
Governor, given everything that you just said, paid family medical leave, raise the minimum wage, laws on wage theft, why do you think there are folks in the labor movement who say that your veto was a, quote, betrayal, as I saw in one of the stories?
I would defer to them to answer that question.
Okay. Affordability is the catchphrase, the watchword, whether the president wants to believe it's a real thing or not. What are you doing for Virginians for whom affordability is more than rising gas prices? It's jobs, it's healthcare, particularly because of DOGE. You're a little more than 100 days into your administration. What are you doing to nip away or chip away at the affordability issue in the Commonwealth?
Well, so it's a all avenues approach. And so importantly, before I was even sworn in, I released my Affordable Virginia agenda in partnership with members of the General Assembly. All of those bills, the bills focused on lowering costs of housing, healthcare, and energy, passed through the General Assembly, 75% of them, in fact, with bipartisan support. Those bills, I have signed all of them into law. And just as sort of an example, on the housing side, allowing localities to keep affordable housing in affordable housing, protecting renter rights, so that part of the challenge, of course, is that once you face the potential of eviction, getting back into the housing market can be so much of a bigger hurdle than really overcoming potentially one missed rent payment. Giving localities, we're a Dillon Rule state, so giving localities the opportunity and the options to be a bit more expansive with how they choose to build, and ensuring that we also at the state level are contending with some of the call it restrictions or regulations that can sometimes impede housing growth. On the healthcare side, changing the way that a patient might have to deal with prior authorizations that can overall increase costs and deplete care and take away from that patient-doctor experience. We've capped the cost of insulin out-of-pocket costs at $35 a month. We've also capped out-of-pocket expenses in terms of the types of plans that people can pay into. They would have to have limits on what's out-of-pocket. And we're cracking down on the middlemen in prescription drugs, principally PBMs. So that's on the legislative side, but then importantly, within my administration, I, via executive order, tasked all of my secretariats to do a full review of the work within their agencies, places where they can have a focus on affordability and look at even the not obvious priorities that they might be pursuing through the lens of affordability. And so every conversation we are having, whether it's education related or transportation and investment related, our state agencies and my cabinet secretaries are consistently and clearly focused on issues of affordability, whether it's affordability to the taxpayer, which ultimately does impact every individual household, or affordability in the way that whatever it is we are implementing from a state perspective might impact their paycheck.
What's the best idea that you and your administration has come up with so far that you think is something that your fellow governors should take a look at and replicate when it comes to affordability?
That's a good question. There's a couple different pieces where, I'll give a very simple example, and this does not solve the affordability question at all, but I think it's an issue of giving a little bit of consumer choice. We're the second state in the nation to sign into law a balcony solar bill. And so Utah was first, we were second, and that's allowing individual homeowners, renters, to be able to do the plug-in solar generation. In Virginia, it'll be legal as of July 1st. And so that's not going to meaningfully kind of upend everything within the Commonwealth of Virginia, but it allows for the individual consumer to lower their costs a bit. From an overall agency perspective and kind of cross the state government perspective, a lot of the work that we are doing within Commerce and Trade, which oversees our multiple departments, including focusing on housing, we are really trying to get aggressive in how we bring housing into the conversation of commerce and trade and economic development. And so I think some of the work that we're doing there, we have had really innovative ideas come from some of the investments that have come to and continue to come to Virginia. But also setting up, I'll give one more, a fund to be able to have varied housing and allow for localities and to attract the public-private partnerships with some capital available to them in order to be able to build housing in communities that otherwise may not be able to sort of fully bring an anchor of both capital and interest enough on their own.
Now, one of the things about the Virginia governorship is that by law, it is only one term, which means you've got one term to do lots of things. I've talked to some of your predecessors. For them, it's a bit of a liberating thing to not have to run for re-election. So given that, what's the best idea that another governor has done or is doing that you would like to bring to Virginia?
So because of this one-term governorship, it means that the things that you are planning for have to be durable. And so I think that among the best things that some of my predecessors have done and what I'm looking to do is some of the best ideas that I'm trying to bring to Virginia, and principally these are sort of longer term investments, whether it is in a transportation is kind of chief among them. You have to set up the investments, the priorities that you are making in a way where they are teed up for someone else's success. And so a conversation I'm consistently having with our Secretary of Transportation, because if you want to drive economic investment, if we want to continue to attract businesses, and I think the same can be true also in our investments in education, right? We are the #1 state for talent. We want to continue to supercharge that and drive on that. But whether it's investments in our schools and in recruiting educators to Virginia and keeping them in the classrooms, or whether it is investments in roads and bridges and infrastructure, those are successes that you have to kind of tee up, that someone else will take credit for, responsibility for, and making sure that it is teed up for success and not for someone else's headache is a principal requirement. And so I think of many of the things that I'm doing through that lens of how do I make this so durable that nobody else will want to sort of pull back or deprioritize something that I believe to be so important to the future of the Commonwealth and Virginians.
So Virginia seems to be always in the news, but I believe it was last week when the United States Supreme Court stepped in and sided with the Virginia Supreme Court in overturning the redistricting effort that was passed by the people of the Commonwealth. First, your reaction to that, and what does that say about the state of our democracy when the people have had their say and the United States Supreme Court stepped forward and said no?
So and you touched on it in your question, but just to reiterate the point, what was different about what Virginia was doing from some of the other states that we've seen on the Republican side of the aisle who have done redistricting is we could not take action without the vote of the people, a referendum, so similar to what California had to go through. Only ours is a multi-step process. The last process being a ballot referendum, which we did in April, which is an unusual time frame for a ballot referendum, but yet we still had extraordinary voter turnout. Of course, the people voted yes in that referendum. More than 3 million Virginians voted. And I say that because my disappointment with the Supreme Court of Virginia falls principally on the fact that we executed this election, which is a multi-tier process, goes through the General Assembly, goes through the General Assembly again, goes before the people. And millions of Virginians in favor or opposed cast their ballot, demonstrating their view, our shared view, that that election is legitimate. And the Supreme Court of Virginia determined that indeed it wasn't legitimate and nullified the results of that election. And so I find it extraordinarily frustrating, but my response to it has to be that now we have to prove the point by winning. Notably, we have 11 congressional districts. Of the we have 6 that are currently held by Democrats, 5 that are currently held by Republicans. Of those remaining 5 that are held by Republicans, I won 2 of them on the ballot in November when I ran for governor. And just, on the details of the politics, in a statewide race, you're not necessarily trying to win the contours of a congressional district. So 2 of those races are imminently winnable. And then arguably, when I won my first congressional race, my predecessor had won in 2016 by 15 points. I won in 2018 by 2 points. That's a 17-point swing. By those numbers, and with a president who is even more unpopular than he was in the last time we faced a midterm for him, we can win 3 to 4 seats in Virginia. And so while I have lots of feelings about the results of the Supreme Court decision, I am channeling all of that towards trying to encourage people to not feel depleted or to channel their worry, their anguish, their disappointment, their anger into volunteering for a candidate, supporting a candidate, and making sure that we win 2 to 4 of those races. On the current lines, it will be rough, but things worth doing are not always easy, and we have to do it.
How concerned are you that the president, on election day or even before, how concerned are you that he will send either the military or the National Guard or even ICE to polling places? And what can you do? What can you do, if anything, to stop him?
Very concerned. My background's national security, so I think you should always sort of plan for every contingency that might cause a worry. Virginia, we have certain advantages. We have 45 days of early voting. And so enabling voters to be able to go to the polls over a period of time is an important step for us, and does create a slightly different experience than some of other states where you will see just lines around the blocks and blocks and blocks of people waiting to get into the polling places. You heard it first here. Tomorrow I'll be issuing an executive order. So, surprise, sorry to my comms team on this one.
Let it out, Governor, let it out.
In ensuring that we are putting out from the state level some guidance across public spaces, including polling places, of how Virginia state employees or people who are working in support of Virginia's state-run elections can react to, in this particular case, federal agents who might be appearing at a location and where the worry is that they're principally there to intimidate or scare people. But the reality is that there's a lot of, throughout history, we have seen efforts at intimidating voters. And my worry is that we will continue to see those heightened. And while I will continue to encourage people to vote by mail or to vote early, the reality is that the challenges and the fear that people might have when going to the polling place is real. And we have been here before in a totally different way, in a totally different context, but people have bravely gone to polling places decades in the past. It's what created change. It is what made Virginia, a place where progress was ultimately achieved, and calling upon that history of brave people doing the thing that they know is impactful, which is using their voice at the ballot box, that despite the concerns will be the encouragement that I continue to put in place, but also making sure that people know and where possible and appropriate, people have the ability to kind of push back and know what their rights are.
All right, I have a question from the audience. You can see it there, Governor, but I'll read it for everyone. How do you think about data centers? Loudoun County gets almost half of its tax revenue from data centers, but they are broadly unpopular with voters. How do you balance what voters want with what's good for Virginia's economy and budget, and do that in less than 5 minutes and 5 seconds?
Sure. And this is an interesting thing because it also becomes a question of what voters want. Voters may not necessarily want a data center, but they certainly want the iPhone with the data on it in their pocket, which I say not to be kind of sassy and disrespectful, but because it's actually true. And so sometimes the conversation has to be, if you like ordering things online or watching movies or storing your photos in the cloud, like data centers are behind that and are essential to it. Data centers are a driver in many ways of Virginia's economy. And this example certainly gives Loudoun, but the example doesn't stop with Loudoun. Across the Commonwealth of Virginia, the taxes that data centers pay into local economies are substantial and essential to the ability to provide basic local services, funding schools and first responders. And so I continue to make the case that certainly Virginia is a place that many data centers want to come, has a lot of ability to say what we expect in terms of the requirement that they pay their own share when it comes to energy utilization, or everything from the setbacks to the types of greenery that they put around their locations. And from a gubernatorial standpoint, being able to provide support to localities that really might not know what to ask for in those types of negotiations. But what I have incoming to my office so significantly is a lot of localities, because yes, many of them went to Loudoun first, but it is a lot of smaller, more rural localities that really want to bring the investment and the support that they bring. And so it is, I balance it by saying, yes, there's real challenges, but in fact, there's significant benefits, and it's about what local economies need. Now, I think localities should always have the final say, so I'm, as governor, would never force any particular type of industry or investment into a locality that doesn't want it. But I think that it is wrong for the state to preclude localities that do want to welcome data centers from being able to do so.
Governor, in the time that we have left, let's talk about the 250th anniversary of the United States, which is this July. Virginia's role in that anniversary is vital. How will the Commonwealth celebrate America's 250th anniversary, what are you going to do?
So our slogan is America Made in Virginia. Governor Mikey Sherrill has some feelings about that. But we have events and have had events occurring all across Virginia. On July 4th in particular, we have phenomenal events happening all across the Commonwealth, fireworks in communities that are all sort of registered with Virginia 250. If you want to go to the Virginia 250 website, there is a lot of information about what might be available, different tourist attractions, sites, locations that we welcome you all to visit. On July 4th, some of the landmark or kind of capstone events that will be occurring is at Monticello. There will be a mass swearing in event for new citizens. And so what better way? What better way to celebrate the founding of the United States or our Declaration of Independence by welcoming Virginians to Monticello, Thomas Jefferson's home, and having those Virginians become new Americans on July 4th. There's also going to be an event in Williamsburg, which of course is kind of essential to Virginia and U.S. history, the site of the original House of Burgesses. And there will be extraordinary fireworks there and in cities and towns all across the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Governor, luckily for you, we've got a minute, so I'm going to, luckily for me, you might not like this question, but final question. I just want you to keep your CIA hat on, because you're a former CIA officer. Were you surprised that Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz?
No.
And so, Governor, if you were in a position to get it reopened, what's the one thing you would do to get that done?
Not threaten to obliterate an entire civilization? I mean, not to make light of a very serious circumstance, but it is, I mean, it's an outrage the way the Trump administration started a war, then says they're going to end a war, then continues bombing a country, and sort of it is I think meant to be disorienting and confusing, but it is absolute chaos. And gas prices continue to creep up. Like $4.50 a gallon is crazy in Virginia, and it's hurting people. And it is a direct result of the bad choices from this administration.
Abigail Spanberger, 75th Governor of Virginia, thank you very much for the conversation.
Hope you all have had a great morning and enjoyed the discussion. We're going to have our 30-minute lunch break. For those here in the ballroom, you can grab your lunch out in the foyer. And for those who are joining us virtually, Trevor Higgins will be discussing energy costs and Chad Mazel will be discussing housing costs. Enjoy lunch. See you all in 30 minutes.
Hello, folks. Thanks so much for tuning in to the 2026 CAP Ideas Conference. My name is Colin Seeberger, Senior Advisor at the Center for American Progress. I'm excited to chat a bit more about affordability. It's something that we talked a lot about this morning with my colleague, Chad Mazel, who is Senior Fellow and one of the authors behind CAP's housing plan we released last year. Chad, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I feel like this is the closest I'll ever get to like a Super Bowl halftime show.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see if there's some fireworks at the end. Well, Chad, housing, we heard a lot about it, particularly among on the panel with several different kind of next generation leaders. We know that housing costs are crushing families. Prices have gone up over 50% since the pandemic. Rent has shot up over 30%. Why has this become such a big challenge in this country?
Well, yeah, it's you name the stats, and anyone following along knows this to be true, that the housing affordability challenges that we're seeing today is really at the center of our broader affordability crises that we're seeing nationwide. And so, and it used to really be an issue primarily confined to big cities on the coast, where you'd see the $3,000 studios and the $1 million starter homes and so on. But really what we've seen over the last decade plus, is this is increasingly a national issue where you're seeing 20, 30, 40, 50, 60% increases in the last 5 years alone in rental costs. Over the last decade, home values have nearly doubled. And so it's just, everyone is feeling the pain. The existing renters, and then of course the folks who want to buy their first home, want a home that better fits their needs, and that feels increasingly out of reach. There's a data point that I often think about because it's illustrative of the broader challenge around housing affordability, and it looks at the metro area of Phoenix. About a decade ago, in 2006, 2005, 2015, 2016, about 80 to 85% of all rental units in the Phoenix metro area were $1,500 or less. Today, a decade later, it's like 5 to 10% are available. So of course wages have gone up in that period, but if you are a young person, someone on a fixed income, someone low income, that you're not seeing any inventory that meets your needs. And of course the pain goes up all the way up the income ladder. And so you ask why it's happening. There's a number of reasons, but at its core is we're not building enough housing. Since the great financial crisis, housing construction, housing production fell off a cliff, and we just haven't recovered since. Year after year, we're at a deficit in terms of where we need to be in housing construction. Now we're looking at a gap of at least 2 million units, probably quite a bit more, and that's manifesting with much higher rental costs, much higher home values, higher homeless rates, and everything that follows.
Well, you talked about the need to build more housing. That's something that takes a long time to do. How does CAP's plan help get rid of some of that red tape so we can make a difference in people's lives quickly? And how do you balance providing help to people in the short term while making some of the more long-term structural investments that are needed to build the housing supply out?
Right. Yeah. It's interesting. Housing policies is such a challenge in this way because we know what the solution is. We need to build more housing. But if you are a renter and you've seen your rent go up $1,000 a month in the last 5 years, which it has for many people, you're not really interested in a 10-year plan to build more housing.
Yeah.
You need help now. And so that doesn't mean that we abandon the work that needs to be done over many years. We need that, but we need to pair that with this second imperative, which is provide relief now. And so that's what we try to do with the housing plan that you mentioned that CAP just released, called Build Baby Build, aptly named.
Build Baby Build.
And it really seeks to address these two things. One, we need to close the housing supply gap, that 2 million plus unit gap, in 5 years. We need to do it quickly. And two, we need to deliver short-term relief for renters. And I could talk about a couple of the
what does that look like, Chad?
Ideas. So the policy platform puts forward a number of proposals, but I'll highlight a couple of them that I think are illustrative of how we're thinking about this and how we're really pairing this need to build fast, and need to deliver short-term relief. So the first is a program that we call Rent Relief for Reform, and it's a new program that would effectively put cash in the pockets of renters if their local leaders, their town, actually builds the housing that they need to close their housing supply gap.
Sounds popular.
It is, and because it recognizes that housing supply, we need communities to be held account. They need to take whatever steps they need to do whether it's through zoning changes, land use changes, expanded access to financing, speeding up permitting times. They can choose their own adventure. We don't care how you get there, but you need to build more. You need to get more of those permits done, approved. And if you do, then your renter households will benefit in the form of a cash payment that will effectively freeze their rent for that short period of time. And so it's kind of serving as like a bridge.
Yeah.
We know that housing costs, if you build more, will moderate in the long run, but we need to get our renters there. We need to provide that relief right away, and that's what the the rent relief payments serve to do.
Well, you talked about home values moderating over the course of the long term as the build out takes place. It came up in one of the questions, but that can also be politically tricky, right? Housing policy can be kind of a delicate dance. There's different stakeholders who have different interests. How do you see CAP's plan as helping overcome some of those political obstacles?
Well, two things I'll note. One, and I think it's really important to note that no community is the same. And so we need to be firm in terms of pushing communities to build more housing. I think that overarching goal needs to be the policy of our federal government. And for a very long time, that was not the policy of Congress, of the executive branch. It was very hands-off. States and localities should do whatever they want within their borders. But and governors and mayors and others increasingly recognize that the status quo is not possible. We need to do more. But I think it's also important that the federal government doesn't dictate what steps each locality has to take in order to build more housing. In some places, it could be allowing accessory dwelling units. These are like granny flats or basement apartments, which are illegal in many places. In more rural communities, it might involve allowing residential on Main Street on top of storefronts. Some cities, there are height restrictions that are meaningful barriers. So again, choose your own adventure. Communities have an opportunity to go whatever direction they want in order to build the housing they need, but they need to take action. And then the second thing I'll say is, right now we have a status quo where if you're a local decision maker, you're deciding on zoning changes, for example, you are hearing from a very, very, very small subset of people in your community.
Yeah.
And those people are homeowners.
They sure are.
Who, for reasons good and bad, do not want more housing in their community. They're overwhelmingly opposed to new development. And we think that local leaders should be hearing more democratically from their constituents. Right now, renters are not in those meetings. And I'll tell you who's definitely not in those meetings is people who have yet to even move to that community because they're priced out. And so we think that by something like the Rent Relief for Reform program, where we're really giving renters some skin in the game and a stake in the housing production that's yet to come, that we can really shake up the local politics and really create a housing market locally that works for each community, but that recognizes that there's lots of constituents out there and not just the incumbent homeowners.
Well, Chet, can you tell me a little bit about what the response has been to the release of this plan? What kind of feedback are you getting from policymakers?
So it's been really extraordinary, actually, because I think leaders in Congress in particular are so desperate for new ideas in this space. And it's just, as I said, for a very long time, there's been a hands-off approach when it comes to federal housing policies, especially as it relates to what localities are doing on zoning and land use. Pretty stale set of financing tools that we've had for a very long time and haven't really revisited. And so
those days are over, folks.
Those days are over. And we've put forward a number of proposals that have been or will imminently turn into bills in Congress. As you know, Leader Schumer, head of the Democratic caucus, came to CAP to announce the Senate Democrats' housing plan, which used quite a bit of, and built on quite a bit the proposals that we put in our Bill Baby Build proposal. And so the response has been terrific, because I think folks recognize when they go to their town halls, they need new answers, and it can't just be little dials to the existing programs. Funding this a little bit more, tweaking this regulation. We need sweeping changes if we're going to build the housing that we need to protect renters, to advance fair housing, to solve homelessness. These are not tweaks around the edges. This is wholesale structural changes in how we do business.
Well, Chad, I'm curious, housing is something that affects everybody, whether you rent, you're a homeowner, whether you're homeless and you want to be, in an apartment. Do you see this issue being one that there could be bipartisan traction for, doing some of these kind of big, bold visionary ideas?
100%. And I think we're seeing some promising signs on the Hill. There's a couple bills that are moving their way through Congress. There's a Senate version and a House version, which proposes some meaningful changes to a number of programs and create some new ones in terms of boosting housing supply. It's very consistent with many of the proposals that we put forward in the Build Baby Build report and plan. We think we need to go further, and that's what this is about. But again, you talk to governors, Republican, Democrat, you talk to mayors, Republican, Democrat, members of Congress, everyone recognizes that no one cares what letter is next to their name. If it's an R or an L, they're desperate for change. They need to be able to afford their rent. And people deserve to not spend 50% of their income on rent. They deserve to be able to buy a home at some point in their lives. They deserve to not be forced to live on the street because of an unexpected rent hike. And so these are the kinds of solutions that we think can drive towards bipartisan change, and also the kind of structural, big changes that we think we need.
You know, and you can't talk about housing policy and in this moment and not talk about the fact that the Trump administration has been taking an axe to make housing less affordable, particularly for the most vulnerable people in our country right now. We've seen a real backslide over the course of the past 2 years on homelessness. We've seen cuts to affordable housing programs from this administration. We've seen the president's budget lays out even more cuts to making sure that people can have access to affordable housing. How do you square that with the needs of the country where we are in this moment?
Yeah, it's puzzling, right?
Yeah.
Because like President Trump, of course, came into office talking about high costs, high housing costs. But then since coming in, he's pretty much done everything possible to go in the opposite direction, making housing costs more expensive for builders, with things like tariffs. As you noted, trying to take an axe through the budget, fortunately wasn't successful on a lot of really critical housing production programs, affordable housing production programs. The voucher program, which helps low-income people, middle-income people cover rent. And then the dismantling the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is this absolutely critical watchdog to ensure that folks have access to credit and that we install basic protections for homebuyers, homeowners, and again, dismantling that agency and all the protections that it provides for people. And that's to say nothing of the immigration crackdown, which has had a disproportionate impact on workforce on construction sites, most of whom are here legally.
Makes home building a lot more expensive, doesn't it?
When you're seeing huge percentages of your workforce not show up to work because they're scared of getting illegally detained, that has a huge impact on the speed at which you can actually build these homes.
Well, Chad, I appreciate you coming and chatting with our audience. This is, I know, an issue that's top of mind for so many Americans in this moment. I'm sure it is one that we're going to hear a lot from presidential candidates as we go into, having a big national conversation about what our priorities should be for the future. So I appreciate you coming and sharing more about it, and thanks so much.
You got it. One thing I'll plug, if I may, is we, at the beginning I talked about how this housing affordability challenge is really a national one. And so we have a resource on our website. In addition to checking out our report, Build Baby Build, when you go to that report, you can click on an interactive map that allows you to see in your county how you stack up, what the affordability challenges are, what they look like, and how they've changed over time.
Great. Well, thanks so much, Chad.
Thanks, Colin.
Yep. All right, folks, we've talked a lot about affordability challenges in this country all throughout the programming this morning. We're excited this afternoon, though, to also turn to real threats that we're seeing to our democracy in this country, whether it is efforts to crack down on voting rights, purge black representation from our government, Or, really the, wholesale takeover of our government in its elections, or rampant corruption that we see coming out of the White House. So here to chat more with me about it is Democracy Policy Director Greta Betakovich. Greta, it's great to chat with you.
It's great to be here in this beautiful ballroom on this great day.
We love a ballroom, but maybe not one at the White House. Yeah.
That's the only one.
Greta, I did want to chat with you because one of the things that we've been seeing from the Trump administration as its approval rating has really tanked over the course of the past 6 to 9 months is that the president is getting desperate. He launched a mid-decade redistricting initiative to try to pick up some Republican seats in hopes that his party can hold on to power in Congress. He has pushed for bills to really trample on voting rights in this country through the SAVE Act, which he called for making the #1 priority of the Republican majorities in Congress. And we also know that he is taking steps to try to undermine people's access to the ballot box to do things like cast a mail-in ballot. What does each of those things, what do they tell you about this administration's approach to democracy and to respecting the rights of people in this country?
Yeah. I think it's just absolutely clear that this president and his administration don't believe in the values of democracy, and they're scared of the power of the people. That's why they're doing this whole laundry list of ways to undermine the vote and really escape accountability. And I think we are seeing him get more and more desperate as his approval rate is plummeting. But I think it's also really important to keep in mind that he's been on this mission pretty much since day one in office. 2 months into this administration, they issued an executive order essentially trying to implement SAVE in an unconstitutional way on his own. And that was just 2 months in when he hadn't delivered any of his policies. So I think it's both clear that they're ramping up their efforts as they get more and more desperate, but this has always been their plan for democracy and how they're going to stay in power and continue the MAGA agenda.
I think Americans are not, it is not lost on them that President Trump is no, fan of democracy. He made that quite clear when he incited an insurrection in the Capitol. That said, we talked about the SAVE Act. You have really been at the forefront of experts in this country exposing just the extent of the harm that the SAVE Act could pose to Americans' ability to be able to, register to or to cast a ballot entirely. Can you talk to me a bit about how the SAVE Act would make it harder for Americans to be able to register, to be able to cast their ballots?
Yeah, this is a battle that we've been fighting now for basically 1.5 years, again, since Trump took office. It's been a really uphill battle because they've really pitched the SAVE Act as an election integrity measure, as a way to prevent non-citizens from voting on our elections. And it's quite clear that we all agree that non-citizens should not be voting in our federal elections. That is a right reserved for U.S. citizens. And so what we really were trying to do is show citizens how this bill would really impact them and make it hard for them to vote, which is the end goal of this bill. So right now, citizens, you and I could go online, register to vote, just by providing our driver's license number or our social security number. But if the SAVE Act passed, we would have to go in person and show our passport or our birth certificate at an election office and essentially convince election officials that we are citizens and we say who we are. And so we know from data that we've shown the Center for American Progress is that half of Americans don't have a passport. They're already facing so many things with affordability. They're not traveling internationally. They're not paying $165 for a passport. So right off the bat, we know that there are about 150 million people that don't have a passport they could vote with. That's basically a turnout in a presidential election.
Yeah.
So on top of that, then, we're looking at people who'd have to use their birth certificate, likely, if they're going to be voting and registering to vote or updating registration. And that's a huge issue for married women because they've married and taken their spouse's name and don't have a birth certificate that matches their current legal name and would face additional hurdles. So many married women were facing hurdles going to the DMV just to get a real ID. Now they're going to do that to register to vote. And so let's say you have all of those documents already, you have everything in order, you're going to your election office, office. Now, how long is that drive going to be for you? Because if you're in a city, maybe it's a 20-minute commute, but if you're in an incredibly rural area, that could be 7 or 8 hours, which is driving distances that we found in our reporting in states like Arizona, in Wyoming, and Idaho. And Senator Lisa Murkowski also gave a fantastic speech on the Senate floor, basically walking people through the different boroughs in Alaska, obviously incredibly rural.
Having to fly in order to be able to register to vote.
A 20-hour ferry and a $1,000 round fare trip just to register to vote, or update your registration because let's say you moved or got married and changed your name. So it's really not a bill that affects you once throughout the course of your life, even as hard as that would be. I mean, it's throughout the entire course of your life. You're moving into a dorm, you're moving apartments, moving into a nursing home. All of these things that require you to go back down to your election office and convince the government that you are a citizen.
And, we also know that, some of these policies have actually been taken up by several states across the country recently, and that the result of those new laws has actually made it significantly harder for people to be able to exercise their right to vote. There's been real proof points. Can you tell me a little bit about those?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, the biggest thing about the SAVE Act is we don't have to draw on these hypotheticals for how this might play out because we've seen how it plays out in states. So, Kansas experiments with the law similar to this a decade ago. It's not on the books anymore because 32,000 eligible American citizens were blocked from registering to vote. And yet we see the SAVE Act as a federal proposals across many different states. New Hampshire as well, just last year, implemented a law really similar to the SAVE Act. It was only in effect for small local town elections, so things like municipalities, for mayoral races and things like that. And we saw hundreds of people blocked from registering to vote and unable to cast their ballot because of the new state law, many of whom were married women, which we've been warning about over and over again. I mean, two things really stuck with me. There was an elderly woman who has just moved back to New Hampshire. She'd been a longtime resident before, but moved back to the state, had to update her registration, and she said she had everything with her but her blood type in the kitchen sink, and she was still told she was not able to register to vote after coming back 3 times to the polls with new documentation. And then one election official too testified that these are local towns, people all know each other. She saw a recently divorced couple come into the polling location to cast their vote, and the woman, the ex-wife, had not the documentation to prove her name change, which she reverted back to, and she was not able to cast her ballot, but her ex-husband was able to cast his ballot just fine. So these are real life scenarios that we're seeing play out, and at the same time we're seeing officials in DC ready to charge ahead with this terrible idea, and then state capitals across the country are doing it on their own as we see more of a deadlock in DC right now.
That's just outrageous. And, I'm curious, because you have been able to expose so many of the harms that this policy, if it were to become law, could cause. And yet at the same time, we know that this is what President Trump says has to be, the number one priority. What do you see as the likelihood that this ends up making it to the president's desk?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's incredibly concerning that with any must-pass bill, essentially now Trump is calling for it to be included. I mean, we see that with budget reconciliation, we see it with housing, we see it with potential FISA reauthorization. I mean, anything that's moving in D.C., he wants this in there. But at the same time, we've seen some resistance in Congress because I think Republicans honestly kind of smartly know that this bill would be really bad for their base. I mean, from our data that we've shown, when we look at passport ownership, it's right in rural states where that's the lowest. So we see that a lot of conservative voters would be hurt. Same thing with birth certificates. It's married women, especially conservative married women, who take their husband's name at higher rates, and so they would be disproportionately impacted. So I think that is a reality that a lot of these legislators have to face, and essentially how their elections will also be impacted if this bill passes. So I think that's how we've seen a lot of resistance, even from Senator Murkowski, who really spoke up for Alaskans and eventually did not vote to advance the bill. And so I think as they're battling with the president on this, there's only so many times they can continue to tell him like, oh, not this bill, the next bill, and keep him hanging on for longer. And at some point he's going to set his foot down, and he's tried to do executive orders that the courts have struck down for being unconstitutional and illegal. So I think the future of this bill is really up in the air right now.
Well, we talked about the SAVE Act. I mentioned earlier, and we heard House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries reference the mid-decade redistricting push. Where do you see, this fight going in the years ahead federally? Obviously, Leader Jeffries talked about the need to keep fighting at the state level to make sure that there's a level playing field and that Republicans aren't able to tilt the scales all in their direction. But do you think that there's any opportunity to pass a ban on partisan gerrymandering, mid-decade redistricting at the federal level?
I mean, I think this has been a problem that's been essentially plaguing American elections since America has existed. So I think 250 years sounds like a good time to do something about it. We've seen federal proposals before, but I think especially now with the Calais decision and really, green lighting racial gerrymandering, I think we're going to see that previous federal proposals, which would have been in some ways a Band-Aid, are just not going to solve this problem.
Yeah.
And we're going to need much more large-scale change in a way that Americans, that if you have an election and your candidate loses, you don't automatically lose representation. So these are things that we're exploring now and seeing where, CAP's ideas, for lack of a better word, are going to go on this to make sure that we don't just have a Band-Aid fix for redistricting, but really reimagining what representation looks like in America.
Well, stay tuned, folks. I know you're going to be excited to hear what we have up our sleeve. Greta, thanks so much for joining us. It was great to chat with you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Well, folks, we are going to get the program back up and running momentarily. We're excited to bring you some, really exciting panels this afternoon, some great speeches. I know we're going to talk about, some of the other really pressing challenges that are facing both the United States and the world. So thanks again for tuning in to the 2026 CAP Ideas Conference. We'll get started again soon. Thank you.
Hope you all enjoyed lunch, and we're ready to get started again. Please take your seats. Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Please welcome back to the stage CAP President and CEO Neera Tanden.
Good afternoon, everyone. How you doing? I am very excited for our next speaker, and I have a little story to tell about it, which is about a year ago, almost a year ago, at the Center for American Progress, we hosted Beto O'Rourke from Texas. And the governor, then Beto O'Rourke was talking about what's happening in Texas. He actually previewed in Washington that he thought the Texas legislature would do a mid-decade redistrict. A lot of people at the time thought it wouldn't happen, but it did happen. And the Center for American Progress and Center for American Progress Action Fund decided to go into the fight to really encourage blue states to respond with redistricting efforts. We thought that was important because when you have mid-decade redistricting, it could mean that President Trump would not be held accountable for his actions. So we thought it was really crucial. We called leaders we knew in California, a lot of people in power, and a lot of people raised concerns about doing a ballot initiative. Because here's the thing about a ballot initiative, it could lose. So a lot of people were like, why take the risk? Why take the risk? And we said, because we believe democracy is so important. Well, Governor Newsom decided to go to the public with a ballot initiative to respond to Texas. And because he did that and campaigned for it, convinced the state and actually delivered, California's redistricting could mean the difference between accountability and no accountability for this administration. You know, a lot of people talk about democracy, but it's important to take risks for democracy, and it's important to fight for democracy. And that is exactly what Governor Newsom did. So we are honored to have Governor Newsom from the great state of California to talk to us about what's happening in the country and how we can solve it. Governor Newsom?
My one member of the family. How are you?
Good, good.
Good to be with you.
Great to be with you. Well, maybe we should just start fresh here.
Start fresh. Unbelievable. Redistricting still fresh on my mind.
Great.
Fresh on everybody's mind. It is remarkable what the Supreme Court just did. I mean, no other way to describe it except Jim Crow 2.0. What Governor Landry did was even more alarming in this respect. He declared an emergency and suspended an election that already had been conducted, at least for 42,000 people overseas in the military. Literally suspended the election so he can redistrict out African American representation. That happened in 2026 in the United States of America. What happened in Tennessee, what's going on in all of these other southern states. So, you know, my state of mind is very much on this unfinished work that we have in front of us as it relates to redistricting and waking people up from this somber, this sort of, you know, shock and awe, this overwhelm every day, being overwhelmed by another headline and another distraction. But what lies underneath in terms of what's holding up our democracy is in real peril right now.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of peril, we just have the news, just in the last day or so, that the Trump administration settled with itself. Essentially,
Nothing.
Trump's Treasury Department negotiated with Trump himself over a $10 billion frivolous lawsuit to give a $1.8 billion taxpayer-funded slush fund, I would just call it a slush fund, that will pay out to his allies who were involved in the insurrection. So, just Penny, for your thoughts on that topic.
Well, it's exactly why our founding fathers lived and died.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a hell of a thing, the 250th anniversary, where literally this declaration was conceived to stop this kind of corruption, this waste, and this fraud. This is, I mean, it's so alarming. 17, by the way, not 1.8. It's 1776. Joke's on you, I guess, or on all of us. This is a corruption story, plain and simple. Trump administration's a corruption story. It's the great grift, and it's taking shape on a daily basis in every way, shape, form. You didn't even mention the $230 million at the DOJ that he's also trying to extract, not just that $10 billion, now $1.8 billion settlement. We've talked a lot about the $400 million plan, which is not $400 million. It was over $900 million in the Pentagon budget to retrofit the plane. We talk about the 8 large-scale projects he has in the Gulf and around the rest of the globe. The fact that he quite literally used the tariff regime in order to get those deals done, particularly the one in Vietnam. We're talking about the kind of corruption at scale we've never seen in our lifetime, including what Witkoff family's doing, what the Kushner family's doing, the Board of Peace, which is really about getting a piece of the Middle East. Mm-hmm. All of this happened in plain open sight. You saw last week, and the fact that finally he's delivering on the cell phones, another part of the grift. The good old days when it was just about watches, $100,000, sneakers, $60, and cell phones. This is happening at a scale we've never experienced in our lifetime, and he's just winding up. And where's Congress? Where's Johnson? Where is Thune? Supine, completely complicit in all of this graft and all this corruption. Where are institutions? Also rolling over, also selling out with respect. As you know, and I know I've offended people, I've got a Patriot site, which in and of itself should be reasonably offensive because it mirrors and mocks a little bit of what Trump's doing, but we sell knee pads. And by the way, the last ones sold out. New ones just got in, but they sold out because our universities, remember that, were selling out. Our law firms were selling out. Media is selling out. All those settlements. You got, and the corruption is, what Brendan Carr is doing. Mm-hmm. What he's doing with the Tenga deal. Nexstar, $6.2 billion. Going to get 80% penetration in our household markets. The cap was 39%. Brendan Carr saying he didn't like the war coverage and is considering now investigating certain media outlets. This is all happening on our watch. Society becomes how we behave. We have agency. We have a responsibility. It's just like the issue of redistricting. We could have decided to write an op-ed. Mm-hmm. We could have decided, hold hands, have a candlelight vigil, win the argument. These guys are ruthless on the other side. Trump's not screwing around, and nor can we. Yeah, it's uncomfortable fighting fire with fire. Yes, we all want the better angels. Yes, we want the Sorkin sound and music, a little West Wing. I do. But we'll lose our country. We will lose our country. You saw today, what is the President of the United States spending all his time on? He had a big press conference about the new design for the ballroom that he promised would be private in terms of its contribution. Now he's asking $1 billion of your taxpayers' money. You saw what happened yesterday with Hexit. It's in the middle of a war, 80 days in the middle of a war. So what does the head of the Pentagon do? He goes out there and campaigns in a partisan campaign for someone that didn't do the bidding of the president. This is happening in real time. It's happening on our watch. Again, society becomes how we behave. For things to change, we need to change. You need to change. We all need to change and call this stuff out. No, and none of this normal. Don't allow it to be normalized. Do not allow this to be normalized. It's a corruption story. That's the Trump administration. Period. Full stop.
One of the differences we see in our country versus other countries, if you look at Orban's Hungary or Putin's Russia, we are seeing a public opposition. So when you talk about what people should do in this moment, what do you recommend to us?
Well, you don't give in to the fear, cynicism, anxiety, and fear. You realize that you're the antidote to all of that. Mm-hmm. Again, it's not conditions, it's decisions. that shape our fate and future. You've seen that with the No Kings rallies. People are showing up. They're not falling prey to the system. You've seen them showing up in state house races. Over 30 have flipped from red to blue, not one blue to red. We're winning. People are showing up. They're not giving up. They showed up for Proposition 50. It was a 90-day campaign. We raised $118 million. We also raised the consciousness from that was when you did the introduction, I was thinking in the back, the reason people were reticent about that is polled at 48% when people were talking about it. We had to shape-shift things. Again, decisions, not conditions. So we got to turn it up. They're trying to rig the election. Donald Trump knows he's going to get crushed this November. That's why he made the phone call to Abbott saying he's, quote unquote, entitled to 5 seats. That should put chill up your spine alone, that he's entitled to the 5 seats. He didn't expect how we'd respond, didn't expect how Virginia responded. But again, we saw how their court responded. This is hard work. And we're seeing how they're responding, not just Landry, but we saw within hours how Abbott, or not Abbott, but DeSantis responded with an exclusive on Fox News where the new maps were shown. Not the democratic process with the transparency of the people in Virginia, but an exclusive with Sean Hannity on Fox News. These guys are not screwing around. Ask folks down in Fulton County, is Trump screwing around? Trying to go after our voting rolls in California. He's not screwing around. Do you think a fair, free election, you think that's realistic? With Trump this November, after all he did on January 6th and now the $1.8 billion, take care of it. This is like, what more heaven is, we're dumb as we want to be to think. That, you saw what happened just on forgive me going back to Prop 50, but the day of the campaign in Los Angeles, Donald Trump, of course, sent out on Truth Social, the election was rigged. He sent out the Department of Justice to oversee all of the corruption. That morning, he sent out the BORTAC teams. These are the Border Patrol Tactical Unit teams. These are the Apache helicopter guys, all dressed up in front of Dodger Stadium for the morning news so that our diverse communities wouldn't show up for vote. You think he's not going to do that again all across this country? Come on, what evidence, honestly, is there of what we're about to face? We've got to wake up to this new reality. So we have to be, dare I say it, I'm sorry, Democrats, that we have to be as ruthless as our opposition. We do. We have to win. It's all on the line. You just got to win. I'm done winning arguments. With all due respect to the niceties, it feels good, but we're going to lose our republic. Again, the founding fathers did not live and die for this moment. I can't celebrate July 4th, the best of Roman Republic and Greek democracy, co-equal branches of government, popular sovereignty, the rule of law, not at the time where it's the rule of dawn. And if it hasn't dawned on you, I remember spending 90 minutes with Trump in the Oval Office, and I think he honestly thought everything was his. He was showing me the declaration, his declaration. It's a prize, White House, a corruption story happening on our watch.
So, speaking of fighting, President Trump fights with you a lot, as you might notice.
Yeah.
He's also basically waged a 10-year war on blue states and blue cities. Now, here at the Center for American Progress, we do care about facts and figures, and we know that California has grown to have the 4th largest economy in the world, that it is an engine of economic growth. But what do you say to people who worry about blue state governing?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we're the economic engine of the United States, blue metros. During the Biden administration, about 71% of the GDP in the United States of America emanated in blue metros. 71%. I mean, we're the tentpole of the American economy, blue states. Many of these red states are donor states. I mean, again, speaking of state of mind, there are also states with lower productivity, lower wages, higher death rates, higher deaths of despair. The innovation index, not even interesting compared to other states. And they're some of the highest tax states. And I really want to make this point. The most regressive taxes in the United States of America are red states. They tax poor people more than they do the very rich. Think about that. Who's the high tax state? Florida or California? Texas or California? We have the highest tax rate. We don't have the highest taxes, but you fall prey to that. Many of you, the punditry, lazy punditry. We fall prey.
We're very happy with all the reporters that are here, however.
You do. You got to update your facts. By the way, we did update ours. You know, Bloomberg just came out with a piece that should just disabuse everyone of this California derangement syndrome. The top performing economy of all the 49 others, the top performing economy of all developed nations since 2019. 40% GDP growth. We have no peers. We dominate in every category. Dominate. You talk about manufacturing, you're talking about my home state. You talk to me about forestry jobs and hunting jobs, you're talking about my home state. You talk about venture capital, come on. $106 billion record-breaking venture capital. You talk about every category. There's not a single category, large-scale economic category, where California isn't the dominant state. We have more engineers, more researchers, more Nobel laureates than any other state in the nation. And we are the center of the universe. We're writing the rules of the future. And this is why the right hates us. It's insecurity. It's not our trajectory. You talk about fusion. You talk about quantum. You talk about AI. You're talking about California. 32 of the 50 top market cap AI companies in our backyard, the state of California. So all of these areas, promise, peril, all of that is represented in all of what I just said, that mosaic that is California, the future happening in California often first, America's coming attraction, including the challenges of affordability. Housing crisis that appeared in our state decades before it's now become not just a trend line, but a headline across the United States. The issues of homelessness, poverty, relationship to the cost of housing, the original sin in my state. So much of that now dominant in the consciousness and focus as we relate to the American system today.
I will get to AI, but homelessness and particularly housing costs have been high. You've taken some actions on housing. We at CAP have been very focused on how to lower housing costs. We looked at a lot of your ideas, a lot of synergies there. Do you want to talk about what you've been doing on housing?
Well, we've seen a 59% increase in the number of new housing construction since 2019 and a 56% reduction in the time for permitting, and it's still a low bar. It's a crisis. That said, we were aided and abetted by, he's here, Ezra Klein, this abundance mindset, which is California. It's not a scarcity mindset. It's always at our best, nation as well, an abundance mindset. And we recognize we need a party that builds, period, full stop. The Democratic brand should be a party building. There's one word to define us. There's destruction on the other side of institutions and allies and trust, truth on the other side. Ours, building, liberalism that builds. And so that's our mindset. And we were able to carry through with much more aggressive actions. Again, for things to change, you have to change. And so rather than the usual pace of reform that took shape in my state, including my first 6 years on housing where we made progress, we weren't making a difference. And that's when we decided to move these historic housing bills into the budget, which you don't do. And I threatened to veto the budget unless we got the housing bills done, and we were successful in doing so. It's the mindset we need to take into the future. Because at the end of the day, when you and I were briefly talking about this a moment ago, this system's broken. It's broken, folks. 10% of people own 2/3 the wealth. Same 10% own 93% of the value of the stock market. 30-year-old is not doing better than her father for the first time in history. That is a 5-alarm fire. Doesn't work anymore. We can't tinker anymore. You can't play in the margins anymore. There's a reason Donald Trump's in office, the reason Bernie fills stadiums. They're both right on the diagnosis. And we can't, with respect, fail more efficiently by managing more effectively the decline. Doesn't work anymore. System has to be reimagined. It does. Can't play in the margins. Tax code is broken. I'm sorry. I know it offends many of you. It is. Inheritance codes doesn't work anymore. It's why we're having billionaire tax, wealth tax debates in my own state and all across the United States. The pitchforks, yeah, they're here. They're not just coming. You know, and we saw it with all the populism and authoritarianism that came from that because of our lousy trade deals, and that when looking back, we're all geniuses, but the last 30 years and the rise of these authoritarian tendencies in terms of governance, you know, we ain't seen nothing yet, because now it's the blue-collar worker that sounds a lot like 25-year-old white-collar workers that I see in San Francisco that are wondering why they're not getting a call back on a job interview. They're sounding the same. That's a different kind of coalition, the white-collar and blue-collar coalition. A lot of people are a little frustrated on a stepped-up basis where you can just borrow, die, no tax. I mean, this is, you know, enough. This is not working. That's why I raised the minimum wage to $25 for healthcare workers, $20 for fast food workers. You still have 20 states at $7.25 an hour, and you're subsidizing that. That's madness. And now, with these trend lines, we've seen AI is going to detonate all of this. And it's happening in real time, and we're not talking about that. I know we're talking about hyperscale data centers and the utility. That's interesting. But we're missing, sorry, a memo from the West Coast, the world I'm living in, absorbed by, consumed by. Something big is happening in the plumbing of the world, and we still have systems that were designed in 1935 that are no longer viable in 25. Unemployment insurance, you think that's going to work and hold up? That doesn't work for clerical workers anymore. You need employment insurance. Universal basic income, you don't need charity, we need ownership. It's universal basic capital. By the way, those are the creators telling you that, not just me. That's what Sam Altman, Dario, and others are saying. They're the ones making that point, and the voters are demanding it. Got to have an ownership stake. You cannot save democracy unless we democratize the economy. Period. It's just simply not going to hold up. It's the exact same fight. And so when I hear people saying, well, you know, that Newsom guy, he's all about resistance. We need to focus on renewal. Sure, but I think it's the same damn fight. And so it's not just about populism, it's about realism. I don't begrudge other people's success. I admire it. Can't be pro-job and anti-business. But businesses can't thrive in a world that's failing, and it's failing. I mean, you need GoFundMe page now if you have a major medical issue, literally. I have a friend, God is my witness, Suleiman, yesterday, literally sent me a GoFundMe. Guy has 2 or 3 jobs, and now GoFundMe. The hell is that? You have a healthcare system that's simply not viable. You know that. You may not like single payer. I don't even know how the hell to do it in terms of how I get rid of all your private health insurance, but it seems something's got to give. Just doesn't add up. Debt and entitlement? Seriously. Energy and climate change? Come on. And democracy in this economy. So there's these tectonic plates, and we've been slow to respond. All bargain no longer applies. My mom talked about 52 paychecks, and it required her 104. I feel like those are the good old days, 104 paychecks. So this is my mindset as I try to close out the last 7 months of my administration. I'm not running the 90-yard dash. And I'm thinking about universal basic capital. I'm thinking about public equity funds and dividends. I'm thinking about ownership. I'm thinking about what you're seeing in places like Denmark that do 90% wage replacement over a 2-year period and scale it down. I'm thinking differently about the WARN Act and doing early warning systems for displacement. I'm thinking about the fact that we're entitled to a transition. It's not just a severance in a LinkedIn post. I'm thinking very differently about all these things. And so we've got an executive order in this space. We've got a very aggressive effort, a series of efforts to pilot at scale some of these approaches to start to deal with some of this anxiety, deal with the inevitable displacement.
So just to zero in on AI, as you noted, California is the home base of AI, a lot of the AI companies. In the United States right now, we have an administration that essentially, for the most part, is people are on their own. Then in some corners, people are basically saying we should try to stop AI, which is impossible to do as a technology. So we're also seeing that attitudes towards AI are becoming much more negative, in part because I think people think they're just going to be off on their own. You have as I understand, a new EO on impacts on the workforce.
Yeah. Well, we were the first to regulate large language model frontier models, the first safety efforts in the United States. When people say no one's regulating, they're wrong. They haven't focused on what California did a few years ago. But Kathy Hochul, to her credit, just modeled the version of what we did in the state. But you're right. Trump has just let it rip. He has David Sachs no longer there. But I think, by the way, they may have a little regret. My sense is Best and others are like, okay, hold on here. When Mythos came out, cybersecurity issues, we're in a different space here. It's not just about the clerical workers, which are geographically diffuse, so it's really hard to look at white-collar displacement at the moment. But now there's a growing, I think, consciousness that we need to, yes, accelerate vis-a-vis China. I get all that, but you've got to steer the technology, particularly large language models on the safety side. Transparency. And that's what California is trying to lead on, has been leading on. Just as we're dealing across the board with, digital contracts around your likeness, your voice, your writing, and ownership in that space. And we'll be very shortly doing 16 and younger on social media, a separate but connected issue. But on the workforce side, we're just not, look, if Dario's wrong at Anthropic, who says that within the next 4.5 years, 50% of the entry-level white-collar workers will be, just think about it. If he's wrong by half, just consider the consequences of that. You saw these are the guys writing the script, and they're seeing into the future. There's a reason why Peter Thiel struggled for 17 seconds on a simple question around humanity surviving. I mean, I don't want to be pessimist here. I think there'll be a lot of abundance, a lot of job creation. I think there'll be a lot of classes of jobs will be augmented. Nurses and others, and designers will be profound and consequential. And I think businesses are going to make a fortune. And that's why you cannot continue to have a payroll tax system that taxes jobs and then subsidizes automation. And so part of the EO is on that side. We have tax credits for automation. And then we burden everyone every time you hire someone with the damn payroll tax. Again, the whole system has to be reimagined. And I don't think we're having those accelerated or advanced conversations right now. We're still discussing who's going to pay for my increased electricity because of the data center, which is a legit issue. But it's not the issue. And you're right, the tech genie is not going to go back in the bottle. Just saying that you should not or cannot build a data center is not going to slow this technology down. What can be will be. Nature of technology. And so we just have to steer it and not make the mistakes we made with social media. But we have to do a scale and scope that we are not prepared for in our national politics. And that's why states matter. States are on the front lines of the rights battle. States are on the front lines of these tectonic changes. And that's why governors matter, legislatures matter. That's why our party needs to be bottom up, not just top down. That's why we got to get away from the guy or gal on the white horse to come save the day in 2028 and focus on 2026 and getting Speaker Jeffries the gavel and focus on accountability and trust and then turn the page on a compelling vision, a journey that we can go together as American people where everybody feels heard and included. In some respects, that's the easier part of it as we continue to fight the situational battles of the corruption and the rot of our institutions and the decay that Donald Trump continues to promote on an hourly and daily basis.
We're going to go to audience questions, so just type in your questions. We have some already. I'll just ask one last question. You're right that states are leading in many, many directions. One way states are leading is in fiscal responsibility. You just had a budget that actually balances your budget and addresses structural deficits, something we could do in the United States. I wonder what you'd say. Just talk to us about the kind of investments you've been able to make while balancing your budget. but also, perhaps share some thoughts on the deficit at the federal level under Trump.
Well, that's right. Look, I don't know, maybe I'm a 80s kid or something, but I was a little alarmed when I saw the debt larger than GDP. Well, maybe I'm a little old-fashioned. You start to do the math. I do math all the time. I spent 2.5 hours in my budget presentation. We balanced not just for this year, but next year, the year I'm gone. I believe you don't have to be profligate to be progressive. And I'm incredibly proud. No other state's done more in child care, almost 500,000 subsidized slots. I mentioned the work we have done in terms of wages, not just the issues of cost, the work we did with $11 insulin, not subsidizing it, just lowering the costs, using our market power to be more competitive in the marketplace, which is a mindset. We have universal health care. We expanded it. I know it's, you don't have to support this, but I campaign on it, and I believe in universal health care. And so we delivered it not just on the basis of pre-existing condition ability to pay, but also on your immigration status. Otherwise, we pay for it in the back end in the emergency room. We were able to broadly deliver on that. We were able to also create a brand new grade, pre-K for all. We created 100, I'm really proud of this. Now it's 5.5 million child baby bonds. By the way, we didn't name them Newsom accounts. I was an idiot. Everyone's like, wow, Trump accounts, what a great idea. I'm like, Jesus Christ. 5.5 million of these, up to $1,500. By the way, that's these things. And by the way, Cory Booker, hats off, and even Ted Cruz for being out there promoting this. Those bonds will be, I think, incredibly critical in terms of the UBC framework and the universal basic capital, and looking at compounding, looking at ownership. I believe there is a structure there that should be celebrated despite the name, which needs to change. But we should make sure we institutionalize that. But our whole point is we're forced to balance budgets. That's table stakes. But I'm also proud we were able to do it. We have a progressive tax system, which I embrace. I don't defend, I support, I promote it. And I think that's the approach this country needs to face. You and I were talking about these 4 or 5 major tax cuts in the Bush and Trump. Come on, you talk about debt. Look in the mirror. CBO, is it 3.4 trillion 10 years or 4.7? Depends on which CBO report I read. I mean, it's madness. It's madness. We're spending more on interest than we are national defense. So this is not sustainable. Entitlement issues, and again, you talk about displacement, white collar workers, and then start to look at the entitlement question. So debt and entitlement, energy, climate change. I'm sorry, I know it polls at 2%. I'll keep talking about it. You can have a debate with the thermometer. I'm not going to. And it's financial risk, climate risk. It's uninsurable. You talk about housing, you need to talk about climate. They're connected. So as we build all this back, build that scaffolding, you're right, states are on the front lines. And, I think it's why I'm very proud of CAP and the work you're doing. And I'm proud that you continue to remind us that governing matters, delivering results matter, visual results. Our biggest failure in California was the encampments. We weren't producing visible results. Unsheltered homelessness is down 9%, but you don't feel that. First time in 2 decades. Visible results. Results people can see and feel. Increase wages, lower costs. Focus on mobility, housing, not just wages. And radically alter our system of taxation that simply is not sustainable. Our first trillionaires, they're coming soon to a headline near you. Likely in a few months with SpaceX. Trillionaires. I mean, Plutarch reminded folks, what was it, 2,000 years ago, 50 AD, longer than that. The imbalance between the rich and the poor is the oldest and most fatal ailment of all republics. Businesses can't thrive in a world that's failing. And so we have to fundamentally address that structural problem.
So we have a question. You've been talking about the corruption story of this administration, but how can we stop corruption in future administrations? How can you get politicians to tie their own hands once they've seen what this administration can do?
Yeah, there's the old adage, once a mind is stretched, it never goes back to its original form. So I understand that. I mean, seeing this corruption at scale, it creates a permission structure and slip. But we just simply can't demand that. Our institutions need to function again. We need a functioning Department of Justice, a functioning IRS, a functioning FBI, not allow them to become power ministries for the dear leader, which they've become. We need to call all of this out. We need to hold ourselves to a higher level of accountability and expectation as well. And so all of these things will be at play as we move forward. And so it's about action. It's also about passion. I think it was Oliver Wendell Holmes said, as life is action and passion, it's required all of us to share the action and passion of our time at peril of being judged not to have lived. I think the fight matters. A year ago, my sense was in this country that our path back as Democrats, weak and ineffective, are the two bubble words, was through the center. I think there may be some truth to that, but I think increasingly I'd argue it's through the fight. And people want fighters. People want people with conviction and clarity, not ideologues, open argument, interested in evidence. I don't think we are well served by tearing other people down, but calling out the villains on a tax code, calling out the villains as it relates to the monopolization of capital, and I'm sorry, that's a real issue. I think we would do very well. Talking as FDR talked in 1944 about a new social compact, talking about a floor where no one falls below, talking to that blue collar and white collar worker that are both asking the same question, what happens when I do fall? Will you be there to hold me up? I think those fundamental truths and values will be part of the comeback for the Democratic Party, but that comeback starts with Speaker Jeffries this November.
Hear, hear. Time for just one more question. In light of America's worsening global reputation, how should the United States work to rebuild trust with our allies and restore confidence in American leadership? I saw you at the Munich Security Conference, where a lot of leaders were asking you, leaders from other countries were asking you those questions, as well as I know your remarks at Davos.
Yeah, I was there because of that. America is not, just a situational leader. Trump's temporary. He is. I went there a little selfishly, saying California's permanent. But we'll get through this, and we'll be repaired in the spirit of Father Cause, my great Jesuit priest that I revered. Isaiah, we have to be repairers of the breach. Build truth and trust back by showing up. Open hand, not a closed fist. I think the bar is pretty damn low for the next president, next Secretary of State, as it relates to restoring our alliances. I know that back to once a mind is stretched, it never goes back to original form, but Trump's an invasive species. I don't see Trumpism lasting beyond Trump, period, full stop. It's a cult of personality. With all due respect, JD, you don't have it. And so I just am a little more damn optimistic as long as we own up to our own complicity. We've been too timid. It's not about tinkering anymore. It's not about I doubled the earned income tax credit. If I give in that speech, you're in trouble. It's not about retraining and this is something different. I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm not going all Elizabeth or Bernie on you or AOC. Maybe I am a little bit. In terms of understanding that, or all Trump and Trumpism, understanding that. It is remarkable. And and I'll end on this. I know we got to go. The anxiety is manifesting in real despair for people. I mean, their pessimism is pretty profound. And that's, an AI, as I say, is going to detonate that. And so we have to fundamentally understand that. And that's why as Democrats, this is not, I'm not here for forgiveness, but I get why I was out there stumping for Biden, and I revere that man, and will have his back till my last breath. I do. And I'll never regret a day out there. But I was I was defending the economy's booming, inflation's cooling, best jobs market since 1960s, lowest unemployment for black women and Hispanics, and talking about industrial policy that's worker-centered and the four big, but people weren't feeling it. And, Trump's making the same damn mistake. And it's because they weren't experiencing it. We don't live in the aggregate. We don't. And so I'm out there trumpeting 40% GDP growth, the fourth largest economy in the world. It's like,
I mean, we just said it was really good.
yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. So I think we started to buy our own story. We started taking the wrong lessons from Biden's first victory. We didn't learn it. And so I feel like we talk about forces of transformation versus the forces of restoration. Thank you, Brownstein, for that, coining that phrase. And that's really the dialectic. Trump wanting to bring us back to a pre-1960s world. That's what's happening in real time. We saw it with LGBTQ rights, saw women's rights. Now we're seeing it with civil rights and voting rights. They want to bring us back to a pre-1960s world, censoring historical facts, rewriting history. We need to be the party of transformation. And we have to talk in those terms, but in a way that doesn't alarm people. And that's the balance, because change is hard. Change not only has its enemies, but change, people, right now, too much change. And so that's going to be, I think, the dance. And that's the dance that I am here to celebrate with you, because CAP is one holding that dance party and bringing the best and brightest together so we can figure out exactly what new ideas will animate a new and fresh conversation in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Governor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome CAP's Senior Vice President for National Security and International Policy, Damian Murphy.
Good afternoon, folks. We're going to reconvene for the next panel here. My name is Damian Murphy, and I lead CAP's National Security Team. We've been inspired all morning listening to visionary leaders outline plans for a brighter future. In the foreign policy community as well, there's a growing consensus that we need new solutions for a host of new international challenges. Around the world, tectonic plates are shifting in historic ways. A new era of great power competition is in full swing. And AI could change everything from the job market to how countries relate to each other. In response to these challenges, we need a bold foreign policy vision for a safer, more prosperous, and healthier world guided by a core set of principles and values. At CAP, we are working to advance a new agenda, one that responsibly uses American power abroad to deliver real solutions for people here at home. With deep experience across our government, our next panel is well placed to help us think through some of those solutions. We are honored and excited to be joined by, first, New Jersey Senator Andy Kim, a strong voice representing a new generation of national security leaders in the United States Senate. We're also joined by two leaders with deep experience across administrations. Former Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who has navigated an array of challenging international issues for President Clinton, President Obama, and President Biden. And finally, former Ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas Greenfield, a revered diplomat who dedicated her career to protecting the American people. Moderating our panel, we'll have MS Now's Jen Psaki. Jen served as White House press secretary for President Biden, but for the purposes of this panel, we applaud her service as the State Department spokesperson and during her time under the Obama administration. So please join me in welcoming our panel to the stage. Thank you.
First of all, we all recognize it is difficult to follow Governor Gavin Newsom in a conversation about slush funds that included the reference to knee pads. But we are going to do our best because these are very important topics too. And obviously there is so much going on in the world right now. We're going to try to cover a lot of it, but we also, the whole purpose of this forum is to talk about ideas and what to do in the future and how we move forward. So we're going to have a conversation about that too. But I want to just start with China because I think this is a topic that is on a lot of people's minds. It is always on a lot of people's minds, but certainly after the president just got back from a trip to China last week. I wanted to start with you, Secretary Blinken. You said you've done a lot of speeches. We looked at a lot of your speeches. You said if the United States is competing with China alone, we may well wind up on the losing side of the equation. Where do you think the relationship stands now? What is your go from here?
Well, thanks very much, Jen. It's great to be with everyone, be with my friends and colleagues as well. Look, I think we have a president who divides the world up into what he sees as spheres of influence. And the big countries get to do what they want in their part of the world, and the smaller countries have to suffer what they will. And that includes China. And so other than some trade issues that may affect us, his inclination is to give them free rein over their region, and maybe even a little bit beyond. And I think we saw that play out. The challenge is what happens within one sphere of influence almost never stays there. And countries are always looking for more. And China is an example of that as well. This is the one country that has the capacity, as well as the intent, to reshape the international system in a way that advances its interests and values and probably undermines ours. I think, Jen, as we're looking at it, we have to resist putting it on trying to put it on a bumper sticker. There's no neat way of summing up what is probably the most complex and consequential relationship. We compete, for sure. We can test where we really disagree. And we have to find ways to cooperate on issues that really are in the interests of both of our peoples. But from that perspective, you've got to approach it from a position of strength. And that means making ourselves as strong as possible at home, with the right investments, but it also means making ourselves as strong as possible around the world, aligning other countries, building convergence, because, to the point you made, if we're competing with China one-on-one, that's a game that we may lose. Their market's much bigger, their manufacturing is 3 times our manufacturing, purchasing power parity is greater than ours, more papers, more patents, a bigger navy, you can go down the list. But when we're aligned with Europe, with Japan, with Korea, with India, with Australia, with Canada, we go from about 25% of world GDP to 50 or 60%, a lot harder for China to ignore. Unfortunately, where we are now is, just as the president seems to be underwater on a lot of issues within the United States, we're underwater around the world. There was a poll out a couple of weeks ago, 130 countries, and what it found was that China was seen as a more credible actor than the United States. Germany, 70% of people in one poll saw the United States as an adversary. So this means that our ability to align, to build convergence in ways that can deal with the challenges that China poses has been vastly diminished. And that's a real challenge going forward.
That's sort of a perfect setup for you, Ambassador. I mean, everybody knows who the ambassador is, but she spent not just time living up in the apartment in New York, engaging with other UN ambassadors, but also decades serving around the world in the Foreign Service. And one of the things about these trips is these countries, to your point, countries around the world are evaluating not just the United States, but also the strength of the leader that you're meeting with. I wonder if you're thinking about how President Xi and other potential partners and some current allies that Tony referenced look at this trip? How do they look at this trip? And how do you kind of repair these relationships and try to rebuild that type of coalition that he was referencing? Secretary Blinken, I'm sorry, I worked with him before. I'll keep calling him the secretary. Go ahead.
I think, am I on? I think the entire world was watching Trump's trip to China, and they were watching, holding their breaths, because they knew that whatever came out of this trip would not be good for them. And so they were waiting to see, I mean, imagine the people of Taiwan and what they are thinking. All of our friends in Russia, in Europe, what they were thinking. And I think even more than anybody, the Russians were watching this very closely. Because when we were in New York, Russia and China were friends without limits. They were the bros. They kept very close connections with each other. Now China has played a very interesting game, and Trump, where now we are talking to the Chinese about things that the Russians might feel uncomfortable about. So we're seeing the pieces of the chessboard moving around in ways that has all the pawns feeling uncomfortable. You know, what is Africa? We're telling Africa, you need to make some choices about what you want to see in your future. And they're being forced into making choices related to China, because again, I think they find China much more trustworthy as a partner than the United States. How this will boil down, or what it will boil down to in the UN remains to be seen. But I think China's prowess, its power, its leadership on the multilateral stage is increasing.
Senator, part of our objective today is to certainly talk about the path forward. And, you know, in terms of building strength here at home and building these relationships, it requires tough choices at home at times. There has been bipartisan support, for example, of something that the ambassador referenced, which is supporting Taiwan. We don't know where that stands exactly right now. What are the tough choices you think Congress and other leaders need to make over the next couple of years in order to position this relationship in a more constructive way?
Well, one thing that I think was absolutely spot on is talking about strength, talking about credibility that the ambassador and the secretary talked about. But I want to throw one more word into the mix here that I hear a lot from foreign leaders. I had this one leader of an Asian country call me and talk about just the challenges that they see when it comes to U.S., China, and just writ large with foreign policy. And they said to me, I want you to know that when we talk about America, we ask this question, is America a reliable country? And we know the answer to what that is. And so I want to just really throw out that sense of reliability and how important that is and how much we are struggling with it and why we will continue to struggle as a country even after Trump is gone. And this is something that we're going to have to rebuild. So when we're thinking through in Congress, how are we making these trade-offs? We also have to be thinking about the importance of credibility, of reliability in terms of what we're actually able to put forward. Even when we're talking about some of our strategic advantages, for instance, all of us agree that we need to be thinking closely about how our chip manufacturing and other types of AI tools are so critical to the economy of the future. But how are we able to tell other countries what we think they should be doing when it comes to chips or manufacturing equipment if we don't even know what the White House is going to do when it comes to chips to China and elsewhere? You know, when we're talking about, you know, all these different tools at our disposal, you know, the problem is really whether or not we will be consistent with that. And seeing over the course of my time in Congress how Republicans had one tune on China for the past few years and then all of a sudden are absolutely silent right now. I mean, not a single one talking to me about anything that they were concerned about over the past few years. It really just shows how much Trump has captured the Republican Party on China, and we're no longer able to talk about this with the strategy that is necessary for what is the most defining competition of our generation.
Another area where there seems to have been some capturing, shall we say, is on the war with Iran, where there still has not been a war powers vote that has passed. It's come close. You've killed off some people. But let me ask you, Secretary Blinken, right now, I think everybody would like to see this war come to a close. You can certainly tell us how that's going to happen if you know. But what do you see as the impact of what we're looking at right now, both not just with Iran, but in the region, and just kind of U.S.'s role in the world, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now?
Well, I think, Jen, we have an example here with Iran of a war of choice that never should have happened, and a war that really sends almost a split screen. You can have tactical success in individual areas and yet have a real strategic failure. And that's where we are. Because at the end of the day, when the dust settles, it's likely that Iran will retain some vestiges of its nuclear program. It will certainly retain a lot of missiles. Apparently they haven't, in fact, been destroyed. It will retain its regime, and it will have gained this incredible leverage that it didn't have before in the Strait of Hormuz, where it will, one way or another, more or less control what happens there, because it will retain the ability to mess with shipping that's going through. And that means even in a small way, if one guy with a shoulder-fired missile can damage a ship, all of a sudden the ships get scared, the insurers get scared, and you've got a real problem, which means they're going to be in on the deal going forward. That radically changes the region, and it's going to take time to work out from that. You're going to have to find ways over time to work around the hold that Iran will have on the Strait by building more pipelines. Not the best thing, but it's probably the necessary thing to do, especially by focusing on renewables and other ways so that people are not under the thumb of the Iranians, and it really doesn't take much. But it's reshaped it in other ways too. We've alienated pretty much everyone in doing this. We've alienated the Europeans because we were kicking dirt in their face for 2 years over NATO, over Greenland, over Denmark, you name it. Didn't tell them about this. And then when the going got tough, we said, hey, we need you. And all of a sudden they weren't so eager to do it. Our partners in Asia, they're the ones who've been on the receiving end of the real brunt of this in terms of the immediate impacts of prices and availability. And in a different way, our partners in the Gulf, who, to Andy's point, have seen how unreliable we are. Unlike the Europeans, unlike our Asia-Pacific partners, some of them would like the United States to, quote unquote, finish the job. That's not happening, so they're frustrated. Others feel like they've now been subjected to Iran's wrath. Iran has fired more missiles and projectiles at the UAE than it's fired at Israel in this conflict. It's radically changed the equation. I think there is an off-ramp, but the president's going to have to decide whether he wants to take it. And the off-ramp involves, guess what? Diplomacy and a compromise. The only 2 times the Iranians have made a deal in the past were to end the war with Iraq that went on for 8 years with 200,000 Iranian dead. The UN came in, offered them a way forward, got the Iraqi troops out of Iran. The only other time, the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal that President Obama negotiated. It took 2.5 years to get it. They were given some things, we got a lot, and we're in a much better place as a result. I think right now, if the president's looking at this, you're going to have some kind of arrangement that maybe downblends some of their highly enriched uranium, probably has a moratorium on enrichment for some period of time. That'd be a good thing. And on the Strait of Hormuz, there'll probably be some kind of tolling system, which no one will want to call by its name, where the proceeds are used for reconstruction of countries in the area that have been damaged. That's a lot to swallow because so much damage done for so little gain.
Is there a scenario, Ambassador, where this war ends and the Iranians don't have some control over the Strait of Hormuz, some financial control? Do you think that's possible?
Honestly, I don't. It'll be difficult to get to. And part of the reason it will be difficult is, again, we're not negotiating with them. Why are we not negotiating with them? We don't have people to do it. We don't have confirmed Senate-confirmed ambassadors in over 100 countries. So who is going to negotiate with the Iranians? And I've heard over and over again, Tony, you've dealt with them, that they are extraordinary negotiators. We had extraordinary negotiators. We don't anymore. In Africa, where maybe we want to get some support, 37 countries do not have ambassadors. So the administration is taking the power that it has and dumping it. And so it's in a position where it is not able to negotiate an agreement that would quickly end this war. I think the only thing that will do it, the president will declare victory, which means he has accepted defeat, and move out of the area saying we've accomplished everything we've accomplished, when we know that he has not.
Senator Kim, when you just follow some of the headlines, you see kind of war powers vote, war powers vote, war powers vote failing week after week. But there have been some individuals peeled off, I should say, who have voted with Democrats for a War Powers Act, which hasn't happened, I should say, in quite a long time. Give us a sense of where you see things right now in that regard. Are there other ways that you think there is a bipartisan opportunity to hold people in this administration to account over this war?
Well, first of all, I want to say that even the war powers approach, this is the wrong approach that we should have been going down. This is not a situation where we should normalize the idea that a president can start a war on their own, and then it's
very important point. Yes,
and then it's up to Congress later to disapprove of it, right? So just from the outset, this is wrong. This is an illegal, unconstitutional war. Now, we are unfortunately in a situation where we do not have three functioning branches of government right now. We have one branch of government that is simply trying to dominate the other two branches of government. I often call Speaker Johnson Secretary Johnson because he acts more like a cabinet secretary than he does as a leader of a separate branch of government. So that's the world that we're in right now. So yes, we're trying to operate with the tools that we can to shine light and draw attention to the American people, who, by the way, fully see this for what it is. You know, when I'm back home in Jersey, I mean, across the political spectrum, nobody likes this war. And they understand just the cost that they are bearing. Over $42 billion more that Americans have spent on gas and diesel since the beginning of this war. You know, that's what we are trying to draw attention to, that drumbeat. So we have to make sure that we're not getting caught up on just the process of, you know, between the different branches of government. This is ultimately about the people. And this is ultimately about the impacts that is having on them, and that this is a choice that this president made, not just to start a war or not, but whether to help American people or not. And that he has clearly made a decision to enrich himself and his family and his friends at the expense of the American people. And they see that so clearly when it comes to Iran.
I'm so glad you took the question in that direction. It was spicy and good. Ambassador, you have spent so much time working in so many parts of the world where there are high levels of corruption, where human rights and that is a key talking point when you sit down with these leaders. When people, let's say in the future, when future ambassadors, future secretaries are going into meetings and they are looking at a past administration that financially benefited to the tune of $1.4 billion, not my numbers that have been widely reported, and more, what impact does that have on the conversations?
It makes us look like hypocrites. It is a very hard conversation to have with a foreign government where you know you're talking to them about corruption in their country, and they're going to talk back to you about what's happening in your country. I think the only thing that will get us through this, when there's a change of administration, that we hold those people accountable. If we hold them accountable, then we can go to other countries and say, yes, we had this problem, but accountability is important, and this is what we're doing to hold them accountable. Now, will that happen? I don't know, but I would have a hard time having that conversation now with any country because I would feel like a hypocrite, even though I feel strongly that corruption in government is bad. But to try to tell a country that from this side of the Atlantic would be hard.
I want to turn, this is going to seem like a sharp turn, but I don't feel like there's nearly enough attention always on the war in Ukraine because of the war with Iran, because of corruption, because of all the other issues. And Secretary Blinken spent so much time as Secretary of State helping build coalitions, as did the ambassador, of course. If you were to strip away the headlines about Russia, about Ukraine, about military battles, what should people in this room or people watching really understand about the state of things? We're now 4 years into this war.
So, Jen, I think two things. First, it's always good to remember why we got into this in the first place, why we were so determined in our support for Ukraine, because, of course, it was an aggression against a country, and one big country aggressing a smaller country. No one likes to see that, and that tugs on the heartstrings. But there was something else going on. It was an aggression against the very principles at the heart of an international system, no matter how challenged, that really mattered, and mattered in working to keep the peace, working to help countries advance and develop, and principles like sovereignty, like independence, like territorial integrity. That was the goal of the Russian aggression as much as it was to erase Ukraine and subsume it into Russia, and that's why we were so invested in it. But right now, what we've seen is something quite remarkable, which is a country of amazing resilience, a country that now, even with the United States receding in the role that it was playing, is still holding its own. Now, Europe has stepped up in ways that are really, really important, including with funding that is so necessary. But you see the Ukrainians on the battlefield holding their own at horrific cost to them, to their civilians and citizens, also at horrific costs to the people that Putin continues to throw into this meat grinder of his own making. But they are holding on, and more than holding on. They're actually taking the fight to Russia. So I don't think that line is likely to move very much. They're holding their own economically, and they're building a new economy, again, with help from Europe and from others. And the interesting thing is, with their defense industry and what they're doing with drones, they may well wind up at the heart of Europe's future defense industry. They have technology and they have techniques that we don't have. And we see that being spread around the world. And then, step by step, they continue to build their democracy, getting closer to Europe, strengthening the tools. You've seen many people who are in high positions now being challenged on what we were just talking about, corruption. So I think right now, my hope is that the pressure on Putin is such, it's finally catching up with him. He had a reprieve with Iran and being able to sell some oil and the higher prices. But everything else across the board in Russia is really turning. And he's built a war economy that worked for a while, but now is feeding on itself, because basically everything that economy is producing, with everything going into the defense sector, is being eaten up, and it's not productive. It's one thing if you build a weapon system that gets destroyed a few weeks later. It's another thing if you're investing in roads and bridges and technology. So I think we're in a place where if we can help in some fashion the Ukrainians to hang on, it'll get to a place where the line is more or less frozen, and the real measure of success is, can Ukraine stand on its own feet, militarily, economically, democratically? They're demonstrating that they can do that.
Let me ask you, Senator, to one of the Secretary's points he just made, I mean, Ukraine, it's become sort of a laboratory for intelligence and drones and kind of a different way of warfare. Once we get to a point of past the Secretary of maximum lethality, as I'll just call him, and we're in kind of a future point, what lessons do you think can be taken away from this war, and what do you hope that Congress is applying?
Well, I'll take it in two directions. First and foremost, yes, absolutely. This is showing this new era of warfare that we're in right now. You know, I'm somebody that grew up in the era where we were concerned about weapons of mass destruction. Now we are finding ourselves in a place where we are trying to navigate these weapons of mass production. You know, this idea of what it is when you're able to produce such quantity, whether drones, ballistic missiles, when we have the proliferation of AI, what we see with Mythos and other things like that that are going to completely transform, that is the future. And we do have to be thinking about it both in terms of the warfighter on our side, but also how do you defend against this? And this is why I was also going over, you know, some of our efforts to make sure that we as a nation are ensuring that we are able to do our best to ensure that our adversaries and our competitors like China and Russia are not able to gain some of these tools, whether through AI chips or the means of production to be able to produce those chips. You know, those are the types of things that are going to really determine the stratification of warfare in that way. The last thing I'll just say on this front is I've been very much pushing that we can't just be saying that we're opposed to this might makes right approach of foreign policy of Trump, but trying to devise what is our way forward. And I, for one, believe that that revolves around a singular word, which is resilience. I think we need to focus on an era of resilience in this age of crisis and to be able to mobilize ourselves to shore up our own vulnerabilities, whether that's critical minerals or pharmaceuticals or energy production or any number of other issues, while we are also trying to make sure that we are performing and fighting on the battlefields of our choosing and be able to advance on our strengths. So that's what I think we need to be pushing forward on when we see this incredibly rapidly changing ecosystem that we're in. You know, there's no going back. We need that forward-looking vision and to be able to give a sense of what American credibility and reliability going forward will be based off of.
Okay, we only have 5 minutes left, but we've covered a scope of issues I hope all of you cared a lot about. Let me go to you, Ambassador. One of the things I would say broadly is if I were to give unofficial broad advice to anybody running for office or president, I would say sit down with really smart people and decide what you think about the really tough issues. So let me pose this question to you. What do you hope that people who are aspiring to be sitting in the Oval Office are sitting down and spending time mapping out plans and ideas and thoughts with very smart people with right now?
I hope that they are doing that. And I actually know, I expect that they're sitting down with smart people. But what they really need to do is sit down with the people. They need to get into communities, go into towns, go into capitals, and talk to the people. Because it's ordinary people in places like Louisiana who will be voting for them. And if those people are not hearing from them, nothing that smart people say to them will get them elected.
What do you wish they would be talking about?
Talking about real issues, talking about pocketbook issues, talking about the price of gasoline, talking about their futures, whether their children will have jobs, whether their children will be educated, whether their school boards will be able to pull books like Roots out of the library and stick with it. You know, they want to hear those issues that touch them every day. They don't want to hear the esoteric issues about war and peace, even though those issues have an impact on them. They expect their leaders to know what to do on those issues, but they want their leaders to know what to do to make their lives better.
Secretary Blinken, let me ask you a question in a different way, because you have helped past people running for president think about issues and kind of red team with them what they think, how to talk about it. What would be top of list for you if you were doing that with some candidates right now?
You know, there's so much to think about, to focus on. I guess I'd say a few things. One is, and it echoes what Andy's saying and I think what Linda's saying. There's a lot of understandable nostalgia for the past because we had an American century. We had 80 years where, as a result of the work that previous generations did, we were at the front of the parade and shaping things. And those 80 years, with all of their imperfections, profound as they were, we passed that. And the reality is you can't put the genie back in the bottle. You've got to shape a new bottle. And that's what these conversations have to all be about. We have the pace and scope of change that is moving at speeds unlike anything I ever experienced before in my 30 years in government. And just by way of one example, to get to 50 million users of the telephone back in the day, it took about 75 years. For radio, it took about 45 years. For TV, it took about 20 years. For Instagram, 4 years. For ChatGPT, 4 months. The challenge that anyone in governance has in dealing with that is acute. We have inequalities among countries that have actually decreased, but within them, they've increased, and that has all sorts of repercussions. But finally, and this is what I want to get to, we have a new world order that's being shaped, and grappling with that is going to be the biggest test internationally for future presidents. We have all sorts of emerging actors who are powered, super empowered by technology and by information, and as a result, can either advance or disrupt things in ways that they weren't able to before. And that means if you don't have them on the takeoff, you're probably going to have a crash landing. So as I'm looking forward and I'm thinking about how do you advise a president on how to engage the world? Of course, it starts with our democratic base, and you want strong democracies. I believe that one principle is enduring, and that is enlightened self-interest, the strength and success of others actually redounds to us. And that continues to be important. American engagement and leadership continues to be important. But as we're looking at the way the world is going to be designed, I think increasingly we're going to see alignments of not just countries, but companies and other actors that have a stake in a given issue coming together around that issue. And it's what I used to call variable geometry, different coalitions of different shapes and sizes who are all brought together by a shared interest in a particular issue. Maybe it's dealing with opioids. Maybe it's dealing with food security. Maybe it's dealing with climate. Maybe it's dealing with AI governance. And it won't be a neat autocracy-democracy breakdown or east-west or north-south. It'll be like-mindeds on a given issue, willing to play by the same set of rules. I think a president has to look at that and think about how he or she organizes the country to engage in that. But it starts with, as we've all been discussing, regaining our credibility. And that's going to be the first task.
It's a perfect place to end. I'm very grateful that they are all thinking about these big, difficult issues that I know are on the minds of lots of people here and people watching. Thank you all so much for this panel. Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
And I want to give a heartfelt thanks to Prime Minister Carney for joining this year's summit.
Our age of anxiety, it can only be answered by positive action.
Many of us gathered in Barcelona a few weeks ago.
Progresismo hoy es más necesario que nunca.
And before that, last year we gathered in London.
The truth is, we won't solve our problems if we don't also take on the root causes.
To discuss not only our shared challenges, but our shared opportunities, a new path forward.
International rules-based order that we helped build together no longer works as it once claimed. We have to take the sign down and build anew.
El progreso no es una quimera, el progreso es una promesa. No la promesa de soñar, sino de trabajar sin descanso para hacer nuestros sueños realidad.
The Prime Minister of Hungary is no longer called Viktor Orban. That's for the first time in 16 years.
In times like these, progressives do not retreat. We show here the progressive forces of this world stand together and united.
Progressives should make the reform of our democracy our #1 priority.
I'm just trying to purge our vocabulary of pretty much anything that starts with the prefix re, like restore, rebuild, most of all return, because it's not going to be like that, and it shouldn't.
We have to deliver for our public. Our foreign policies have to serve the economic well-being of our countries.
We're responsible for our own futures as center-left advocates. If we are delivering or not delivering, that is what matters.
We met today for the first time, but you see that we are fighting for the same vision.
No country can go it alone, and we know that when progressives are in power, multilateralism thrives and we can get big things done.
The future is bright when you have leaders who are focused on delivering. So thank you.
Please welcome the New York Times' Ezra Klein and MS Now's Chris Hayes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Chris. This is Ezra. We're going to be speaking about an incredibly overlooked, bespoke topic today. It's called artificial intelligence, often abbreviated as AI. It is strange how ubiquitous the topic has become and how quickly ubiquitous it's become. And The dynamics right now, I think, from the perspective of political economy and politics are both incredibly fascinating and incredibly fraught. The polling suggests that there is a genuine backlash that's brewing. You're seeing it both in quantitative data in polling, but also in individual fights over data centers, particularly where this has been channeled. At the same time, a shocking percentage of US capital expenditure, business investment, and the driver of GDP growth is located in a relatively small few hands that are controlling what is the largest, at this point, percentage of GDP investment the country's probably ever seen, even surpassing the numbers of the railroad build-out in the late 19th century, which was the previous record holder. And amidst this, a real question about what the two parties, what the political coalitions, and what the political positions, both from a political standpoint in campaigning and from a governing standpoint, are calling for. And so we thought we would try to just solve all that in the next 28 minutes and 34 seconds. I guess my first question to you is like, I do think there's a real jump ball now. I saw Ron DeSantis today posted on X a poll that showed people overwhelmingly opposed to data centers, and he has been clearly kind of making some noises around being a sort of AI skeptic. How do you read the politics of it broadly?
So I think the politics of it are bad on a bunch of different levels for everybody. I'm going to pull DeSantis to the side, as I often try to do in life, and just like start with one big principle, like the main thing that I want to come here today and say, which is that what AI is and whether it is good or bad is not an intrinsic structure of the technology, but is a set of political decisions. It is up to us. And one of the things I mean by that is right now, I think particularly on the Democratic side, but also on the Republican side, there's a tremendous amount of correct concern about what I would call AI harm, and a set of questions about how to create an agenda around AI harm. What about job displacement? What about algorithmic bias? And the way AI has not just been sold, but genuinely, I think one of the possible futures it could represent, but the one that the heads of the labs talked about for a very long time and that people listened to them, was AI as a technology for taking away your job and maybe eventually displacing human sovereignty over our own future. And now you started to hear people in the AI lab say AI has a marketing problem, a branding problem. But if it does that, it's an actual problem. That's a bad, terrible vision. There needs to be a set of policies, and people are thinking hard about these, that are around preventing harms. There also need to be a set of policies that are around creating and harnessing goods. The things that are promised to us from AI that actually seem genuinely plausible to me, like, for instance, a radical acceleration in the rate of useful molecules to test in drug discovery, are not going to lead to new drugs if we don't change how the drug discovery process works and change how the financing of it works so it can happen much, much, much faster, right? This is true in energy. It is true in how the government uses AI. It would be trivial now for the IRS to have a large language model that does your taxes for you, and in a way direct file wasn't capable of doing, goes back and forth even on complex taxes, but then you have to actually make that happen. And so there needs to be, I think, both like agenda to prevent AI harm, but an agenda to force and make possible AI goods. And the technology, what it means for society back and forth, whether it is good or bad, it has been treated as if it is out of our hands, a non-political question. But it is a political question. And if the only thing you do is try to prevent harms from these labs racing for profit as fast as they can, of course you're not going to get a great outcome out of that. For it to have for AI to actually work for the public good, there will have to be an agenda in which the public decides what it wants and then shapes the market and shapes the rules and shapes the reality around that.
Yeah, I 100% agree on that, although I would say that I don't think the technology has an inherent valence necessarily, but I also think it's not neutral in this sense. Like, one of the things I think a lot in comparing it to the internet, which, we're always searching for analogs for it, but there's a few things about the internet that I think shaped particularly the first few decades of it, even if that's now vestigial. One is that architecturally, it was distributed. The whole point of it was to be distributed. And the whole point of that distribution of a distributed network, which comes out of ARPANET and sort of resilience in the face of a nuclear attack or something like that, meant that the sort of distributed nature of it as a set of open source protocols, as a set of ways that different people can interact with it, gave a kind of generative space for lots of different people to kind of plug into it. One of the things that really strikes me about AI right now, from a sort of political economy perspective, is that inherent in the technology, in the current way it's being developed, is you need just an enormous raw amount of power and GPUs. That necessarily right now, and that it may change, right, because we might get different models that don't work this way, that necessarily depends on concentrated power and very deep pockets with a few firms. And so I do worry a little bit about like the degree, just from the sort of political economy of this new technology, where it feels, whatever its benefits might be for people, the concentration feels kind of baked into me. Like it feels like a very non-distributed kind of thing. It feels ultimately also not that competitive, even though it's competitive among these 3 or 4 models, right? This sense that there's going to be a few winners, that it'll be, that it's going to be dominated maybe by winner take all. And that's the thing that I keep coming back to about the regulatory question, is like how to think about the market structure in terms of what the government's doing if that's the inherent nature of the tech.
Let me poke maybe, or push on that in 2 ways. So one, again, I think that's a choice and sometimes reflects the way that even on the Democratic side, there has been a real limitation in imagination of what the public can do. If you could have a public option for health insurance run by the government, there's no particular reason the government couldn't have GPU clusters.
100%.
And in other countries, they will. It is a reflection, I think, of the way we have severed ourselves off from having powerful public options in this country that we almost don't even like think about it. It's like, well, it turns out we can run libraries. Bookstores don't just have to be private. Like, why couldn't we do that? And I bet you in some cases the military will. I mean, the one part of the government that is thinking more like this is a national security state. The other thing here is that what you're saying about concentration of power might be true. And it is definitely the story the leading AI labs want us to believe, because they want the investors to believe that too. So the sort of implicit story, sometimes explicit, told by Anthropic, told by OpenAI, told by Google, Alphabet, is that we are in a limited period race to recursively self-improving superintelligence. And whoever wins that race is going to win everything. And maybe, I don't totally push that out as a kind of, in my view, sort of low probability event. But there's another view, which is that there's actually not much moat on this stuff at all. Like, how did Grok, whatever else you think about Elon Musk, come functionally out of nowhere to have not be the leading model on the market, but be a couple of months behind the leading models on the market, when it didn't start anywhere near as early as OpenAI, as Google, where the foundational research was done, as Meta, which had Jan LeCun, who was one of the founders. There are a lot of people I know in the VC world who think there's actually no moat on this stuff at all. That in fact we're getting really, really good at it, and the reason China is so close to us is you can distill the models pretty easily, which is only to say that I don't think it is baked in. Like a lot of what is going to create concentrations of power, if they happen, or one, I do take your point about GPUs and the amount of money you need to train, but we could approach that with public options and other things. But the other thing is the ability to switch between things and go to new players if we make entrance easier is pretty real there. So again, I keep wanting us to, I don't mean to say the technology is neutral. I don't believe any technology is truly neutral. They all have embedded ideas in them and embedded pathways in them. But I do think that there's been a tendency to treat the technology as almost self-directed, as opposed to being genuinely amenable or shaped by political choices and public choices, which give us, the public, agency over it.
So let's talk about 2 different ways of conceiving. I mean, there's a bunch of different layers at which you can imagine policy here. One is in this question about market structure, right? Whether that's competition policy or whether that's some sort of public option. The other way that you could conceive of it is regulatory oversight, right? Like to the point that you were saying before about the way our imagination about the possibilities of the public sector and also public regulation have kind of been cramped. You know, when you take a step back and think about the enormous amount of technical capacity necessary for a central bank and or the FDA or the FTC or the SEC, and we can go down the line, right, or the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. In all these cases, you've got something that's very technically complex and sophisticated. It's possibly very dangerous, whether it's nuclear weapons or depressions. And you don't want to basically have a vote of Congress on interest rates and where to store the nukes, right? So you've got some kind of question where you want some level of democratic oversight and democratic accountability and also technical expertise. And the creation of this enormous sort of ecology of the administrative state that grows up to deal with precisely this problem. And there's like more of these than most people who've never worked in government even know. Like there's like 3 different railroad commissions that are appointed. And when you come into a new administration, you get there's a spreadsheet that has all these positions you have to fill, and most people have never heard of a lot of these bodies. It's not, I mean, that seems to me like an obvious model for AI, right? Like there's some sort of way that we could conceive of some balance between democratic accountability, technical expertise, that says like whether a model is safe or not, right? Or whether it could be released or not. We're so far from that conversation now. But that seems like one obvious place, again, this is at the highest level, that you could at least conceptually think of what some approach would look like.
I want to drop a layer beneath that. What do we want this technology to do? How do we want the future to be different than the present? That until we have some set of views on that, right? If what you hope AI does, there are people in my life who have currently incurable chronic diseases. One way artificial intelligence could make my life much better is accelerate cures for those diseases. What would need to happen? Not just in the development of it, but in the financial incentives it has, and then in the way we test and accelerate drugs to make that happen and happen quickly for as many diseases as possible. That there are a lot of different things that technology, because it is a general purpose technology, can do or not do. You were asking earlier about analogies. The internet is maybe one. I think energy is probably a better one. That energy is not like a railroad. We know we want there to be a railroad infrastructure. What the railroad is meant to do is like pretty straightforward. Energy, we are sort of trying to wire energy into everything, but in order to make that useful, you have to wire things for energy. Right? It's classic, economic history now that it took a long time for the gains of electricity to actually show up in the economy because people didn't know how to use it. And so the very fact of it being in some way available doesn't matter if your factory is not built for electricity. One of the things that I see happening right now when I go out to San Francisco and do this reporting, and Chris has been doing a great podcast series focused on AI as well, is I am watching companies that are building themselves from the ground up to use this well. Their code bases are internally unified. Their Slack messages work in a very different way because they're making their entire organization legible to artificial intelligence, so then the artificial intelligence can be more useful to the organization. If you want to go a step further than what they're attempting to do, which is accelerate their coding, if you want to make it more possible to do what Governor Newsom was saying on the stage a bit ago and build more things more effectively, more rapidly, and new kinds of things in the real world, then you have to begin to wire the world. You have to begin to reconstruct how we build. Right now we have trouble in a lot of places building homes. Homes are a solved technology. We're not lacking capacity. We're not lacking innovation here. If we want to create new things, that's even harder. And so I really want to hold on this question because I think there's a tendency in the Democratic, the progressive, the liberal, the leftist mind to fit it into the fights we've been having, to fit it into competition policy. That's fine. I want competition in AI. At the moment, I broadly think we have it. To fit it into regulatory policy, because I think we still think we failed on social media by not regulating the harms quickly enough. That's good. I want to do all of that. I am genuinely worried about AI harms. I've been covering them for years now. But if we do not actually create a set of ideas about what we want to achieve, we're just not going to achieve them because all of the energy and all the investment, to your point about these companies who are having to pay back investors over time, is going to go into what there's already a business model to do. And so if the public has no view, what the public wants done is never going to happen.
Right, but part of that is, if we sort of go back to the experience people have had of the economy, like I love the Keynes essay about the economic prospects of our grandchildren, and returned to a lot and wrote about it in my last book. And, you know, it's fun because there's a certain kind of utopian thinking. It's not utopian because he actually thinks there's going to be a lot of challenges. But, you know, and you go back to the Marx portion where he talks about how you can be like a fisher in the morning and a critic in the evening and a hunter in the afternoon. And you're none of those things because in this era of plenty, right, when you've gotten rid of, fundamentally, when you've gotten rid of limitations, which is the problem that he thought he was solving for and that Keynes thinks that 20th century capitalism will solve for, right? That no one has to work anymore. And I think if you were to articulate a kind of pie in the sky vision, well, okay, what happens if the computers can do all, they can do all the thinking and they can push out the productivity frontier big enough and we can get rocket growth, right? That money's going to flow somewhere and maybe we all get to be, who's the guy who says we all get to be lords, right? Like we all become essentially the kind of lordly class that used to exist in feudal systems when a very, very small percentage of people didn't have to do any work at all because all the work was being done for them. I think the problem is, and maybe that's not the vision that you would articulate, but that's one vision, right? Like the sort of...
I'm not going for indolent lords.
Yeah. Like maybe if there's some universe of sort of boundless abundance and boundless plenty and people don't have to like work jobs they hate anymore, which an enormous percentage of people in our society do. I just think it just seems so impossible to conceive that even if you gave like a slightly less utopian, you know, curing diseases or things like that, it's hard to get your arms around like what the bounty looks like because people just don't trust it will be allocated to them.
This is why I really think that it is time for the AI discussion to get off of far future thought experiments. And look, I have participated in a lot of them in my time, and I've talked about paperclip maximizing and boundless abundance and the whole lot of it. And when AI was a speculative technology, it was worth talking about, at least as a way to discipline your own intuitions about it. We are here. The technology is here. Its pace of improvement is unknown. I am not really of a belief that we're going to be in superintelligence in 2 years. We are not coming to boundless abundance anytime soon, in my view. We are not going to be at mass job displacement anytime soon, if ever, in my view. I mean, I think it's not going to happen for the same reason Keynes was wrong, in that we will endlessly create new wants, new desires, new forms of social status competition, which doesn't mean we will not have some job displacement. One of my views about AI, which is like a little bit weirder to be honest, is that in a way, societally, we would be better at dealing with 80 million people losing their jobs than 8 million. Because if it was 80 million like COVID, we would do a society-wide response. We would not blame people. Yep. But if it's 8 million, we're going to blame them. We're going to say, you communications major. Well, look, most people, the communications major, are still getting a job. It's just that unemployment in that major has gone up 3x. You should figure it out. And that's when we did this in the China shock. We've done this in a lot of cases, and it actually worries me a lot more. I think we have been so caught on these big thought experiments, 50% of all entry-level white-collar jobs gone in 2 to 3 years, that we're going to actually be caught unprepared by being faced again, as we so often are, with the same problems we always run into, which is bottlenecks for doing real things in the real world, which is some people getting richer and not us not having an effective way to tax that capital, the buy, borrow, die dimension that Newsom and others, Ray Madoff on my show, have talked about so well. The difficulty of setting a public agenda as companies become very powerful. Right now, Andreessen Horowitz is the biggest spender in the 2026 midterms. They spent, according to reporting I just saw in the Times, over $115 million. They have a very radically deregulatory accelerationist agenda for AI, crypto, and other things, right? AI is not putting us in a place where none of the old constraints bite. It is putting us in a place where the bottlenecks of the real world and the questions of power in some ways bite more. And so I think in order to know how to solve or answer the questions that are coming immediately, we actually have to discipline more tightly what those questions are. If we want, I keep using drug development because I think it's at least a very concrete example. If we want AI to get us more drug discovery, then we have to ask what the next bottleneck is going to be if we get a much more rapid acceleration of molecules worth testing on human beings. Right now, it is very, very hard under the way we've built the system to find enough people to go into phase 3 trials. We could create interoperable electronic records that actually mean we know all the people in the country with a certain disease pattern. And then we could tell them that there's a trial that could help them. We do this for a couple of things right now. It has radically accelerated drug development for some cancers, but we don't do it for most things. That's not like a super sexy, fun AI thought experiment, but it could really matter. Like you could look at this for energy. You could look at this for building efficiency. You could look at this for how people interact with the government. My wife, Annie Lowry, is releasing his book in a couple months on the time tax, the incredible difficulty of navigating the amount of time it takes to figure out what the government has to offer you and what it takes to qualify for it. There's no actual reason that needs to be your time. That is a political choice we have made. It would be trivial. The IRS has the data on what your financial situation is. There could be not only an LLM that helps you with your taxes, but actually tells you what you qualify for all across the federal government, or for that matter, state governments all at once. But in order to do that, we need to make the data talk to each other. We need to break down current privacy regulations that make that impossible. We are at the point where AI is material possibilities. If we treat it so speculatively, like in some ways I think that's buying in at this point to the game the labs are playing, right? I'm not saying none of that might ever happen, but I do think that it is probably a little bit more unlikely to happen than they want you to think. And the best way to be able to deal with it then is to be good at dealing with the problems we're going to have with it now. I want to turn a question on you, though, because you've been doing this series on it. One of the things that I see happening, and we're here at CAP, is when I wrote Abundance, one of the big questions in it, or the back half of it, was about, with Derek Thompson, was about how do you build a left? How do you build a relationship where the left doesn't just see technology as a social problem, but technology as a way to solve social problems? And my sense is AI has made this problem much, much worse. Affectively, the relationship between the left and technology is like worse than it has ever been. I think climate change is beginning to ease this because there's a recognition we needed green energy to solve our problems and technological innovation, and AI has made it much worse. Because it does present all these problems of power and concentration, like how do you navigate that tension?
Well, that's why I think you need to have some, I think you have to have some story of what's in it for people that is legible and plausible. That, because right now, right now the latest data, and I don't think it's born of AI, I think it's born of a lot of things, has the lowest share of, total income going to labor versus capital that we've ever seen. The way that the labs, again, sell investment into the models is that it's going to push that number even further, right? That's the whole point. Like
a billboard right outside my office, it just says "Stop hiring humans."
Yes.
Like what a ghoul.
Yes.
To create that.
And so I think there's a sense in which, unless there's some distributive story, and I don't mean distributive in the sense of like we're going to tax it and give you a check. I mean like literally what's in it for me. I just think it's a very tough sell, and I also don't think the skepticism doesn't seem at all crazy to me. It seems totally rational. Like we're going to build this data center. Maybe there's going to be some jobs here, but fundamentally, like a bunch of really rich people who fundamentally like want to get rid of you are going to use it to get rid of you. Is basically the story now. And I think you're right to flip it on its head. It's like, well, what would we want? What would we want the technology to do? What if the LLMs could be good at doing your taxes? What if we could unblock all sorts of new ways of getting drugs? But I just think I guess what I'm saying is I don't think you could detach it from some distributive story about who has power and who's benefiting. And I think if you talk about things like in the abstract, what I think people are going to, particularly people on the left, but I think generally people's skepticism of this is high anyway, is going to think that they're going to be left out in the cold. And right now, it's hard to see a lot of reasons why that's not the case. Again, to your point about it's not the future, it's now. Like, the stock market's booming. There's going to be trillions of dollars of capital allocation to this. Lots of people use the technology. They like it. Maybe it drives a few of them insane. But what the tangible benefits are for people outside, I think, a relatively small group of people, I think, remains very abstract.
And that's where I actually think the political system is failing. That, of course, that's not going to come from the corporations.
Right.
Right? They're not going to tell a story about how they're going to become less powerful. They're not going to create a world. I mean, I remember the tour from OpenAI people some years ago about how much they wanted to be regulated. And I look at what Leading the Future, the PAC partially funded by OpenAI co-founder Greg Brockman, how much it is spending against Alex Boris in New York, because he has had the temerity to try to do very modest safety-oriented regulation of AI. And so, like, this is what I mean, that if the way the public relates to it is to just say, developing this and deciding how it's used is entirely the private market's prerogative, and we are just going to try to prevent harms around the edge, then there's no chance for that democratic vision you're talking about.
And I do think, I mean, Shrikat Chakrabarty, who's running in that Scott Wiener district in Pelosi district, does have this kind of like public AI model campaign plank, which I think is interesting, like that we should have a government administered LLM that, that our own lab that's working on this, that hires the best talent. And I do think thinking about some public stake or some public part in this is one first step in that. But I also think that, like, I want to ask this question because we have a question from the audience. And I think it sort of brings us to the data center fight, because that's where, like, the rubber hits the road on all this. Like, at some level, I'm extremely sympathetic to people fighting the data centers. At another level, there's part of me that's like, well, this is just the NIMBY gun pointed at another target. Usually I don't like the target they're pointing it at, but maybe this target's fine. And this question from the audience is, how would a system of government in the abundance model balance ensuring public sector decisions are both effective and democratic? We're seeing these fights over data centers. How would it resist capture by big corporations?
I mean, it's a big question. To keep it on the data center point, the thing I have heard talking to a lot of governors, mayors, representatives involved in the data center fights, because, like, to be blunt about this question, the way the American political system tries to balance this is that we elect people, and they're supposed to be able to balance the various incentives and interests of society in a way that makes sense. And the thing that I think the people who are more forward-looking on this are saying is, look, if you want all these data centers, what you have to do is not just pay for the electricity they're going to use. Like, that's table stakes. This is a tremendous amount of investment, a railroads level of investment, that is going to genuinely be either a huge strain or an opportunity for transformation of a lot of our infrastructure, particularly our energy infrastructure. And so the data center build out has to be harnessed, in their view, to some public vision about how it is actually benefiting the communities it is part of. In this way, data centers are not like homes. When we argue that it should be easier to build homes, the reason it should be easier to build homes is it is good for people to be able to live in communities.
Yes, exactly.
Like, like the idea is not omni-building, right? I don't want you to be able to build more coal power plants because those are bad for communities. And the question of whether a data center is good for, like, the community it is in, there's questions about the broader state, about the broader country, right? There's questions about the air race with China, but the question about whether it's good for a community is in, that is something we actually know how to at least try to think about balancing. Now, you could at the state level create framework legislation about what kinds of investments in the grid, what kinds of investments in water, what kinds of investments in modernizing, like, desperately needed, in creating modernization that is desperately needed in order to build big build-outs you want to force. And then if you create a clear, like, set of rules of the road, then there's certainty on how to invest and what you can get done. But what all the people actually dealing with this at town hall meetings tell me, and I think they're right about, is that unless you can tell, like, a town what is in it for them, they don't want it. And they're right, that, like, nothing is in it for them except, like, a bit of tax revenue. So, like, but that's not impossible. If there's all this money behind it, money is fungible. Money can do a lot of things, and particularly as an opportunity to modernize our energy grid. Like, this is maybe the biggest opportunity for private capital to do that ever.
And yes, modernize the grid, build out capacity, all that stuff. Well, you can mark down at 229.58 when we solved all this in your books. Ezra Klein, the New York Times.
Thank you. Chris Hayes, MSN Now.
Hey everyone, we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. Please help yourself to refreshments in the foyer, and again, bathrooms are downstairs, and we'll see you back in about 10 minutes or so. Thank you.
Thanks so much for tuning in to our exclusive live programming for the Center for American Progress's 2026 CAP Ideas Conference. My name is Colin Seeberger, Senior Advisor at CAP. I'm excited to be joined by my colleague Topher Spiro, Senior Fellow for Health Policy at CAP. Topher, healthcare is often front of mind for folks. You know, we've seen President Trump said that he was going to make life more affordable for folks, and yet we know that healthcare is an area where we've seen, people experiencing intense financial distress of late. Congress allowed the enhanced premium tax credits to expire, which has helped double premiums for tens of millions of Americans. What are you hearing from stakeholders in this moment?
They also slashed Medicaid by $1 trillion and throwing 10 million people off of Medicaid coverage. So it's that plus doubling the premiums in the Affordable Care Act marketplaces. We're facing a breaking point. The system is in crisis. Poll after poll shows that healthcare costs rise to the top. You know, it may fluctuate between groceries and healthcare costs, but healthcare costs is always consistently top one or two issues.
And it's durable over time,
and it's
right?
durable over time. And it's cost, but it's also people's other frustrations with their insurance. So half of insured adults have had to get a prior authorization in the past 2 years, and this is rising as a top concern for people.
Well, Democrats, particularly of late, have had a lot of success in making changes to the healthcare system. We're clearly at a breaking point, like you mentioned,
yes.
And more changes are needed in order to be able to help address some of these challenges. I know CAP has its own healthcare plan. Can you tell me a little bit about it, and what kind of response you're hearing from policymakers?
Yeah, so I'll give you a brief overview, and then we can dive in to the particulars as you want. So I think people are really clamoring for immediate relief on premiums, on deductibles, and on the insurance denials and prior authorization. So in addition to an agenda that expands coverage, we need to address these immediate concerns. So we have a plan that has 4 parts. First, making sure that premium increases do not rise faster than the actual cost of care is rising. Secondly, if insurance companies are getting windfall profits, we need to return those profits to consumers in the form of rebate by limiting extreme hospital prices. And then fourth, ban and replace prior authorization with independent clinical review. These reviews would be conducted by independent clinicians. They would be subject to a strict 48-hour deadline, free of conflicts of interest, and most highly cost and overused services. Everything else would not be subject to a review. And that's the kind of agenda that people are clamoring for in the immediate term.
Yeah, I mean, really focusing in on those cost challenges.
Yeah.
Democrats historically over the past several decades have focused a lot on access to coverage, right, and in the need to make sure that everybody has access to health insurance. This is really focusing in, like a laser on being sure that you can use your insurance by going after prior authorization, but also
Yes.
really getting at people's financial pain.
Yes, there are broader reforms like public option or Medicare for all that are longer term in nature and that expand coverage and reduce costs. But what we're saying is it's both and. We need to also have an agenda that addresses the immediate concerns and provides immediate relief on premiums and deductibles.
Well, what kind of response are you getting from, we've had several leaders here, including California Governor Gavin Newsom, several different governors and senators. What kind of response are you hearing from elected officials in response to this plan coming out?
I would say it's getting good traction in both the House and the Senate. I'm not going to get ahead of people wanting to, finish it's going so far. And the other interesting thing is that we've been talking to employer groups and insurers, and there's just among stakeholders a general recognition that something needs to change.
Yeah, I
And-
mean, even small businesses here and people with employer-sponsored insurance are recognizing that the system really is at a breaking point, right? Usually it's those folks who are on the individual market or small business owners who are kind of having to fend for themselves.
That's right.
Are usually the ones driving the conversation here, but really we're even seeing this, in the ESI network as well.
Yes, and it's about market concentration. Market concentration on the hospital side and market concentration on the insurer side. And employers, even large employers, I think are finding it increasingly difficult to go up against that kind of market power. And it's that market power and market concentration that is really driving up the prices of medical care and driving up premiums. And so the solution has to be to really address that market power.
We can't really talk about healthcare right now and not talk about the impact of the cuts that you were talking about earlier, the cuts to Medicaid. We're talking $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. The president's plans are going to absolutely level many providers, particularly those in rural communities. I'm talking about our rural hospitals, community health centers.
Yes.
Right? How do we make sure that they kind of are set on a solid path as we're making some of these changes to address people's financial anxieties as it relates to the healthcare
Yeah,
system?
I mean, I think the prerequisite to any plan, any proposal, is to restore that Medicaid funding that goes to hospitals and to reverse the Medicaid cuts and to extend the Affordable Care Act premium tax credits. So unwinding and reversing the damage that Trump has caused is job number one. But we cannot stop there. We know from polling that we need to have an affirmative agenda. We need to have new ideas, and we need to show that we understand where people are, understand their cost concerns, and that we're addressing it.
Well, it's really interesting that it is this president who has overseen, the largest cuts to Medicaid in American history, who has kicked tens of millions or will have kicked tens of millions of Americans off their health insurance. And yet at the same time, it was Donald Trump, mind you, who campaigned for office on making America healthy again. At the same time, we're seeing this government, overturn bans on forever chemicals, on, wiping out renewable energy sources and instead preferring fossil fuels that are, polluting our air and water. I'm curious, how is CAP thinking about, a plan that actually would address what I think a lot of Americans, rightly identify are, fundamental, challenges to having a healthy society, thanks to food and drug companies, thanks to the polluters, right?
Yep.
Not to mention, the social media companies and mental health. So can you talk a bit about how you're thinking about actually making America healthy?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think there's a lot of disillusionment among the MAHA movement with what's been going on with the Trump administration and their exemption of pesticides and Roundup, and as you mentioned, reversing the regulation of PFAS in drinking water. You know, the damage they've done to vaccine recommendations and vaccine supply. So there's a real opportunity here for Democrats to take back that agenda and to show that we are the ones who care about protecting health. Democrats are the party of a strong FDA, a strong CDC to protect Americans' health, and somehow RFK has tried to co-opt that, but the actions don't match the words. So there's a petition right now from David Kessler, former commissioner, before the FDA to regulate ultra-processed foods, and it's just been sitting there. And RFK talks a good game about ultra-processed foods, but he hasn't taken action on the petition. So we're going to be releasing a plan in the coming weeks to say, what would an affirmative agenda on public health actually look like that gets these toxins out of the food supply, out of the water supply, and out of the air, and what a, as you say, what a Making America Healthy Again agenda would actually look like.
Well, I'm sure that is going to be very popular with food and beverage companies, as I'm sure some of the reforms that we were talking about making to the insurance system are going to be very popular with insurance companies, you know, drug price negotiation. You know, I'm curious for your sense, like, do you think that we can actually accomplish these things? Is it going to take kind of a more systemic political reform effort? You know, we'll hear a little bit more about this in just a second. We at CAP have been pushing an exciting new effort to curb the impacts of the Supreme Court Citizens United decision from the preceding decade. But I'm curious to get your sense on whether you think we can actually get these things done in our current politics.
I sense that the ground is shifting, and again, it goes back to the crisis that we're in and the fact that there's a breaking point. If we're not in the breaking point right now, it's coming soon. And what can't continue to happen won't continue to happen. Eventually, the demand for reform will be so strong. And, you know, I've been around a long time, since the Affordable Care Act. Come on,
Topher, you're not...
at that
you're not
time,
that
you know,
old.
it was viewed as untouchable during the Affordable Care Act to go after Big Pharma, to include anything on drug pricing in that bill. And fast forward to a decade later with the Inflation Reduction Act, Democrats finally capitalized on bringing Medicare negotiation to prescription drug prices. And, you know, so I think that change...
And it was one of the most popular parts of
one of the most
the
popular
Biden administration's record,
Right, and actually got it done. And so that's what we need to focus on. We have to have laser-like focus to continue the drumbeat, continue the advocacy, and we'll get these things done.
Well, you heard it here, folks. We will keep pressing here at the Center for American plan, as well as the Make America Healthy Again effort that you all are embarking on. And you'll have to come to AmericanProgress.org and make sure to check out that plan. When should we expect
Patient's Bill of Rights.
Patient's Bill of Rights?
The MAHA plan, the actual MAHA plan, in the next couple of weeks.
Next couple of weeks. Okay, folks, stay tuned. We will make sure that we bring Topher under our social media channels to, or one of your colleagues maybe, and you know, have them share all about it. Topher, thanks again.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, folks, we are going to get back to this conference in just a second. We've got a few really exciting additional panels, some additional speakers. We've got Governor Wes Moore coming up shortly. Please stay tuned. Thanks so much.
Turn your seats. We're going to be starting the program back up shortly. Thanks again.
The Supreme Court shattered campaign finance law with its decision in Citizens United in 2010. Americans have been told that there are only two ways to stop corporate and dark money in politics. Either amend the U.S. Constitution or wait generations for a new Supreme Court. Turns out there's another way. Hi, my name is Tom Moore. I'm a senior fellow for democracy policy at CAP. Let me introduce you to CAP's Corporate Power Reset. The Corporate Power Reset is a new legal and legislative strategy developed by the Center for American Progress. Instead of trying to ban or restrict the corporate political spending that Citizens United opened up, this plan focuses on the legal powers granted to corporations by states. States create corporations, and corporations have only the powers that states give them. And what the state gives, the state can take away by amending their corporate statutes to say that corporations no longer have the power to spend money in politics. It's not regulation, it's redefinition. I've been working with folks on the ground in Montana for a year and a half on the Montana plan to help them get this on their ballot this fall. Last year, CAP's video and digital teams joined the effort, and once they started sharing this idea with the world, it spread like wildfire. In just days, the video we cut had over 6.7 million views across social media and tons of comments. And the next videos reached even more people. State lawmakers started hearing from their constituents about it, and then they started reaching out to us about how they could do the corporate power reset in their states. It's been the easiest sales job ever.
Hawaii will lead in the effort to end dark money in politics.
I want to give you a great deal of credit, you and CAP. We can get rid of Citizens United.
What?
What? This is very, very important.
You don't have to accept the unacceptable, and that's what the Montana Plan is all about. And it is the best chance I've seen in a long time to put the Citizens United decision in its place, which is the dustbin of history.
And it's not just a few states. Corporate power reset bills have been filed in more than a dozen legislatures just this year. Lawmakers in a bunch of other states have also expressed interest. And Hawaii has gone the furthest of them all.
Governor Josh Green signed several bills into law today. One would limit corporate donations in Hawaii politics. Political action committees will not be allowed to spend any money received from corporations.
This year and next, my job is going to be to keep all those bills on track in the states and to prepare for the massive legal fight that this project is going to spark. I'm doing the best work of my career. I feel very grateful and privileged to have been given the freedom and support to pursue this idea. And that's CAP's strength. We not only come up with great ideas, but we have the teams to make them have real impact in the world.
Please welcome CAP Senior Fellow Jared Bernstein.
It is my privilege to introduce Senator Elizabeth Warren. I first met Professor Warren when she was working on her 2004 book, co-written with Amelia Warren Tyagi, called The Two-Income Trap. There are three things this fact tells you about her. First, she was writing about affordability literally 22 years before the rest of us. Second, her views are informed by data-driven analysis that is rare to the point of extinction in much of today's politics. She may not remember this, but our first conversation was not about legislation or economic trends. It was about the best deflator to use for consumer expenditure data. Third, in that book, Senator Warren examined the relationship between personal bankruptcies and economic insecurity. Years later, she championed bankruptcy legislation to protect consumers from the financial abuses that have informed her writings, her teachings, and her political ascension, followed a few years later by her brainchild, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Agreed. Talk about turning your analysis into action. It's a truly remarkable record, Senator. But all that pales beside the exchange I recently had with a friend, wherein we were bemoaning the situation we find ourselves in today. As the conversation became increasingly depressing, I asked my friend if he was losing hope. His reply was, "I'll give up hope when Elizabeth Warren stops fighting." I think we all know that's not going to happen. So without further ado, Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Thank you, Jared. That was a very generous introduction. Thank you all for the warm welcome. I love being in a room full of nerds, my kind of people. So I want to say thank you to Nira and to CAP for pulling everybody together for this conference. I think it's terrific. I love a chance to get together and talk about ideas. So a lot of folks in this room would tell you that costs are way up and Donald Trump is to blame. Kind of a simple message here. And it is true. And it is a big reason why Donald Trump's approval ratings have now reached record lows. But Americans are angry and have been angry for a very long time because costs have been going up for decades under both Republican and Democratic administrations. If we want to win the 2026 midterms and have a fighting chance in 2028, then we need to convince Americans that we're serious about taking on the big fights and lowering costs. I think it's that straightforward. And that means we have to do more than just general hand waving. The hand waving's been going on for a long time. What it means is specific proposals that would make meaningful differences in people's lives. Specific proposals that we are willing to be held accountable for delivering on. And I think the right place to start is with childcare. Now, childcare costs have risen at twice the rate of inflation. In 47 out of 50 states, families are paying more for childcare for 2 kids than rent for their whole family. And under Donald Trump, the crisis has gotten worse. Now, I've told the story many times. As a young mom, I was about an inch away from quitting my job before my Aunt B moved in to help with childcare. That was 40 years ago, and the problem has only gotten worse. And newsflash, not everybody has an Aunt B. So today, half of all children live in childcare deserts, meaning there are 2 or 3 children lined up who need care for every 1 care slot that is available. If you are lucky today in America, you might get a spot for your infant if you started today in 6 months. And then again, you might get stuck on a 2-year wait list for the privilege of paying $20,000 plus a year. So the question is, how did we get here? How did this one get so hard over time? The answer is just plain old Econ 101, supply and demand. Prices are high because lots of families need care, and there's nowhere near enough care providers. So why aren't there enough care providers? Why aren't there enough child care workers? Again, Econ 101. There aren't enough workers because those workers are typically paid at rates lower than Uber drivers. So why not pay them more? Well, typically when you need more workers, you just pay them more, but families are already getting flattened by sky-high costs for care, and they just simply cannot afford to pay more. In other words, the private market has not and cannot solve the child care market problem. The only way to develop adequate child care is for the government to fill the gap by investing in families and workers. And look, it would be a smart investment with huge payoffs. Workers would be paid commensurate with the training and responsibilities that they take on. Babies get a very strong start in life, and families get a huge cost relief. As a nation, we support our economy right now by investing in roads and bridges and education so that all of our businesses and all of our workers can prosper. It is time to do the same for childcare. Make this investment so that mamas and daddies can work, and we will all see the payoff. Childcare shouldn't be a privilege reserved for a handful of the wealthy. Childcare is public infrastructure that makes our communities and our businesses flourish. And you can applaud that. Look, but I want to talk about how we get there, because here's a part where the story takes a little bit of a twist. When I ran for president in 2020, I talked about childcare literally at every single stop, while every other Democrat supported expanding childcare. It just wasn't the key thing that they talked about. So when Joe Biden was elected, we were in the throes of COVID pandemic, and it ripped back the curtain on just how fragile our cobbled together childcare system really is. Everybody faced it head on at that point. And for the first time in a long time, we had the Democratic trifecta, the House, the Senate, the White House. To me, I thought, this is it. This is the golden chance. This is our moment to deliver universal child care. And I want to be clear, I was not alone in fighting for child care. Patty Murray and I burned up the phone lines as we strategized with each other over how to get a child care bill across the finish line. The advocates were out. They circulated data, they told the stories, they got them published, they brought families to the Hill to testify about the differences that a good child care program could make. And just like in 2020, almost every Democrat would tell you, if asked, sure, they supported child care. But not enough were willing to fight for it. They were largely just checking the box. The law the Democrats were putting together, Build Back Better, was never about how to build a robust, effective child care system, never. Instead, it was an exercise in how weak and how ineffective we could make the child care program and still call it child care. How little could we invest in order to keep the price tag under an artificial cap? How much could we discourage states from implementing the program so the cost on paper wouldn't scare Joe Manchin, or the tax policies on the other side of the ledger wouldn't make Kyrsten Sinema give a little curtsy and vote no? That was a frustrating, aggravating process right up until the minute that child care dropped off the bill entirely. We lost child care because not enough Democrats who were already in office were actually willing to fight for it. They just backed off. And I believe down to my bones that Democrats who think there is no reward for fighting to deliver universal child care are just dead wrong. Today, cities and states across the country are the ones who are actually leading the charge here. Democrats like Governor Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey and Governor Abigail Spanberger in Virginia and Mayor Mamdani in New York. Yes, all of them. Think about those three. They all campaigned aggressively on increasing access to child care, and they all won. And I give them huge respect for that. But to deliver big for every American family, to have this influence every election, states and cities can't be left to do this alone. And here's the good news. They don't need to. Universal child care isn't just good policy, it is also good politics. Take a look at the Republican Party on the question of child care. They are fumbling the child care issue now at the most basic level. Vice President J.D. Vance's solution, just have the grandparents move next door. Heck of a solution, J.D. Last month, Donald Trump said out loud on camera that we can't, quote, take care of child care because we have to dump $1 billion a day into a war halfway around the world with Iran. So much for America first. Look, it would be political malpractice for Democrats not to be talking about child care every chance we get going into the midterms and beyond. When I look at the upcoming Democratic presidential primary, every 2028 candidate who understands what's happening in this country, who wants to win, and who will deliver for families will make universal child care a core piece of their agenda. Yep. So, how do we get it done? First, cover everyone. We cannot be afraid of big structural change. And that means affordable, high quality care for every single American family. Look, Social Security is the most popular government program ever. And the reason is because it benefits everyone. And the same should be true of childcare. Every parent, every employer, every worker needs to see exactly how a childcare program will work for them. We must cover all families and keep prices manageable for all families. Let me give you an example. For the typical family who might be paying today $25,000 a year for childcare, the proposal we've put together would save them $15,000 a year every year. Oh, and just to draw a line on this, for every mother, a single mother making $60,000 a year, she'd pay nothing at all. And that is a big deal. So that's number one. Make it apply to everyone, make it affordable for everyone. And number two, speed. Speed, speed. We need to deliver quickly to solve the affordability crisis that is flattening families right now. I'm talking months, not years. And the only reason I'm talking months instead of years is because my team keeps telling me I can't talk weeks. But that's how we need to be thinking of this. And that is the kind of urgency we need to bring to this. And again, remember what happened last time the Democrats were in power. Talented, dedicated folks put together a whole lot of really good policy ideas, but speed was never baked in. So it took a long time for those investments to help families. Some benefits, like Medicare drug negotiations, were actually passed into law, but they were deliberately set up so that the price cuts would not kick in until years later. So when the election rolled around and people asked themselves, hey, what have the Democrats done for me? Too many of them felt the answer was not enough, or even worse, nothing at all. Our new child care proposal needs to get resources to states and localities right away. And that means setting up strike teams to help states and cities create more child care slots now. It means helping neighbors who babysit get licensed so they are eligible. It means rethinking regulations that are keeping out new providers. And yes, absolutely, we need to keep our kids safe. And yes, we need all kinds of providers who can meet those standards so that we have abundant, affordable, high-quality child care for every family in America. And the time to do this, to get it together, is now. When we get the next Democratic trifecta, we need legislation that is ready to pass on day one. And our legislation should make it possible for parents to access that care at a minimum in the very same year. Some people might say that's unrealistic. I say you don't get what you don't fight for. Now, I am putting my money where my mouth is on this. I have teamed up with the top Democratic appropriator, Senator Patty Murray, the top House Democrat for Education, Bobby Scott, and the outstanding Congresswoman from New York, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. The four of us are doing the hard policy work right now, the nuts and bolts, the wiring, here's how the pieces will work, here's how we get the money in, here's how we get the money back out. We are working on a draft bill that will be ready as the day one solution when we take back power. And we need every Democrat, whether they are in office now or whether they are running for office, on board. Can I get an amen on that one? Got to make them do this. Look, it is a tough time. Costs, including the cost of child care, are crushing American families. And Donald Trump is too busy starting wars and lining his own pockets to care. We are in a fight to deliver for the American people, not to talk, but to deliver, to lower costs that are keeping people up at night, and to give people some hope by showing them what it looks like to have a government that is on their side. The impact of universal, affordable childcare for all families would be truly seismic. It would mean a single mother could go back to school and get her nursing license. It would mean a young couple could start that small business they've been dreaming of. It would mean a family could start setting aside money for a down payment on a house. It would be life-changing for literally millions of people across this country. And whether you have kids or not, whether you like kids or not, I know some of you out there. I think, kids. Universal childcare is truly the best investment we can make in strengthening our middle class. And that should matter to everyone. As Democrats go around the country over the next 5 months and ask people to vote for us, every single one of us should be talking about childcare. We can take back Congress, then we can take back the White House, and then we can deliver universal childcare and help rebuild America's middle class. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you all.
Please welcome Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock of Georgia and MS Now's Simone Sanders Townsend.
Here we are. Greetings, 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 everyone. Greetings, Senator. Thank you for joining us. I know there's many places you could be, like on the Hill, voting. And the senator does have some votes, so we're going to get quickly to the heart of the matter. Obviously, voting rights has been on the hearts and minds of lots of people in this country, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, and our democracy writ large. So I want to start there talking about some pushing the conversation forward, given some things you yourself have said as of late. You have called Calais, which is a decision, the most recent decision about the VRA, Jim Crow in new clothes. Yes, he did. Now, I think the deeper issue, frankly, is that we are watching the same playbook that dismantled Reconstruction. After the dismantling of Reconstruction, you have the courts aiding and abetting in what's going on. The state legislatures are moving at record speed. The federal government is here playing a role. And so, what does the next phase of this actually look like? Is it enough to just restore the Voting Rights Act, or does it need to be bigger?
Hello, everybody. Good to be here with you. Thank you so much. It's really hard, if not impossible, to overstate how important this moment is. What the Supreme Court did the other day is devastating. It's a massive blow to voting rights in this country. And if there's anything that keeps me up at night, is that. There are a whole range of issues, right? Mm-hmm. I'm about to go vote in a few minutes. We got a vote going on. But there are a lot of issues we debate every single day. Mm-hmm. But the democracy is the house we live in. And MAGA politicians, some of them on the Supreme Court, are burning and looting the house. And so we have to take it seriously. I have been working ever since I came to the Senate to pass voting rights. I came in the 117th Congress, and we got a whole lot done that Congress. I sure wish we had passed the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Nothing could be more important. But going forward, we're focused on winning the midterms. We've got to set the table so that when Democrats are back in power, we have to pass the Voting Rights Advancement Act. We've got to do something about all of this dark money that's in our politics that, quite frankly, is behind this Supreme Court.
So along those lines then, how are you going to get that done? Democrats, it's not as though they haven't had an answer to what Republicans have been doing in terms of a power grab, as I would call it. I think at the end of the day, this is all about power. State legislatures, governors' races, so on and so forth. When it comes to voting rights in America, there have been a number of bills in the House and in the Senate, and none of them have passed. And so what is going to happen differently? Are you endorsing getting rid of the filibuster? Like, how are you going to get it done?
Let me be very clear. No arcane Senate procedure should block people's right to have their voices heard and their votes cast in their democracy. That is my position. And when we are back in power, we've got to pass voting rights. No more hand-wringing, no more delay. You can't fight for the people and then have the people send you into power and not fight to give the people the power for their voices to be heard in their democracy. So we need to pass the Voting Rights Advancement Act, which would ban racial gerrymandering, ban partial gerrymandering, or partisan gerrymandering. I think DC statehood is what we need, and we ought to provide a path for other territories of the United States, a democratic path for them to decide whether or not they want statehood. Here we are approaching the 250th anniversary of a nation born fighting taxation without representation. And here we are sitting in this place. So I'm deeply worried, I'm angry that the democracy is on fire. I think the answer to fighting those who are trying to fight the democracy is more democracy, is to make sure that the people that their voices can be heard. And so we need Supreme Court reform.
Okay, let's talk about Supreme Court reform. I was going there next. Just as we were sitting here, you talked about MAGA politicians, and you said, well, some of them on the Supreme Court. Recently, you called some sitting justices on the Supreme Court political hacks. That's a quote. Look, for decades, I think it is safe to say that both parties, Democrats and Republicans, frankly tried to convince Americans that the court was apolitical. Now, in my estimation, I think the Republican Party apparatus said that, but acted differently. It seems like now both parties are waking up to the fact, or have arrived at the same place, that the court is maybe a little more political than folks let on. So what does court reform look like? Do you think we need more justices on the Supreme Court? Because if the current ones are political hacks, how do you counter that?
Here's what we know. We know that what we are witnessing right now is not working. I'm angry about the dismantling of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2. But the same court that dismantled Section 2 dismantled Section 5. They are also the same court that is responsible for Citizens United. And so while Black voters are at the center of the discussion right now, we can't lose sight of the bigger picture. They are after the coalition, whether it is giving billionaires and heavyweight donors and corporations an outsized impact and influence in our politics through Citizens United, or suppressing the vote by dismantling Section 2, or gerrymandering folks through Section 5, or trying to pass the SAVE Act, which would disproportionately impact women, Black people, brown people, working class people. They are after everyday Americans. And so it would be irresponsible for us not to respond. The court has been reformed before. We certainly need ethics, a code of ethics. Let's try that. That'll be a good first step.
Well, there is currently a code, but it's not enforceable.
Well,
so what? I mean, it seems like this is an early conversation.
That's the way to fix it. We need a code of ethics.
Okay.
And then there are a number of reforms on the table, term limits, expansion of the court wouldn't be the first time. I think, given the crisis we're in, Simone, all of those things have to be on the table.
And you are willing to not just have those conversations, but that's a vote you're also willing to take.
Everything should be on the table.
Everything should be on the table. You all heard that. Look, I think that the American people, I think what you just said is refreshing to hear, because I don't know how any politician in this country can credibly say that our democracy is in danger and then not be willing to take the steps to address the democracy being in danger. And so there's a poem by Edgar Guest that talks about doing the things that haven't been done before. Do you think Democrats need to, not just when it comes to the courts, but voting rights, but also our economy, need to do some things that haven't been done before? And if so, what are those things?
We owe it to the people. On the voting rights piece, I just want to, remind everybody that we had every Democrat on board for those voting bills that we were trying to pass.
So what happened?
At the end of the day, there were 2 United States senators who are no longer in the caucus, who were not willing to do what was necessary to pass it. And I thought then that we should have gotten voting rights done. I'm proud to have come into Congress at a time where, when you think about the amount of legislation we passed when I got elected in 21, and we wouldn't have done any of that had I not gotten elected. And John also. Georgia, I just want to say, Georgia saved the whole country. But we got to send John Ossoff back to the United States Senate. But think about what we did at Congress. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which included in that was the child tax credit. So we cut child poverty 40% for 6 months. We passed a bipartisan infrastructure bill. We passed a CHIPS and science bill, the most significant industrial policy we had seen in a very long time. We passed the first gun safety bill in 30 years. We passed the burn pits bill, which helped the veterans. We passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the largest investment in clean energy ever in human history, and it capped the cost of prescription drugs, gave Medicaid the ability to negotiate the price of prescription drugs. All of that, and all of those are things that I support. I'm proud that we did it, but we're watching them burn that stuff down right now. We're seeing them undermine it. And if I had all of those things, and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, on the other hand, along with court reform and an expanding democracy, I'd take the voting rights bill over all of those bills. We have to save the democracy.
As we have this conversation, talk about voting on Capitol Hill, there's a piece of legislation, the SCORE Act, that particularly deals with athletics, colleges, so on and so forth. And it was a bipartisan bill, it's my understanding. I bring this up because the Congressional Black Caucus, of which you are a member, the Congressional Black Caucus on the House side, they have said that they are not voting for that legislation or any other legislation like it until the schools and the administrators in the South speak to what is happening on the attack for Black representation and Black voters. I'm wondering your take on this. There have been a lot of folks that have said the athletes at these schools in the South need to speak up. I am somebody that believes the administrators and everybody needs to speak up, not just the athletes and not just the Black athletes. But where do you come down on this? Because there is money to be made in the sports situation here, and I feel like if those folks were speaking up about the attack on our democracy, then maybe things would be happening a little differently. But maybe you disagree.
I think we all have a role to play, and I'm committed to doing my part. I love this country. I'm willing to take my chances at the end of the day with the people, with democracy. And so, that's what I'm deeply committed to. I'm a child of the South. I was born and raised in Georgia. And, I talk to Andy Young about this all the time. People think about the Civil Rights Movement, which gave us the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, as something that saved Black people. The reality is it saved the country.
Because it was about democracy.
And it especially helped the South. The South would not be enjoying the prosperity that it enjoys. The Atlanta that we know, that you just left this weekend, with the big football stadiums and the super highways and the innovation that's happening in a whole range of human fields, all of that would not be happening on the other side of a Jim Crow curtain. And so we are witnessing right now with this attack on voting rights, Jim Crow and new clothes. We owe it to the whole republic. We owe it to our children to fight for it with all of our might. We need all hands on deck. And the good news is right now, as I'm speaking, Georgia voters are turning out in record numbers. We've got 2 Supreme Court seats up. They're taking it seriously. And at the end of the day, it's really the people. It is the people who are going to take their democracy back so that we can move forward and get some of these incredible things done, whether we're talking about child care or health care or dealing with the housing crisis, where we live in a country where the average age of the first-time homeowner is age 40. Mm-hmm. We can fix that, but we've got to think a lot bigger than we've been thinking and really take seriously the moment that we're living in.
Let's talk about thinking a bit bigger. You mentioned all of the things that did get done during the first couple years after you came into office in the Senate, and there are some things that didn't get done. You mentioned child care. That was the second part of Build Back Better. And now what we talk about is the affordability crisis in America is just really the care economy. It just keeps getting a new name. I'm wondering if there are any lessons that you learned during those negotiations when it came to the care economy part of Build Back Better, or even the failure of the voting rights bill in the Senate. What lessons did you learn that you will take into this next fight? Because there is a real chance that Democrats take back the United States Senate, and that's not something I would have said a year ago.
Courage. I mean, we need moral courage in this moment. And at every inflection point in this country, whether we're talking about the civil rights movement or women's suffrage or the advancements of members of the LGBTQ community fighting for their humanity, it's just been people who are willing to stand up and center the concerns of ordinary people. And so that's what we need in this moment. We need that kind of leadership. And, you know, as I sit here, here's what I'm not about to do. I'm not about to give in to those who are trying to weaponize despair. Because we'll win some of these battles, and if we're honest, we'll lose some. We'll win some elections. We'll lose some elections. But the battle we cannot lose is the battle between hope and despair. Because if we lose that battle, then we stop fighting. And then when we stop fighting, we don't. Here's why I can't stop. I mean, you see me sitting here. I'm a United States Senator, but I'm also a product of good public policy, good federal legislation. I'm a Head Start alum, long before any of those other degrees. You know, I was a kid in Head Start. That program gave me access to literacy and learning and a love of reading. And then when I was in high school, my principal summoned me to the office. I thought I was in trouble. She wanted to tell me about a program called Upward Bound, a good federal program that put a kid growing up in public housing on a college campus on Saturdays and on the weekends. So I knew I could go to college because I was already on the campus. And then when I got ready to attend Morehouse, it was Pell Grants and low-interest student loans that provided a path for me. And so every day I'm thinking about that kid because it would be harder for me to do those things now.
All of those programs you just mentioned have been cut under this administration.
Yeah, attacks on the Department of Education. And so I'm fighting for that kid every single day who grew up on Cape Street, and kids like that all across my state and all across our country.
You know, I know we need to let you go. The last thing I'll say is often you are a pastor as well as a senator. And somebody said, mm-hmm. And you pastored the same church in Ebenezer Baptist Church that Dr. King
That's right.
once helmed. And I have to wonder, oftentimes he is regularly quoted, you know, the arc of the moral universe, it bends toward justice. And I find myself struggling right now with the question of, does it bend on its own? Or do people, it doesn't just bend on its own, people have to bend it. And so you talk about hope. What gives you hope in this moment that the people are going to bend the arc of the moral universe toward justice?
Absolutely, it does not bend on its own. That we've got to bend that arc. And it has always been the people. I'll close very quickly, and nobody believes a Baptist preacher when he says, as I close.
That usually means another 10 minutes, but he has votes.
But look, I walk around Atlanta, Georgia, which means I get to hang out with giants. C.T. Vivian, I was watching a video of him earlier today, the courage with which he stood up to just brute force fighting for voting rights. John Lewis, my parishioner, is gone. Andy Young is still with us. He tells me the story about when they passed the Civil Rights Bill into law. Dr. King went to see President Johnson, and Johnson was celebrating the fact that they had passed the Civil Rights Bill into law. Dr. King said, great. And without skipping a beat, he said, that's great. We need voting rights. Didn't waste a moment. And the president kept saying, Martin, you're right. I just don't have the power to do that right now. I just don't have the power. And they left the meeting, and the staff was feeling all demoralized, like some of us now, and dejected, and said, what are we going to do? The president said he can't get his voting rights. He said he doesn't have the power. Dr. King said, well, if the president doesn't have the power, I guess we're going to have to go to the South and get him some. And so that's what we got to do. We got to go to the South and get the people some power, because when we stand up, we win.
That is a perfect place to end. Senator Raphael Warnock of the great state of Georgia, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer of New York.
Thank you, everybody, and good afternoon. Thank you to the Center for American Progress for bringing us all together, especially Neera Tanden. Let's give a shout out to her for her steadfast leadership. Now, you've heard a lot today about 2028, about our party, our country, and the ideas that will shape America's future. But I want to start with the truth at the center of it all. We don't get to build the future if Donald Trump gets to rig the rules and cherry pick who has a voice in our democracy. No economic agenda matters if Trump intimidates voters. No health care plan matters if Republicans can choose the electorate before the electorate chooses them. No vision for 2028 matters if 26 is not free and fair. So let me say this plainly. The fight for the future is already here, and Democrats will win that fight. Trump is already escalating attacks on our elections for one reason. He knows his agenda is failing. Costs are too high, families are getting squeezed, his approval is falling. And the American people are seeing through the same old Donald Trump grift. Rig the system, enrich himself. You saw what he just did with his tax returns while you were here. He's going to exempt him and his family from all tax investigation or prosecution. Can you believe this? With him, you never know how low he goes. He's going to enrich himself, and he's going to blame everyone else and dare people to stop him. He's fleecing America's families to line his own pockets without doing a thing about costs, chaos, corruption endemic to his administration. And when Trump cannot win people over, he tries to shut people out. When he cannot defend his record, he attacks the rules. And when he thinks he's losing, he does what he has done his entire life. He tries to cheat his way through. For months, Trump has been sowing seeds of doubt about the midterms, claiming that if Republicans don't win, the elections must be rigged. And last week, when he asked whether he'd deploy his masked agents to polling stations for the midterms, Donald Trump said, quote, "I do anything necessary." And we all know what that means. Trump will do everything necessary to make sure he wins. Donald Trump and the GOP know they're losing right now. Inflation's hit its worst level in years. The cost of everything from gas to groceries to health care to housing is through the roof. America knows who's caused it. Donald Trump. 77% of Americans blame their high cost of living on the president. Only 30% of them approve his handling of the economy, and even fewer believe that Trump's war with Iran, which has sent gas soaring towards $5 a gallon, has been worthwhile. If Republicans want to win back voters, they could change their policies. They could lower costs. They could protect health care. They could stop handing out favors to billionaires and corrupt buddies. They could try just once, to make life easier for working families. With policies so unpopular, what do wannabe autocrats do? They launch a coordinated, multi-front campaign to subvert the election. That's what the SAVE Act is all about. Republicans call it election integrity. It is not. It is voter suppression with a suit and tie. Right now in Congress, Trump's MAGA majorities are trying to usher in Jim Crow 2.0 by pushing the SAVE Act to disenfranchise tens of millions of voters. Up to now, we have thwarted them, but the fight goes on. Donald Trump will not give up in his fight to subvert the elections, and we must be ever, ever vigilant. The SAVE Act would actually purge millions of Americans. People in this room would show up at their voting place, the same place you voted at year after year, and they'd say, "Sorry, you're no longer on the books." What do I do? Well, next week, go to the Board of Elections. It's estimated over 20 million people, many of them people of color, many of them in blue areas, would lose their right to vote under the SAVE Act. And it's all done through a screening algorithm designed by Donald Trump, Russell Vought, and Elon Musk's Doge squad. As I've been saying for months, it's Jim Crow 2.0. And when I say that, it steams up the MAGA right. They go after me because they know it's true. And they also know it's the only way they can win the election. The SAVE Act would make it harder for eligible Americans to register to vote. It would put up new barriers for working people, seniors, students, rural voters, married women who change their names, and communities of color. The SAVE Act would also dismantle the most common and accessible ways to register to vote. Mail-in registration, gone. Registering at churches and college campuses, illegal. Registering when you get your driver's license or sign up for Social Security, no more. Under the SAVE Act, the only path to register to vote once they kick you off the rolls would be in person or at a state or local election office, which is out of the question for many voters. So that's not about protecting democracy. It's about protecting Republicans from the American people and from democracy. And the SAVE Act is only one piece of the scheme. Trump has elevated election deniers. He has threatened election officials. He has attacked mail voting. His administration has gone after voter data. He has targeted democracy organizations. It's amazing what they try to come up with. On the Supreme Court, the radical Republican-appointed majority is doing its part to gut the voting rights after chipping away at it for years. Advancing Trump's demand for Republicans to redraw congressional districts to steal seats mid-decade is a blatant attempt to prevent a Democratic majority in the House. It's shameful. Chief Justice Roberts, that ain't calling balls and strikes. And now, the right-wing Supreme Court is continuing to weaken voting rights, to invite more gerrymandering and open the door to more chaos in many different rulings before the midterms. Let's call it what it is: a coordinated campaign to rig the 2026 election before a single vote is cast. Trump's unprecedented plan to rig the 2026 election requires an unprecedented response. That's why I'm launching the Senate Democrats' Election Protection Task Force, the most expansive election protection effort our caucus has ever undertaken. This is not a messaging exercise. It's a real operation focusing on what they can do before the election, on the day of the election, and after Election Day. We're going to have lawyers and observers and rapid response teams, cybersecurity experts, state and local coordinating with state and local elected officials, all ready in key battlegrounds and high-risk jurisdictions to protect voters, election workers, to protect the count and the certification process. Our task force is bringing together 11 senators and some of the sharpest election experts in the country, people like Mark Elias and Eric Holder and Vanita Gupta and Norm Eisen and Skye Perryman, and so many others. We're meeting and talking on a weekly basis. We will work with state and local officials. We will identify where voters and election workers are most at risk, and we will be ready to respond the moment Trump or his allies try to intimidate voters, interfere with the count, disrupt the recount, or corrupt the certification. We are already preparing, and we will mount lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit at every stage of the process. Mark my words, we are ready to protect free and fair elections at every polling place, every precinct, every county office, every courthouse. And let me be clear, local officials run elections, voters decide elections. Donald Trump does not. This is not about process. It's about power. Republicans are already ignoring your wages, your health care, your rent, your grocery bill, and your freedom. Now they want to ignore your vote. That's what Trump's election scheme is all about. But in America, voters choose their leaders. Leaders do not choose their voters. So, in conclusion, the fight for 2028 starts now in 2026. And Senate Democrats are going to fight like hell to make sure our elections belong to the voters, not to Donald Trump. Thank you.
Please welcome Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey.
So I want to thank everybody that's here. It's so good to have a forum where we're not just talking about what we're against, we're talking about what we're for. We're challenging the moral imagination of our country about who we can be, not just who we're against. So I want to talk about a quiet emergency that's unfolding in this country, and it's making us sicker and poorer at the same time. Sicker because the food we are feeding our families is driving the worst chronic disease epidemic in the history of our nation. And poorer because a handful of big corporations have created systems that drive up grocery costs, drive up the cost of insurance, drive up the cost of prescription drugs Americans now depend upon to manage diseases they should have never gotten in the first place. Big food companies, big pharmaceutical companies, profiting off of our pain, getting richer while American families get sicker and bills pile higher and higher. Every single day in America, 2,700 people die from diet-related diseases. That's nearly 1 million people dead every year from what we eat. More than die from Alzheimer's, accidents on our highways, strokes combined. And we in this country have normalized it. Half of our adults are diabetic or pre-diabetic. 1 in 4 teenagers, adult onset diabetes, had to be changed in name. Half the children alive in this country right now, today, are projected to be obese by the time they are 35. Cancer rates in young people are skyrocketing. Dementia rates in elderly people are skyrocketing. And a chorus of doctors, researchers, and experts are now tying much of this American health crisis to ultra-processed foods Americans are eating every single day. Diet-related chronic disease is now the #1 killer of Americans, more than guns, more than cars, more than opioids, more than anything. We don't have a healthcare system in this country. We have a sick care system. We wait for people to get sick, and then we charge them a fortune to manage the symptoms of an illness the big food companies engineered on their dinner plates. And here is the part that should make every taxpayer in America furious, ticked off, because we are paying for this crisis twice. We pay on the front end when our tax dollars incentivize farmers to grow massive amounts of corn and soybeans, which are primarily used to feed animals on factory farms, or as ingredients in cheap, ultra-processed foods that are making us sick. Then we pay a second time, at the back end, when those same Americans show up at the hospital with type 2 diabetes or other ailments. Think about this. Nearly 1 out of every $3 in the federal budget now goes to health care. Type 2 diabetes alone, just one of many diet-related diseases, costs us taxpayers $300 billion a year in direct medical costs. And that's just diabetes. Cancer rates up, dementia rates up, hypertension up, heart disease up, kidney failure, fatty liver disease in children, all of it skyrocketing. Put it all together, and we are spending trillions of dollars every year treating diseases that would not exist at this scale if big corporations had not built a food system designed to make us sick. And at every step of this crisis, someone is getting rich off of it. The food companies that make us sick, the insurance companies that ration our care, and the prescription drug companies charging Americans the highest prices in the world for medications this broken system makes you need. Profiting off our pain. We are subsidizing the sickness. Then we are subsidizing the medicine. And American families, American taxpayers are losing twice. Take, for example, my own neighborhood in Newark. A kid walks into the corner bodega, and a Twinkie-like product is cheaper than an apple. Let that sink in. Because of what we subsidize, the Twinkie-like product is cheaper than the apple. Multinational corporations have built a food system where the food that will kill us is cheaper than the food that will save us. And they use our tax dollars to make it that way. This is not the free market. This is not by accident. This is a policy choice. Corporate lobbyists wrote it this way. Both parties signed it. And the American people are paying for it with their wallets, with their waistlines, and with their lives. So here's my big idea, and it actually fits on a bumper sticker. It's food is medicine. And it's time to heal America, HEAL, healthy eating for American lives. It's not a slogan, it's a policy agenda, and here's what it looks like. 3 moves right now. Number 1, double the bucks. Right now, a tiny pilot program lets some SNAP recipients double a portion of their benefits when they buy fresh fruits and vegetables. It works. I met a woman on an urban farm in my city, Newark, whose diabetes reversed because of the abundance of it. I met another woman on that farm whose gut disease where she paid $700 a month on medication. Only $100 came from her, $600 from the taxpayer. That disease vanished once she was able to purchase all of those fruits and vegetables. We need to scale that program up, make it universal. SNAP dollars spent on real food, fruit, real vegetables, real food from a real farm counts double. We turn a $113 billion grocery program into the largest preventative medicine program in American history. And we make healthy food more affordable for families that need it most. Number two, feed the kids and the troops right. The federal government is the largest food buyer on the planet Earth. USDA, Pentagon, school lunches, military bases, VA hospitals. We spend billions of dollars a year, and too often we use it to buy ultra-processed slop laden with chemicals and serve it to our children and our soldiers. That ends. Every meal the federal government pays for will be a healthy meal sourced from American family farmers, and we restore and we expand the local farm to school and farm to food bank money that the Trump administration canceled. And look, while we're talking about kids, let me say it plainly. Hunger in the wealthiest nation in human history is a moral obscenity. No child in America should go to bed hungry. No child in America should be fed poison because poison is all their family can afford. Ending child hunger is one of the great unfinished tasks of our nation. The fight is about the child tax credit. This is a fight about wages. This is a fight about housing. This is a fight for big ideas for another speech. But know this, feeding our kids is healthy food. That's where it starts. And so number three, and finally, pre-tax produce. If you can spend pre-tax dollars right now on Band-Aids and aspirin in your health savings account, you should be able to spend pre-tax dollars on broccoli and blueberries. Food is medicine. Let the tax code finally treat it that way. And that's it. That's the big idea. Double the bucks. Feed our kids and our troops right. Leverage all that money from the federal government and pre-tax produce. Scaling up programs like SNAP Double Bucks and reimagining federal food procurement would not only provide tens of millions of Americans with accessible, affordable foods, it would also provide transformative economic opportunities for family farmers across our country. Since the last Farm Bill in 2018, 150,000 American family farmers have gone out of business. These investments would enable farmers to grow healthy food for their neighbors and build resilient local and regional food systems. So let me end by saying something to my fellow Democrats. Some of you might be surprised that I came here to talk about food. Don't be. Because while we're debating other big things, millions of American moms and dads turn their attention to what is on their dinner plate, and a movement called MAHA caught fire in the vacuum we left behind. We should not be fighting that movement. We should be telling those loving moms and dads that they are right. Right about the chemicals, right about the ultra-processed foods, right about the chronic disease, right that something in America is profoundly broken. And we need to talk about how those moms and dads are being betrayed by the current administration, who says it supports them while its lawyers walk into the Supreme Court to protect pesticide companies, while they cut funding for school lunches and betray those moms and dads. I've said it before about other issues. This is not left or right. It's right versus wrong. This is America versus big corporations who are making us sick. And it's time for Democrats not to lead from the left, but lead America as a whole. Because earning back trust means showing up where people are actually living And people in America live in their homes and at their kitchen tables. And too often, because of this broken system, they live at the pharmacy counter. So I'm going to say it simple. We can keep paying twice, subsidizing the sickness, then subsidizing the medicine, watching another generation of American kids grow sicker than their parents, and watching American families grow poorer paying for it, or we can decide that the wealthiest nation in human history will not also be the sickest, and that we will no longer accept a system where corporations get rich profiting off of our pain. Food is medicine. It is time to heal America for real. It is time to speak to our entire nation, who has more in common, has common pain, but they are looking for leaders who bring forth again our common purpose. Thank you.
Please welcome Senator Cory Booker, former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, CAP Senior Fellow Jared Bernstein, and co-founder and partner, Centerview Partners, Blair Efron, and as moderator, CAP President and CEO Neera Tanden.
How's everyone doing? Great. Oh, you're still hanging in. Thank you, Senator Booker, for those excellent remarks. I appreciate new idea, simple idea, powerful idea. Really appreciate that.
I understood the assignment.
Excellent. So this panel, we're changing a little bit. We're talking about the economy overall. We talked about cost of living this morning. And in this panel, our goal is to talk about what's happening in the economy and also how do we create more opportunity economy-wide. So, Jared, I'm going to start with you. When you look at the broad data, it doesn't look like the worst of times in 70 years, but consumer confidence is at a 70-year low. Why is everyone angry?
Well, let me take you back. You've been there to when we used to go out to WHNL, White House North Lawn, and talk to cameras about some new data report. And
when you were chair of the Council of Economic Advisors for President Biden.
Thank you. And the GDP report or strong jobs report or inflation was 9% and now it's 2.5%. And we would be talking about these improvements and people would be essentially thinking, well, okay, so now you're telling me that my bag of groceries, which was already too expensive, is getting more expensive less quickly than it used to. And the cost of living was huge for folks, and they remembered their prices, and damn it, they wanted them back. And so I've spent a lot of time, and Neera, I know you have as well, we've done a lot of this at CAP, on trying to solve the affordability crisis, and we've heard lots of good commentary about that today. But I actually think the answer to your question is why people are so mad. Affordability is a symptom, and it's a symptom of three large structural problems I'm going to name and not give details on, just in the interest of time. And that's the fact that there is an implicit social contract, that if you work hard, you play by the rules, you go to work, maybe your spouse does too, probably your kids, if they're old enough, do as well, you ought to be able to not just get by, but to save something and be able to access some future opportunity. And when that contract breaks, and it's broken, I think now particularly, but it's as we heard earlier from Senator Warren, it's been that way for a while. That's one source. Part two, and boy, this 1.8 billion slush fund that we were just reading about, classic example of what I'm about to say. Part 2, game is rigged. All right, so social contract broken, game rigged. Part 3, look, you could say part 1 and 2, you could blame Republicans for that, I guess, to some extent, but part 3, nobody's got your back. Who's got my back? If I'm somebody trying to get by, I like to feel that if there's barriers to my getting ahead, there's vulnerabilities that I experience, there's discrimination, there's inaccessibility to upward ladders of mobility, you need to know that somebody's out there trying to help you in much of the ways we've heard from folks today, including Senator Booker just a few minutes ago. And I think if you put all that together, the affordability, cost of living problem, on top of these 3 structural issues of a broken implicit social contract, the fact that the game looks rigged and nobody's got your back, you can go pretty far to explaining what makes people so angry.
Thanks. Blair, I think a lot of people, including Jared, have written about the K-shaped economy, how the top 20, 30, 40% are doing well, the bottom 60, 70% really struggling, 50, 60, 70% struggling. You work with a lot of business leaders. How can we, over the long term, have sustainable growth if a large share of the economy or a large share of the population and the economy are not keeping up or have a sense of optimism about the future?
So it's very simple. We can't keep growing the economy. We don't have that. The upper third right now, just since COVID, has 6% more wealth than it had during COVID. Obviously, stock market's at a record high. Corporate profits remain robust. That's 1/3. The 2/3, last month, real wages flat. And you point out earlier, Near, about confidence. So in order to, Jared mentions the social contract, it's true. And if you're going to want to keep growing the economy, you need broad-based growth. Now, I would tell you, most business leaders absolutely recognize that. And I think that with the right incentives, would be encouraged to put in programs that would start to help the bottom 2/3. So what does that mean? One, if you're making a lot more money as a company, you got to figure out how to share it. Okay, whether it's
Excellent idea.
not so hard, right? Whether it's around wages, whether it's employment. 2, the idea of skills. I don't think the private partner, public partner partnership makes a lot of sense. I do think the private sector knows how to reskill, retrain, and they know where the jobs are. So the idea that the government would provide incentives to make that happen, I think would be highly attractive. And finally, what I would say is this question, obviously, around technology. And I say technology, not AI. I think often there's a confusion. Workers are scared because their skills are getting, in certain places, outdated. So what does that mean? AI has 2 impacts. Either you can have companies think about it as a productivity tool, i.e. take cost out, or you can think about it as a revenue tool. What can we do as a company to foster even more growth? That, to me, over the long term, is how companies will get rewarded and how we'll see the greatest economic impact.
Senator Booker, you have, well, let me start with Jared. Jared has talked about the idea of getting people's back and the idea that the social contract is fraying. An important element of that is people have, a lot of people are gaining from the stock market, but not most people. A lot of people aren't invested in the stock market. You've championed ideas. We appreciate the new idea today, but I also want to recognize, as Governor Newsom did earlier, your ideas around sharing wealth more broadly, baby bonds, other ways in which we can ensure not just a few, but everyone gains from the kind of levels we're seeing in the stock market and elsewhere. In terms of getting people's back, what ideas do you think would help in that regard?
Well, look, I want to frame this really quickly, that we are a nation that is yet again at a point where we are at a crossroads. Either the American experiment will begin to decay and die, and I would argue it's been decaying for a long time, or we, in our generation, with a new generation of leaders, as the last baby boomers are beginning to leave the stage, John Lewis, Jesse Jackson, I can go through, we could either renew America like past generations did at times of darkness and crisis. We're at that crossroads. To me, this reminds me of the 1930s when most black people in America were Republicans. And a new guy came along and said, the deal is not working anymore. Everybody is getting screwed. It's time for a new deal. Coming out of the Depression, we saw a radical change in our politics with a new vision for America that made my grandparents lived in Detroit, them switch the entire city from Republican to Democrat, because suddenly you had a party that was speaking to the rural farmer and the urban factory worker, which my grandfather was on assembly lines. We are exactly in that point, and there's so many parallels between the massive expansion and wealth disparities, the concentration of corporate power. And so in the secrets of that, and remember, Democrats coming out of the New Deal held durable majorities in Congress for over 40 years until Tip O'Neill and the Reagan era ended the era of shared growth where America had the largest expansion of the middle class before. So what I am saying right now is some of the same pillars of ideas, they need to now be ideas for the 21st century and a renewal of our country that means a lot of the same things. Breaking up big concentrated corporate power, ending mass corruption. Every branch of your government at the federal level is seriously corrupted. When Supreme Court justices can take unlimited gifts from billionaires, corrupted. When senators can trade stocks and corporate PACs are putting unconscionable amounts of money into our system right now, reining it down. It's one of the reasons why I don't take corporate PACs, I don't take issue area PACs, and then I don't even need to talk about the executive branch. Donald Trump is showing America how you could grift off of that office. So there has to be, the Democratic Party define themselves by simple, big ideas that inspired my grandfather's generation to run towards the Democratic Party and actually solve the problems that we have. One of those pillars has got to be raising the floor in this country so we banish forever the idea of a working poor. If you work in America, you should be able to meet the basic needs of your family. Another one of those pillars has got to be an anti-corruption pillar that puts term limits on the Supreme Court, that ends this kind of unlimited cash flowing into our politics, that actually creates fair maps, all the things that are corrupting our democracy. And remember, corruption drives up prices. Look at anybody from the oil industry all the way to the pharmaceutical industry who are writing the rules. And then finally, what was inspiring about America more than any other country was that this was the best nation to be born poor into or working class, because when my grandfather was born and raising my parents' generation, 95% did better than their parents. But all of those things we did to give them a lift, to make this the best place to raise a family, affordable childcare, prenatal care, affordable college. I could go through all the things that made this the best place to be born, have been eroded or eviscerated, or the prices are out of the reach of people. Those three things are vital, that you have a vision that makes this the nation where everybody who is born feels like they have a fair shot. And in each of those buckets, there are policy things we can discuss. But if the Democratic Party doesn't make it simple and plain, that inspires the moral imagination of this country, we will miss an opportunity to save this nation and get it on the right track. And we could go to massive extremes on either side, that like they had in the 30s and the 40s with Nazis, rallies, anti-Semitism off the charts, or even some people on the far left were talking about storming the Capitol and taking back our government. The middle has got to hold, and that means making a vision for this country that speaks to the whole nation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Senator Booker talked about basically our institutions have come from the 1930s. Most of the federal agencies come from the 1930s or the 1960s. We have we have two more recent, Consumer Financial Protection Board, great agency, DHS, maybe not so great. But Jared, how do you look at the need to renew or think afresh about how we basically oversee our economic institutions? And what, just jumping off of what Senator Booker said, what do you think we should be doing going forward to ensure opportunity is real for everyone?
I think that in the time that, in our history that Senator Booker just took us through with great analysis and great passion, my favorite combination, is a time when institutions and policies were worker-centered, family-centered, mobility-centered. So the Labor Department actually thought about ways in which we could increase unionization. Now, one of the pieces we recently wrote for CAP that I thought was important. I mean, I was a co-author, so maybe I can't say that, but the work that my co-authors did was important. Asked what would happen to union density in this country if we moved to sectoral bargaining, and the answer is it would double or triple. And that's a policy change that we could make. And if you want workers to have a better chance at getting a fair share of the pie, that's what unions do. So that's part of the solution. And by the way, one of the things we cited in that piece is that there is a lot more demand for that kind of collective bargaining, for more power in the workplace, which shouldn't surprise anyone, than people are able to access because the playing field is so tilted. That's another institutional reform. You know, we have a National Labor Relations Board that is more often than not on the wrong side of these issues, you know, when Republicans are in charge. So I don't think it's particularly complicated. I think I could take you through pretty much every government agency and ask the question, is this worker-centered? Is this mobility-centered? Is this affordability-centered? What's the plan for housing affordability? And I don't mean over 2 or 3 years, but I mean helping people with rent in the near term while we push out the supply curve in the long term. What's the plan for healthcare affordability? What's the plan for childcare in the spirit of earlier comments? It's these institutions, as you said, Neera, these institutions remain in place, but they've been hollowed out because they've lost this worker-centered, family-centered mission.
Thank you for that. And also, just to build on both of your comments, I think one great example of how, as a country, we did invest was the GI Bill of Rights. We had people coming back from the war.
My father.
And
wouldn't be here without it.
Yeah, and we as a country decided it was part of the sacred obligation to provide opportunities like access to housing, access to college. And that level of investment contributed to an incredibly strong economy for the country, for families, and for business. We've, in the years since, we've had multiple rounds of tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, and there is a lot less support for working families.
We disinvested.
We disinvested, absolutely. So as we look at how to make the economy grow strongly for business, for consumers, for families, Blair, what are some ideas on taxes to make the world more fair?
Good.
And investments to create more opportunity?
And with that, you said your father. You got to thank your mother also. So there's obviously a laundry list. I think the key thing in business generally, Neera, is more happens when you think in transformational ways.
You want to just hold it closer?
Transformational ways than in tactical ways, okay? So the first thing to do is to get us back on the footing that this country has always had until recently. Immigration. You have 50% of all CEOs were either born out of the country or their parents were born out of the country. It makes no sense to figure out how to keep them out instead of how to keep them in. You have 6 to 7 million jobs that need to be filled. You need the innovation that comes from a lot of our immigrants who end up staying here. Big area number one. Big area number two, trade. Obviously, there's been a ton of discussion around it. We want to, in a planful way, figure out how to back off of tariffs. It has to be planful because you have to glide it down. But that's been a toll tax on Americans. I know people say, well, you haven't actually recognized it. Actually, we have, but companies have done a good job making up for it. Okay, the fact of the matter is it's probably a half point worth of growth. R&D, it makes no sense for the government, which has always been doing moonshots, to cut back R&D. Let's get the $30 billion back into NIH. Okay. You mentioned taxes. The fact of the matter is, it's regressive. We should think about a system that is more broad-based. That means more consumers. And I'm not sure that a tax code with 37% at the top rate at 650,000, given the increases in and wealth is actually the right way to be thinking about it today. And then finally, business likes certainty. The idea that we know what we're investing against for the long term really does matter. And you want to do it in a way that we attract capital globally. You don't want our friends to, quote, have to work with us as opposed to want to work with us. It makes a big difference. But I will also tell you this, I do think the business community writ large recognizes and would love something that invests for long-term strategic future rather than quarter to quarter. I think we can relook everything.
Thank you, Blair. And then Senator Booker, I'd love you to just close us out on ideas that you think are important for us to chart a path forward to creating more opportunity for all Americans, because I know you have so many.
Yeah, look, first of all, there is a helplessness that people feel right now, which I think is intentional, to make people believe that we cannot get our way out of these problems. We are here. In fact, American history is this perpetual testimony to the achievement of impossible things against impossible odds. But what was really important to me, and the reason why I'm such a raving fan of my friend here since law school, is because some people think we need to get radical and extreme and abandon the very things that have defined America for generations, the things that a black family from the poor South put their faith in when they came up to the North and found opportunities. And so what you just heard were a few ideas that if we were able to implement them would make radical change. Bargaining by sector, doubling or massively expanding the child tax credit, not a sexy policy, but we know factually that would cut child poverty in America in half, and kids that are raised above the poverty line have massive more earnings over a lifetime. It is possible. We can do this with common sense, radically pragmatic ideas. But the one last idea I'm going to leave you with is maybe one of the more controversial things said, because I'm saying it at a time that Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. When we do this big effort to win an election, and suddenly Joe Biden, for example, has 3, one of the big things that are stopping big pragmatic ideas on immigration, we know, protect strong border protection, but the thing that's going to grow our economy the quickest is having people who are smart and hardworking into our country. The thing that stops it is something in the Senate called the filibuster. And I am telling you right now, it is the biggest impediment that is to big ideas getting done, pragmatic ideas, and it's also the thing that's driving the most cynicism as I go back to a black community in Newark who feels like, God, we rallied, we were the biggest voting bloc in the country, but we're not seeing the change. The filibuster needs to be not eliminated, but reformed to a real filibuster. If you were going to stop legislation, you need to be like Mr. Smith going to Washington and standing on that floor. And take it for somebody who stood for over 25 hours. Make it hard. Those are the kind of big ideas that will enable the American way to happen again. This is the challenge, Neera, and this is why I love you. It is the American dream is in crisis. It is time to redeem the dream with big ideas that work.
Love you back, sir. And I will say, we need to ensure, as you're saying and you are doing, democracy delivers. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage CAP President and CEO, Neera Tanden.
Thanks, everybody. How you doing? Yay! What an amazing day. What an amazing day. And we are so thrilled for our our home run hitter here, Governor Wes Moore. Our next speaker has presided over one of the most significant public safety turnarounds in the country. When Governor Wes Moore took office in Maryland over 3 years ago, Baltimore was averaging close to a homicide a day. Non-fatal shootings were spiking, auto thefts were near record highs. Today, the picture looks extremely different. Statewide homicides are down 44% since Governor Moore took office. Non-fatal shootings down 40%. Robberies down 25% alone. I used to track these statistics very closely for President Biden, and I know this data well from Baltimore. They are, Baltimore and Maryland are really hallmarks for the country. I also think it's important for all of us to remember that as we think about the agenda for the future, it is hard for people to hear us if they don't think we understand core issues like how to keep them safe. So in this whole day, I am so glad we have Governor Moore here to talk about his record and his vision to ensure that we care and are actually delivering on public safety. Governor Moore proved something too easily forgotten, that you can be tough on violent crime and serious about prevention, that you can support law enforcement and community organizations, that public safety is a right, not a privilege, and that we are all invested in ensuring all our communities are safe. Please join me in welcoming the amazing Governor Moore to the stage.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Nira, I just first want to say thank you. Thank you not just for the introduction, but also for your remarkable leadership and just for the leadership for Center for American Progress. That it's not just that ideas matter, but you all continue to show the results matter. And so I am deeply humbled and honored to be able to be here and to spend a little bit of time talking about something that is fundamental to our sense of belonging and to our sense of community, and that is the issue of public service and public safety. That I learned in this role that when my phone rings in the middle of the night, I'm never about to get good news. That no one ever calls me at 3 a.m. and says, "Hey, Gov, I got great news for you." It's always the things that will break your heart are the things that will wake you up. And I know that ever so often when my phone rings in the middle of the night, and I first saw that in my first year as governor, when I got one of those calls from the mayor of Baltimore City, Brandon Scott. And when I heard his voice on the other end, he told me that there had been a mass shooting in Baltimore's Brooklyn neighborhood. The more I learned about what happened that night, I learned that not only was it the largest mass shooting in Baltimore's history, I also learned that some of the people who pulled the trigger were children, and I learned that every single one of the victims were children. Every one of them. That when I went to go to the hospital to go spend time with people who were just recovering from surgeries, people who doctors were working to save their lives, it was not lost to me that every single one of the people that I visited was a child. And the thing that most got me also was not just the heartbreak of that moment, but was also the days and the months that followed that I realized that there was a much bigger tragedy that we could not ignore. The bigger tragedy that we couldn't ignore was this, that in that area, in Baltimore, in Brooklyn, about 1 in 2 children are growing up in poverty. 1 in 2. And that we'd seen similar numbers in Brooklyn for well over a decade. And the people in Brooklyn knew it. That this was an area that was left behind. And you cannot understand what happened that night without understanding all of the nights that came before. You cannot just simply mourn the micro if you're not willing to do something about the macro. And for me, this issue was and continues to be deeply personal because I grew up in a community that was over-policed, that I felt handcuffs on my wrists by the time I was 11 years old, that I lived in a community where we were both scared of the kids with the guns and scared of the police officers with the badge, that the pitch of a police siren had a different tone depending on what neighborhood that you called home, and that people should not have to choose between feeling safe in their skin or feeling safe in their communities. That's not how things should work. And so when I took office in 2023, we made a pledge that this was something that we were going to focus in on every single day. Because if people do not feel safe, they will not come. And if people do not feel safe, they will not stay. And so, as Neera mentioned, that Maryland was suffering from an absolute crisis of violence, but even more dangerous than that crisis of violence, what we saw was that there was a crisis of apathy towards the violence, that the pain that people in Maryland were feeling was no longer a piercing pain. It was now a chronic one that people just became accustomed to. That Baltimore was averaging almost a murder a day, that Maryland families did not feel safe, and that people were then being asked to choose between who you support to make sure that our communities were safe. Do you support law enforcement, or do you support building stronger communities? People were forcing us to pick a side. And I realized, and I still believe, and I want to be very clear, that oftentimes the ones who are telling us to pick a side on public safety are ones who actually have no desire of actually addressing public safety. That too often it's people who have no interest in strengthening public safety, that too often it's the ones who do not live in the communities who are telling the communities to pick a side, that too often that it's people who think this is an ideology or some kind of academic exercise. Do you know who does not ask you to choose a side? The people that this is their everyday reality. The people who actually live in the communities. So I'm clear, I do not take my talking points when it comes to public safety from a political party or from someone who wants to do an academic exercises about it. And in the wake of Brooklyn, the state of Maryland decided that we would take a different type of approach. In the wake of Brooklyn, the state of Maryland decided that we would take an all-of-the-above approach when it came to public safety, and that all-of-the-above approach would rest on 3 commitments. The first commitment was accountability. The second commitment was intervention, or basically increasing resources to the people who are protecting our communities. And the third was prevention, and increasing the opportunities for those who are living in the communities where violent crime actually exists in the first place. And first, we focused on accountability. That I've been clear that loving and supporting your young people does not mean abandoning accountability. Accountability is actually how you show support. This is what our administration passed and signed when it came to making sure that when a child is in trouble and need, the answer is not just to tell them that it's okay, but that accountability must take a holistic form in the way that we are addressing it. That for too long, our system was not holding our young people accountable, and it was not setting them up to be rehabilitated either. That the Juvenile Law Reform Act of 2024 brought together those 2 things. Because I believe in second chances. I'm the recipient of second and third and 8th and 9th chances. But I will not tolerate lawlessness. And next week, I will sign the Youth Charging Reform Act. That right now, too many young people in Maryland are automatically charged in adult court, and they will wait an average of 4 months before a judge even decides whether their case belongs in adult court or juvenile court. And in some cases, we've got children who are waiting much longer. 85% of those cases ultimately get dismissed or sent back to juvenile court. But here's the thing, those months matter. And that delay matters. It matters to that child, it matters to that community, it matters to that family, and it matters to the entire system. Because it means that accountability comes too late. It means that services to support that child come too late. It means that we miss that critical window to change behavior and to improve outcomes. Now, the most serious offenses like murder and rape and carjacking, they will stay in adult court as they should. But for the cases that belong in juvenile court, we are going to act faster and make sure that accountability can actually mean something. We're going to deliver accountability faster. We're going to make better use of our juvenile system. We're going to deliver safer outcomes to the communities across our state, and we're going to do it now. The second, increased intervention and providing support to those who keep us safe. Today, Maryland is delivering record funding to local law enforcement, over $124 million this year alone. That's money for new equipment, that is money for overtime, that is money for sustainably backing officers who have been asking for it for years. I am a deep believer that you can have a law enforcement agency that moves with appropriate intensity and absolute integrity and full accountability, and you do not have to compromise on those things. And that's money that's matched by the oversight and accountability that makes sure that every dollar is delivering what it says it's going to deliver. And our law enforcement professionals will be expected to follow the highest of standards. We made a landmark investment in the Baltimore State's Attorney's Office. We backed their work of prosecuting violent crime. We asked them to do something different, which is actually to partner on reentry programming for people who are coming home. Because the reality is 95% of people who are incarcerated, they are coming home. So we must do a better job of both preparing them for reentry, but also preparing society for their reentry as well. That the work of public safety does not end on arrest nor on conviction. That if you want fewer crimes tomorrow, it means you break the cycle today. Maryland is now one of the only states in the country that hires state lawyers and partners them inside of the U.S. Attorney's Office. They work shoulder to shoulder with federal prosecutors to ensure that violent criminals are held accountable. And to connect federal and state and local law enforcement in real time, we have built out the Maryland Criminal Intelligence Network. Since its inception, it has disrupted more than 3,900 criminal organizations. It has removed more than 4,800 illegal firearms from our streets. It has seized nearly $80 million in drugs, in cash, and other assets. It's done what it's intended to do. Where just a few weeks ago, I stood with the sheriffs of Worcester and Wycomico County. And for those who don't know Maryland, Worcester and Wycomico County aren't necessarily Democratic areas. These are two rural counties in reliably Republican areas of our state. These are both counties that I lost by thousands of votes. But public safety doesn't care about politics. It cares about results. And after a years-long investigation, we dismantled a drug trafficking organization pushing narcotics across the Eastern Shore and Baltimore and Pennsylvania and Virginia and Delaware. We brought together 13 federal, state, and local agencies. We delivered more than 80 search warrants. We seized more than 42 kilograms of cocaine, one of the largest seizures in the history of Wycomico County. And we worked together to make sure we didn't just get the job done, but we sent a message that if we said it, we meant it. But we also know that delivering intervention doesn't just mean supporting law enforcement. because we've also dedicated funding for community violence intervention programs like the Baltimore Safe Streets Initiative. This program deploys credible messengers to provide support for those at risk of committing crime. It helps to address the issue of retaliatory crime, because we know that oftentimes that's the crime and the violence that we are talking about. It is retaliatory by nature. So those who are closest to the community have got to be the ones who are first at the table. Third, prevention. We dedicated our time to get tough on the root causes of crime. That in Maryland, nearly half of all drug arrests in the 2000s were for cannabis. Black Marylanders were 3 times more likely to be arrested for cannabis than white Marylanders before legalization. And every one of those misdemeanor convictions was making it harder to get a job, making it harder to find housing, making it harder to start a business, making it harder to come home. In 2022, our state voted to have a recreational cannabis market. And so I pledged that we would make sure that the cannabis market was rolled out equitably and safely. But I also knew that I refused to celebrate the benefits of legalization if we did not also address the consequences of criminalization. And that's why in 2024, I signed pardons for more than 175,000 cannabis convictions. It was the largest mass pardon in the history of the United States of America. Because you cannot reduce violent crime if you're not addressing the conditions in the communities where the violence actually exists. That means investing state resources in a way that will strengthen communities, by delivering more support for public education, by building out job training programs and reentry programs, by supporting behavioral health, and by fighting child poverty. It's why our administration raised the minimum wage, giving over 160,000 Maryland workers a pay raise bump. It's why we have expanded the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit inside of the state of Maryland. It is why we launched the most ambitious state-led, place-based anti-poverty effort in this country's history called the Enough Initiative. And by the way, Enough is an acronym. It stands for Engaging Neighborhoods, Organizations, Unions, Governments, and Households. Or basically, la-di-da-di, everybody. And the premise of Enough is simple. Our communities provide the vision. The state, the private sector, and philanthropy provide the support, and not the other way around, as it's often done. We've delivered almost $70 million to 28 communities across our state. These are urban, rural, and suburban communities, and these communities have been dealing with the issue of not just concentrated poverty, but generational poverty. That if you looked at the poverty map in 2023, it's not just that it's everywhere, it's that if you looked at the same map in 2013, it looks exactly the same. Or in 2003. The only difference is the red areas have just gotten redder. Concentrated generational poverty. These areas and communities are now developing their own plans to address poverty in their own communities. Every dollar that the state has put in through Enough, philanthropy, and state agencies have put in 3 more. That turns $70 million into nearly $280 million, and the community decides where that capital goes. If you look at McElderry Park on the east side of Baltimore, a community organization called Tendia Family used their Enough grant to launch a program called the Drug Free Down the Hill. It's a neighborhood patrol, but not like one that you probably have heard about. They actually actively find people who are struggling with addiction. They connect them with recovery and job training and housing. They offer free haircuts and food and clothing. They provide mental health supports. They came up with the idea, not the state. Earlier, I talked about how we strengthen coordination amongst law enforcement to go after people who hurt our community, but we also strengthen coordination between those who are working to help our communities too. That public safety requires violence prevention, direct violence intervention, and maintaining accountability. And that's why we created a program called the Thrive Academy that focuses on youth that have the highest probability of either being the victim or the perpetrator of gun violence. The youth who are going through the most challenges, and now we have seen that 9 out of 10 participants have not had a gun-related offense post-enrollment. And for the first time ever, Maryland's Department of Public Safety, Human Services, and Juvenile Services are working together to integrate violence prevention. That's more than 2,000 families concentrated in 14 zip codes across our state that are receiving supports. Communities in Hagerstown in Western Maryland, Salisbury in the Eastern Shore, East Baltimore, Capitol Heights, District Heights, and Prince George's County, that regardless of your background, we are going to focus on your future. That no matter the obstacles you might have faced, we're going to provide supports and family navigators through our Safer, Stronger Together initiative that's going to focus on your opportunities. That we made sure that high schools are not being evaluated exclusively on their four-year college acceptance rate, because that is an input, but it is not a key performance indicator. That every single child, whether you head to a four-year college or not, needs to find a pathway to work and wages and wealth. That I can say that I'm very proud. I believe I'm one of the only governors in this country that graduated from a two-year college. That I joined the Army when I was 17 years old. I did not have a traditional background, and things worked out just fine. And we want to make sure that every single child knows that they can find their pathway, no matter their origin story. And since 2023, we have more than doubled the number of youth apprentices in our high schools. Since 2023, we have grown our apprenticeship network to over 1,200 participating employers statewide. Since 2023, we have partnered with unions and employers to graduate over 5,000 apprentices. And by the end of my second term, we have set our goal to have 4,000 Maryland high schoolers graduating with registered apprenticeships every single year. The reason I bring that up is this, as I'm coming to a close. It's not just what we did. It's that results actually matter too. That 3 years after I took office, homicides are down more than 40% statewide. Non-fatal shootings are down more than 50%. Juvenile homicides are down 29%. Robberies are on track to have the lowest number that we have seen in decades. And the progress is sustainable because while violent crime saw historic drops last year, I know because we are doing our performance cabinets on public safety, and I know for a fact, because I had one this morning, that so far this year, homicides are now down statewide over 25% again after historic drops of last year. Now, I know that the President of the United States likes to call Baltimore City a hellhole. But I've learned that trying to fact-check the president is an exhausting and a completely fruitless exercise. And frankly, none of us have enough time in our day because we actually want to get real work done. But he should check his facts around Baltimore. And better yet, he should actually come visit Baltimore. But he should come visit Baltimore not to lecture. He should come visit Baltimore to learn. Because if he did, he would learn about the all-of-the-above strategy that Maryland has employed when it comes to public safety. He would learn that homicides in Baltimore are now down 58% since I was inaugurated. He would learn that this past year alone, Baltimore recorded the largest year-over-year drop in homicides ever measured in the city. The last time the homicide rate was this low in Baltimore City, I was not born yet. I would love for him to come and learn, because he could learn that these results are not an accident. They're proof of what happens when you reject false choices and you don't succumb to ideologies. That after Brooklyn, we did not make Maryland safer by militarizing our neighborhoods. We did not make Maryland safer by calling in the National Guard. We made Maryland safer despite the fact that the FBI and the DEA and the ATF agents were being pulled off of drug and gun trafficking investigations. We made Maryland safer by saying our communities do not need us to save them. We needed to stop passing bad policies that were hurting them. That we needed to allow our communities the space and the grace to save themselves. We did not have to save Brooklyn. Brooklyn saved itself. And that's why I keep on coming back to that night in Brooklyn. That's why I keep coming back to Crystal Gonzalez, whose daughter was shot and killed in Brooklyn that night. And that night I made her a promise that I would never spend my time as governor simply giving thoughts and prayers. I would not spend my time as governor just simply attending funerals and not passing a single piece of legislation. I would not spend my time as governor just giving eulogies. That good government is about making strong choices. And it's not about making choices for communities. It's about making choices with them. The president thinks our job is to oversee communities. I think our job is to actually see communities. Our job is to leave no one behind. So God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
I'm really here to say thank you, but really, I want to give us all a charge. And that charge is, when people ask you, where are all our leaders? Now you have an answer. And when they ask you, where are all our ideas? You also have an answer. We pulled together this ideas conference because we know that to win the future, we have to tell people where to go, what the path is forward. So we're thrilled to have you all here. We're thrilled with the fantastic speakers we've had all day. Governors, mayors, members of Congress, future speakers, future Senate Majority Leaders. And we're thrilled with the feedback. We will have more ideas for you in the months to come. And we are excited for the next Ideas Conference. Thank you all for being here. Have a wonderful evening.